orbital
because you have
motion.
the pseudo force of magical gravity. Well, you just have to prove space-time for that then.
It's not a pseudo force. Gravity is
Well,
proven.
you have to prove force because force was made up. The concept of force was made up by Newton, and nobody uses it in physics anymore. So why don't you prove? Why don't you prove that things can act over distance magically? Why don't you prove something that Newton himself couldn't prove and admitted that he cannot? And why don't you prove to us the concept of force and get a Nobel Prize?
Why should I take your burden?
Seriously.
Well, because you
Because I'm
just
saying,
cited from the book that talks about forces.
I'm not the one who says there's any orbit going on, you dunce. And
No,
you're the one
in
who's
general,
invoking...
I'm talking any.
Oh, shut up, dude. This holds up in general. I'm not the one who has the problem with Newton.
Because you know you won't do it.
You don't
Because you know
even
what
know.
we laughed at.
Shut the fuck up, Rob. You're so stupid. You don't even know what acceleration is. You're just a dumb fucking caveman. So, yeah, none of this is my problem. Newton's not my problem. When I say that you're invoking the wrong pseudoscience, that's because Einstein is what you need in your paradigm. I don't need Einstein because I don't say that there's a Big Bang ever-expanding universe with black holes and balls going around balls and all this stupid shit. What you need for that is Einstein. You are the one who has the problem with Newton.
Are you calling Einstein gay?
I don't care.
Heretic, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean gravity. The concept of force, Newtonian force, F equals ma, does not exist in physics anymore.
Yeah. Well, that's true on both the quantum
It's not about gravity
and relativity.
Electromagnetic electrostatic force is not a Newtonian force.
Okay.
F does not equal
so
K,
circular
Q1,
motion.
Q2 over R
give me an
squared.
example of circular motion that's not acceleration.
I will not.
Because you can't. You can only give fairy tale examples, so shut up.
Acceleration is real. Forces are not real. If you're going to nitpick at us for using the wrong word.
The whole point was to get that other retard that you didn't want embarrassing the globe to figure out what acceleration is, because I'm tired of explaining to you fools these rudimentary, remedial things. Now you're waffling about something else. Not talking about force anyway. I'm just talking about circular motion being acceleration. Can you give me an example of circular motion that is not acceleration? Yes or no?
Yes, orbital motion.
Okay, prove orbital motion.
Free fall.
Prove that of any body.
Free fall in ISS.
Free fall in ISS. Okay, and you're going to be invoking Einsteinian, pseudo-Riemannian geodesics and all this for that.
No, I will never say Einstein. I'll just say there is an object, ISS, there are people in it. They are experiencing free fall while they're doing circles around the Earth. That's it.
Okay, show it's a circle and show that it's not acceleration.
Sure, it's well documented.
Go ahead and show it then, since it's so well documented.
Are they accelerating? Are things falling on the floor or onto the ceiling?
Why aren't they accelerating?
I don't know. Maybe there's something magic.
You said because they were on a geodesic, didn't you?
I didn't make any claims.
Yeah, you did. You said it's not acceleration because they're on a geodesic, right?
Well, but now I'm retract that. All I'm saying is we observe.
Okay, well, that would be the reason why it's not, right? That's what you said earlier. You retracted that, so you don't have the reason, but it's still not acceleration?
Well, because I don't have to.
Okay, well, you can go prove that the ISS is even doing that, you dunce. Give me a real tangible, real demonstration you can actually verify. An idiot. Actually, just get out of here.
This guy. Fucking hell.
Just invoking fucking made up stuff to prove his case. That says everything right there. All right, Rob Noxious, can you give an example of circular motion that is not acceleration?
I'll try. But I want to say first that you're the one making stuff up just to fit your narrative. You're using no one's.
Okay, so let's get back to it. Are you able to give circular motion an example that is not acceleration?
Yeah, I just posted in chat.
What is it? The Earth's rotation? Peter already told you were wrong about that anyway. So you're wrong within your own paradigm with that.
Okay.
And it's not rotating
Peter?
either.
Who's Peter, the king of the world?
Yeah, it's not rotating either. It's not. You'd have to demonstrate that, so that's not an example. It's the very thing in question, you fucking moron. Now Moth King wants to pipe up.
You, Rob Noxious.
Yeah, you're so stupid, Rob. It's embarrassing. Even the other Globers are saying you're an embarrassment. Moth King, do you have an example of circular motion that is not acceleration?
No.
Okay.
Based. Honest guy.
And Peter was banned for being smarter when he answered yes. So he's smarter than you, I guess, because he had the, not the same answer as you.
I guess.
No, he's an idiot. Time waster. Ate his words like 5 times in a row.
I wasn't.
He's
even
banned
sure.
because the guy sits here and pipes up when there's another conversation going on so that he can derail it. So, doesn't need to be here.
Did you answer his question though?
Can't even hear you. Get on your mic.
Did you answer his question?
Which was?
Okay, so you didn't.
What was his question?
Right.
You're crazy for that.
Did he answer mine? Or did he just ask a question to obfuscate from that? Are you worried about that? Or do you have some kind of weird bias here?
I don't have any weird bias. I don't even know, dude.
You know, Peter didn't ask any questions, right?
What's
No,
the
I
matter
didn't
with
know
you
that.
guys?
Peter, the Globe Slayer.
I don't think this is a genuine conversation anymore, honestly.
Who cares?
Well,
what
Why?
you
Because
think?
you're ChatGPT?
What do you want to talk about, Moth King?
What do I mean, I honestly don't. I'm just listening. I think every flat earther in here is trying to make it like we're trying to disprove something, but we're just trying.
Isn't that the purpose of this channel, though?
Well, I was talking, but I'm just trying to understand what people mean by flat earth, and it literally hasn't been.
What do you think flat means?
I'm trying. Flat is, it's self-explanatory. You want me to pull up a definition?
What does flat mean?
I'm asking, do you want me to pull up a definition?
I want you to tell me what you think flat earth means.
I don't know.
You don't know what a flat earth means?
No, bro, come on, bro.
What does flat mean?
Bro, are we serious right now?
I don't think you're being serious. What does flat mean?
I'm being serious. I don't know what flat earth means. I have no idea what that means.
You don't know what flat is?
I don't know what flat earth means. I've said
What do
that
you think flat means?
Oh my goodness. I don't know what that means when it's in conjunction.
Okay, so
Right?
you don't understand what flat Earth means. So what are you arguing against? By the way.
I'm not. He asked me a question. I'm not arguing.
Okay, so you don't know what flat Earth means. So how would you know to argue against flat Earth if you don't know what it means?
I'm not arguing. I just said I'm not, bro. Holy God! I just said I'm not.
Yeah, so you were.
Hold on.
Okay, you
I
were talking about flat Earthers earlier. There was a stereotype fallacy and a baseless generalization in your particular rhetoric. So in your rhetoric, you don't even know what flat Earthers are, right? Because you don't know what flat Earth means.
Said flat Earth.
Why are you calling me a flat Earther if you don't know what flat Earth is?
You call yourself a flat earther.
What does flat Earth mean? And what is a flat Earther?
Wow.
I don't know, bro. If you don't know what the word flat Earth means, the term, it's so simple. If you don't know what, I don't think we can help you, man.
If I said flat sky, would that make sense? No. Like, it's the same concept.
Interesting. But you are using the term flat Earth, so you don't know what that means.
Saying flat Earth implicates that the Earth is flat.
Okay, what's flat? We're asking you. All right. What does flat mean?
What
I've
does
already
that
had this
mean?
question. What does flat mean? What does flat mean?
Flat means like two-dimensional? You right?
You don't even know. Are you asking me? Why are you asking me? I'm asking you. Why are you asking
I'm not
me?
a flat earther. That's why I'm asking you.
Dude.
Okay, so you don't know what flat means. You don't know what flat earther means. You're calling people flat earthers, and you're arguing against the flat Earth position, but you don't know what any of that means. Is that about right?
Are you a flat earther?
What's a flat
No,
earther?
unless it triggers you, then yes. What's a flat
Wait,
earther?
wait, hold on. What's a flat earther?
I can't be. First of all, listen. You guys cannot.
Wait,
like,
stop. How can you ask him, are you a flat earther, without knowing what flat earth is?
What? By like this? Let me show you. Are you a flat earther? Just like that. I don't
What's a
understand.
flat earther?
Don't know.
So why you
Here's the
ask that
thing.
question?
Yeah, sir. Think about it. Think about it. If he answered yes or no, how would you be able to tell what he means by that? Even if he did answer in the affirmative.
Maybe if they explained what flat Earth is.
So isn't the question,
Maybe
what
that's
is flat earth?
yeah.
Earther?
Yeah, so maybe there's another question that you would want to pose first. Don't you think?
What is flat Earth?
Do you know
There
what
you
earth
go.
is? I'm asking, do you know what earth is?
Yes. What is flat Earth?
Do you know what earth is?
A planet.
Yes. One more time. I'm going to answer that question.
No, I'm going to ask
Now,
you two
what is
questions.
flat
Hold
Earth?
on, stop.
Okay.
What
yes,
is earth?
I know what Earth is. Yes.
What's
a
earth?
planet.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Well, what's earth, Moth King?
Where we're living.
Okay, and what does flat mean?
2-dimensional.
Okay, try again. What does flat mean?
What? Are
What
you
does
asking me
flat
this?
mean?
All right, you got it, bro.
What does flat mean?
Yeah, sir. Flat does not mean two-dimensional necessarily.
Then what does it
the
mean?
answer?
So you're
Flat
telling me
means-
that in all this time that you've been in this particular VC, you haven't even bothered to Google what flat means?
No. The whole time I've been, if I Google flat Earth, it says doesn't exist. Like, what are you
I
talking
didn't
about?
say Googler. I didn't say flat Earth. I said flat. Go Google what flat means.
I just told
You don't know what it means. Yeah, it's your definition. I want the official
Okay.
one, not the one that you made up.
Hold on. So when you Google flat earth, what does it actually say?
Not existent.
Okay, show me. I don't understand the need to be deceiving and lying to us for no reason. It doesn't make any sense.
This guy takes priority since he's a new guy, but I did let Peter back because Peter has what we've been asking for, he claims, which is a logical syllogism from the 24-hour Antarctic sun. I want to hear that.
Oh, no,
This
no,
can
no.
wrap up first.
Please reban me. I have a syllogism for orbital motion. So
Oh,
ban me again.
okay.
I don't have the other one.
What the fuck? You wrote...
got finished.
Okay, I mean, this is what he wrote in the ban chat. Permanent bans are so easy these days. Flat earthers have become very emotional due to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I said, I'll unban you if you have a logical syllogism for that. That was the comment I was responding to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
No.
you meant our previous conversation. You are emotional due to the 24-hour sun, but that's all there is to it.
Well, I
Doesn't
mean,
mean it proves the
I'm-
globe. You're just
I'm having
emotional
fun.
because of it.
No, I'm having fun because you guys don't know how it proves the globe.
Yet
all.
nothing proves the globe. There is no logical proof for the globe.
And so I'm emotional over what?
You're emotional because of the whole kerfuffle with the 24-hour sun.
What kerfuffle? It's hilarious. You
Wait a
guys don't
minute.
have any proof from it.
No, all the ridicule you're getting, all the interest that kind of went sideways. You were
It didn't
hoping
go
people
sideways.
would flock
We're
to
getting
flat
more and more
Earth.
people
are
into
just
the
making
channel
fun of you.
every single day. It's great. This
Yeah,
is
to
perfect.
make fun of you.
Yeah,
It's
and then it gets
'cause-
flipped around on them. Yeah, the tables
Yeah,
turn on
because you
them when we
prepared
ask them
a
what the
clever
proof is.
trap.
Can I jump in
Oh
quick?
no, they should have prepared an actual proof.
you
They should have thought it through before they came here. Figured out what logic actually proves what they're claiming with this, and they didn't.
'cause-
So the egg is on their
it's 'cause the
face,
sun-
dummy.
It's because the sun.
Oh, the egg.
moves
Hey, shut up, dude.
left
Shut
and
up.
right in the northern
The egg
hemisphere.
is always on the face of baby glurfs. Baby glurfs don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So you created
You're just a mess, dude. Yeah, I know. So why would that be a problem for me? Baby glurfs flocking in here, and then just making fools of themselves? What? That's a problem for me? Get your shit together. You're just as dumb as them.
Oh, that's your lunch ticket, right? But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
A
Yeah, so why
24-hour
should I
sun
be
has
upset?
made you all very skittish. You guys are your guys are.
Okay, anyway, this dumbass Snacks here says that he has the logical syllogism. Go ahead, Snacks.
Because the fucking sun moves differently in the fucking different hemispheres. You
Fucking hemispheres, you fuck. Okay, that's not a logical syllogism, Snacks. Do you know what a logical syllogism is?
Can't talk over someone. Make an answer, dude.
No, I don't actually.
Okay, then you can shut your mouth. Thank you for trying. Who else was squawking there? This is great.
that was
I'm
me.
actually loving this.
That was me.
You have the logical syllogism, Moth?
Logical syllogism. You need some bitches in your life.
Yeah, that wasn't an idiot. See, this is excellent, dude. They all think that they have something to gloat over. We asked them for it, and then none of them have it. It's
I do.
hilarious.
You called me an idiot like 3 times, so where's your bitches?
Well, I mean, you are one, obviously. Look at you.
Got you.
You can't even provide any logical
Nigga,
proof.
I'm gonna keep it real.
Whatever. You can't keep it
doesn't know
real.
what
You're
a
too dumb
flat
to know
earth
what real even is.
He doesn't know what a flat earth is. I think you need to start at step 1.
We had a whole bunch of squawkers just a minute ago. Did I clear them all right? All out already? Was it just Moth King and Snacks, or was there anybody else? I thought there was someone else.
Pretty much, but the rest of them
I can
bounced.
inside chat. Hold on.
If you got a logical syllogism, I love it. He doesn't have one either. He's just upset too. Rob Noxious doesn't
mother
even know what
would
a
never
syllogism
lie
is, so I don't think he has it.
I got something for you, Ego. You ready?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm having a great time with this. I think Peter's projecting a little bit. I love it. They all think that they have some sort of proof, and then you ask them for it, and they're like,
Here we go, Ego. You ready for this? Bang.
Sure. Did you
Tell me
like
how
my
this makes you.
syllogism?
Tell me how this makes you feel.
Indifferent.
Would you eat it?
Yeah, I've eaten steak before. I like steak, but ethics and stuff.
Ethics.
Yeah, dude, like my entire family eats meat. This isn't the first time I've been like around it.
How about this? How does this one make you feel?
Okay. I guess I'm
Okay,
muting all the proof. Hold on a second. I'm muting all the proof it says here in the chat. So I'll mute the guy who said that, and you can give them the logical proof that I asked for. So Rob, that would be a valid and sound logical syllogism from the 24-hour sun. Go ahead. I'm muting the proof, you said, so I'm taking you off mute because I never heard that proof. Maybe you did, so go ahead.
Quick question. Did anybody bring up the 24-hour sun except for Peter?
He brought it up in the ban chat, and I told him he could get unbanned for that. And then he pretended he didn't know that that's what it was for when he got back here. So.
Right. So we're triggered by it, but he's the one that brought it up.
Yeah. I was hoping he would bring it up. He wasn't talking about it until he was posting in the ban chat, and I thought, great, okay, you can come back for that. And then he freaked out about it when he said that that's what I'm doing.
Shocking. Just shocking.
Absolutely shocking.
I'm all for it. I want to hear it.
It's ridiculous. How could he?
I don't know. He's an idiot.
You all love men.
Whoa.
True.
Why would you say that?
His mom's a man.
So Snacks, insinuate a sphere. No, a logical syllogism would prove it. It would be a deductive conclusion, and not just something that's insinuated. So no, not what I'm asking for.
So sorry. What do you want a syllogism for? What do you want to prove for your logic? Just curious.
That you can follow a common sense fucking trail of thought in a coherent sentence and a statement that's like some type of relevancy.
Right. Well, we all die, right? We've all seen the Socrates thing, so I know what a syllogism is. Is that the entire purpose of a syllogism here? Probably not, right?
No, we just want to hear you do it. Can you just do that instead of trying to figure out what it is when you already know what it is, supposedly?
No, I mean, for what purpose do you want a syllogism?
You'll find out when you do it.
All men are mortal. Socrates is mortal. Therefore, yada yada, right? There you go.
Basically, in a way. In a way, but not exactly. I mean, a syllogism that stands for globe, that proves globe.
Okay, so that's what I asked. But I don't know any. Just curious, right?
So it would be illogical, and there's no syllogism to prove the globe. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Somebody pinged me. What did you say?
Okay, so logically, and there is no syllogism to prove the globe. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not the. I don't know of any.
You don't know of any.
Yeah, I could be ignorant on it, right?
Okay, but as far as you know, logically, there's no way to prove the globe.
Nope, I'm ignorant on that. In the same way that I wouldn't know how to logically prove a flat Earth.
Right. Okay.
It's all about us.
Do what? What about Earth?
It's a globe. It's a big, beautiful globe covered in.
Okay, I'll take the logical syllogism now that proves that police are obnoxious.
What if I give you the illogical syllogism?
Oh my god.
Okay, let's hear that then. Take your best crack.
The illogical syllogism of Rob Knox.
We are recording, Rob. Yeah, we're recording. So just go ahead.
Oh, I know you are. I know. I love it. Makes me stronger. The 24-hour sun and Antarctica prove the globe model. The geometry is only acceptable on a spherical object. It's over, guys. Go home.
That wasn't a logical syllogism, and you also said prove the model, so now you're reifying.
Well, I mean,
reifying the fallacy. Ooh, Nathan Nuclear love.
Oh, you are way too dumb for this. You really shouldn't speak. You should listen to your fellow glurfs. And,
well, he did say he was going to give an illogical one, and then he gave an illogical one.
I don't even know if you could call it that, but sure, let's give him that. Why not?
Sure. Why did you add me, Fligugoogie?
Does it disturb any of the globe proponents that there is no logical way to support the globe?
Yeah, okay.
You'd think these young minds would come in here, and teach us a thing or two, us old dogs.
Do you guys have like a syllogism per flat Earth? Just curious.
Yeah.
Really?
I do.
Okay. Can I see it? I'm interested.
If liquid's fine and C can find their level, then Earth is flat. We'll just say flat for brevity. Liquids do, C can find their level, therefore Earth is flat.
So wait,
you could say planar or something like that, but I'm just saying flat.
So the first premise is?
Liquids seeking and finding their level.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
If that's true, then it has to follow that the Earth is planar. Or you can say flat.
Right. Yeah. Simple one. All right.
Has to follow. It can only follow from that it is. So most of it's covered in water, right? That water's seeking level. The Earth is a horizontal plane. Like the water.
It's valid. I'm not sure if it's sound. It sounds sound.
I got one. The 24-hour sun. I got one. All right. So sun goes up daytime, right? Sun goes down nighttime. Right? So it's up in the south in the wintertime, right? And it's down in the north in the wintertime. And it's up in the north in the summertime. And it's down in the south in the summertime. Therefore, there's opposite sides. Therefore, Earth's a globe. Bam. Solved it.
Okay, so that wasn't a syllogism. And also, within your whatever your ramble was there, you actually described the Earth as flat. Are you aware of that?
How?
Well, the way that you were describing the sun up and down, that's in relation to a horizontal plane of reference. Were you aware?
Yeah, okay, up, down in relation to my perspective.
Yeah, so horizontal. So you're using a flat Earth.
Wouldn't that say there's two sides to something? As
Holy
opposed to
cow!
being
Why are you
flat.
asking me this question? Why are you asking me this question? Are you this dense?
You started the. You're gonna.
No, you said up and down. That's in reference to a horizontal plane. Spheres don't have up and down. Are you crazy?
They could though. If you mark an arrow on it.
They could? Okay, show me up and down on a globe, please.
I thought a balloon skin was just one skin, or a beach ball skin was just itself one skin. But go ahead.
You guys want a syllogism? Is that what you asked for?
Braden, did you switch mics? Because it sounds like dog shit, homie.
Sorry, what was this? Is this a little better?
No.
No, it's not better. Okay.
Sounds like you're slightly far away.
Goes in and out. It's like he's eating it and then he's away from it.
So you mean you have a top and a bottom? Do you have a front and a back to your ball and a top and bottom?
Well, I said something earlier about there is no up, and really there is kind of no up, except for your perspective. But
right, not on a ball. It'd be to the ball or away from the ball, brother.
Yeah, but if the ball doesn't spin freely, if the ball only spins one way, right?
Right.
Well,
Things
fair to make
falling
an
away from
assumption
it.
that you can make an assumption that the top is the top, the furthest to the sky, and the bottom is the bottom.
No, top and bottom, those are once again in reference to horizontal planes. How are you not getting this, Snacks?
No, I understand what you're saying. I get it, but
Is this better?
Just say what you were going to say. It's still awful. But go
I'll
ahead.
just give you a quick one and see if you guys accept this syllogism. If the Earth is a globe and it tilts, then the sun will be present in Antarctica for 24 hours. The sun is in
That's not
Antarctica for
a
24 hours.
syllogism, friend. That's just a claim.
It's just going to give you the if-then statement.
Yeah, it's not a syllogism, though.
Well,
I just gave you one. I had to Google what that word meant because I skipped that day in English class, I guess. But
Right. Confirming the consequence.
Yep.
nah, man, flat globe don't matter. Still gonna have to get up, and feed myself, clean myself, find a way to have food and shelter. Doesn't matter if I live in the bush and do it on my own, or I live in a society, have a job, and pay
You're going to be doing it in respect.
You're gonna be
Everything
doing
you
it
do will
regardless
be.
if it's flat or if it's a
Everything you
fucking
do
globe.
will, no, everything you do will be in respect to vertical and horizontal. Every action you perform.
Sure. Absolutely. Don't matter. Still got to make a living. Let's say it's flat tomorrow. The government confesses. Holy fuck, we've been lying to you the whole time. It's flat. April Fools.
That's my stand.
You know, like what changes?
My stand. I already know.
We revolt.
Opportunities there for you to also know,
What next?
but you don't care, and your standard is relying on the government in order to understand this truth.
But what's next? What's next?
Government, what would that change? We already know. We'd be saying, yeah, duh.
Okay, so what does that
Yes,
change?
you are correct. You are correct. It's not going to change pretty much anything for you as far as like your employment and your family, having responsibilities, etc., etc. Well, it might actually, because if you look at the social and the psychological implications of it, it triggers people. You want to go and tell your friends and family you're a flat earther? Some of them, not all, some of them are gonna flip out. All of them.
Yeah, but that's
If you
like
work for NASA, your employment may change.
yeah, but people freak out for all
yeah.
kinds of silly reasons. Like I prefer Harry Potter over whatever the fuck.
Wouldn't recommend telling your employer if you're a flat, that you're a flat earther.
That's true.
It may came up in conversation with your employer, and if you guys are good friends, hey, they might just brush it away. He's a good worker. I don't care. He thinks the earth is flat. That's not. Some employers are gonna just write you off instantly as a crackpot.
Yeah, that's true. It is like a social taboo.
I don't know, man. I think there'd be panic in the streets.
What
Yeah,
would
it would
change?
be
He lied to you,
I'll tell you what will change next.
and then it would
See
just
how you're having a
dissolve.
little-
Everything it'd be chaos.
A little meltdown
It'd
now.
be fucking
Times
chaos,
that by
dog.
a million.
I'm just curious. Do you guys have any speculations as to what the motives are for keeping this conspiracy going?
See, there's a big money funnel. It's the best money laundering operation that's ever been invented because we can't go and investigate and check it out to see if it's true.
So they're like taking the tax money and funneling it into NASA, but they're not actually doing anything.
Yeah, and they probably have a bunch of other other operations like that they're saying we're doing this, but they're not, and that's just one of them. It's the best one because the average person can't verify the authenticity of it.
Yeah, I guess they get more money out of it than propagandizing about it, I suppose. Doesn't seem to matter.
It creates employment. Like the Hollywood industry, it works off it.
Nice.
There's T-shirts and coffee cups and magazines and all sorts.
I don't know how like one entity would derive money from that. That seems a bit diffused.
No, it encourages this wealth building idea, right? And it's an idol, like it's everywhere. The globe.
Have you seen the NASA clothes? Jackets, coats, pants, shirts, hats, the NASA gear. Everybody wears NASA everything all the time. Are you crazy, brother? The little kids with their space blankets and posters.
I'm not an American, so these things are quite rare in my country.
And it's not copyrighted, so anybody can go out there and create a NASA shirt with the NASA emblem and start selling it and profit legally because NASA's not turning around and saying to anybody, "Hey, you're not allowed to do that. That's our logo. That's copyrighted." No.
Hold on, but then you would agree with me that it's diffused, right? That it's not like one person.
No, they're allowing you to make money off the lie and spread it too. Isn't that great?
See, but like that's why would they do that if they're going to go through all of that?
Weird, isn't it?
To reinforce the notion that they're telling the truth.
Okay.
And the government collects taxes off you when you do so.
Well, the government always gets taxes out of
spend money. Collect tax dollars. They need to people have to actually spend money, so they're encouraging people to spend money.
Think about this: they were taxing people up to 90%. They were taxing people up to 90%, saying we got to beat Russia to the moon.
Well, I mean, hold on. The 90%.
Yeah, we'll need to pull. We can pull the American money together and get 70, 80, 90 million, $1 billion a day just to send rockets that don't go nowhere and lose the telemetry and then not ever be able to do anything. Plus, we just
90%.
made one phone call for all that money with a green phone. We dialed it up on a rotary. Hello, moon? Yeah. How you guys doing on the moon? Yeah. Oh, we're just doing good down here on Earth. You having golf fun? Cool, bye, click.
Yeah, the
All that
90%
money.
tax rate was a response to like the business steel mandates and stuff like that. Was it? Not for like what was
Walt
it?
Disney? Warner Von Braun? Warner Von Braun, like Warner Brothers cartoons? What are you talking about? It's a whole industry of Hollywood cartoon rocketry. Acme. What do you mean? You can see it in the Roadrunner and the Coyote. It's all rocket. It's that NASA owns that cartoon just as well as they own Hollywood stuff too, just as well as they own the things that you film everything in. The what do you call them? The hangars? Yeah, all the military hangars are military. Just so happens all the Hollywood that ever started out, dun, 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 military hangars and the big lights going everywhere. Military. Sorry, brother. I didn't bring you the dog shit. Military did. Military brought you guys cartoons. Isn't that crazy? Your military industrial
Not that much.
complex.
It's just a propaganda tool. The Asians also did it.
Who'd they get it from? Who'd they learn it from? The Germans gave it to us, and then we taught it to everybody else.
Yeah.
They gave us the TV, that little box that controls everything you think you know. It's not an oracle anymore. It's not a crystal ball. It's a square crystal ball called a TV and a smartphone. Have at it.
Right, and now, what do they claim is providing you such services like in communications, like TV,
AI,
internet, and things like that?
Oh,
right. So right, satellite technology, right?
Yes.
Now, what? This is another implication, right? Got a product, your product or service you want to sell to people, right? But you don't want them knowing how you're providing that service because you want to limit the competition, right? And you don't want people figuring it out and then you really do it, right? And doing it for themselves, cost free, right? So you invent this cover story, which you know that the average person is never ever going to be able to achieve that sort of, that level of technology, right? And so you tell them that you're providing them this service via things which they claim is contingent on the Earth being a sphere in space. That's something they can't verify. They're never going to be able to send their own satellite into space and provide a service to themselves, right? So it's that bang. There's another thing. It's a trade secret, basically. Yeah, some other countries claim to be doing it too. So they've cottoned on, have they? They cottoned on, and then now they're on that bandwagon, not letting their people know how they're really providing that service to them. But they actually do let you know. They put it out there if you want to really investigate, because there is technology in the sky that doesn't rely on the Earth being a sphere in outer space.
Really?
Like there's drones and there's conventional aircraft that can be refueled midair, and there's gliders that can essentially unmanned stay up indefinitely, just gliding around on your winds up there, constant wind patterns.
Like a perpetual
balloons. You've got balloons, right? There's all these different ways that they can provide you the same service without necessarily having to rely on all your orbital mechanics and all that sort of stuff, right? And NASA apparently consumes, I've heard, consumes the most helium out of all the groups in the world, or agencies. They consume the most helium. Why? What are they doing with that?
Making rocket fuel derivatives.
Right. Rocket fuel. Yeah. Apparently, but I thought that was hydrogen. But anyway.
Well, helium can be used for the refinement process, but it doesn't matter.
And it's no secret that NASA actually do utilize balloon technology. There is instrumentation that they have actually deployed into the air via balloon technology. It's not a secret. they do that.
Yeah. Isn't like the largest consumer of helium like MRIs and medical imaging because you need to cool the magnets, what's it called again? Superconducting magnets or something? I'm not sure.
Maybe it's changed. I don't know, but I did read a few years back that they were one of, if not the largest consumer of helium.
Yeah, so definitely during the what's it called, the space shuttle era, like they have like a big spike in the graph. I think it is.
Do you know that their first ever satellite was a balloon?
Doesn't surprise me. It seems like a pretty intuitive idea. Just it goes up and then you just put a camera on it or some shit, right?
Well, it was for communication services, I think, essentially, or collecting weather data, something like that. But it was
Probably
called
weather
Echo
data,
1,
right? Yeah,
it's called Echo 1, and I think Amish here, he knows about it. He's not here.
Yeah, that thing had multi-purpose. The Echo 1 and Echo 2. They they were figuring out how much turbulence was in the air up there. I think I forgot the height that it went, and the other one was for communication.
Wasn't it like 1 million? Wasn't it like at 1 million feet or something like that? Something ridiculous. They reckon that, and it was traveling at 17,500 miles per hour.
Yeah, it was traveling at that speed.
it was only up in the air for 118 minutes. It says here, which I find weird. What?
Now, I think Echo 2 was up there for a long longer than that, though.
Mission duration was 7.75 years achieved. It says this
Oh,
was
sorry, I was looking at the wrong section. This is about orbital parameters.
Anyway, like at any rate, like you can conceive of like reasons like behind why such a thing, they'd be, the Earth would be one thing, but then they saying it's this other thing by way of like doing things that the average person can't achieve, right? You can conceive of that, right? Like groups have been doing that for centuries, where where they've been exploiting popular held beliefs by the majority in order to gain, some sort of power, control, money, whatever. Like the Catholic Church, the priests did it for
You sound like
probably are still doing it, right?
About false consciousness,
But
right?
anyway, there's other implications about the whole thing too, right? Like some people might insinuate that there's a more spiritual aspect to it, that they're trying to hide some sort of divinity from us, a divine revelation about our existence, right? That what they're showing us reinforces this idea that that everything just came from this thing exploding, all matter and energy came from this single point of whatever it is exploding and then ever expanding into the universe and creating solar systems and what have you, galaxies, blah 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 blah, right? And no God needed, right?
No intelligence needed
on a planar, enclosed, motionless Earth. It's a bit harder to explain, isn't it? If the reality was to everybody that, hey, this is actually created, you're on a plane, it's enclosed, it's not moving, it's not what we told you, people are going to have big questions to ask. Well, how far can we go? Like, where are we? Who created this? Because it obviously just didn't happen naturally, right? So is there definitely, because at the moment you have a cosmology, right, where you can have a God, you don't have to have a God. It's optional, right? It could have formed naturally, it could have been created, right? So the implications are from that you can go about your life and it's inconsequential what you do during your life, right? You can be good, you can be bad, it doesn't matter. You're just going to die, you're going to be dust from the ground, nobody's going to remember you in 1 million years. This whole universe is going to be gone in 1 million years or whatever, right? And just a nothing, you're just a speck of nothing. But the implications of something that's created, right, is going to force people to have to face that reality that, oh shit, maybe I am being held accountable for every fucking action and every word I've spoken throughout my life.
in some form or another, in some way, shape, or fashion. Yeah. So the idea is no intelligence and no memory with evolution. That just means rocks, bang, smash, life comes out somehow. Smash rock. That doesn't really equate really to me. When you cut the atom and you're supposed to be making an atom bomb, are you making humans? Are you making things? I think so. I think you're destroying them. I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Just reality, right?
It's like nuclear physics. Yeah, true.
Yep. So they're going to tell you in a nuclear fission reactor, they're making stuff that's smart and intelligent and memory, and it's going to start making stuff and do stuff, and then it's going to outdo their nuclear fission. Because, well, yeah, but think about it. If a Big Bang is what happened for you, what is a nanoparticle Big Bang? A fusion reaction. So now there's some little people in evolution. Well, think about it, brother. There's some little evolving things on there, really, really smart from just dumb evolution, and they just know how to do things so technologically advanced, and they can evolute together and out-evolute you now because you exploded a part of this explosion, right? I mean, that's what we follow, right? Explode, smartness, brilliance, balls, floating, falling, technology, falling ball, so smart. I know it sounds like a lot, but just think about it.
It sounds like an equivocation, but it's okay. I think.
Well, I mean, I didn't make it up. The Big Bang did. They said you can blow shit up and cut stuff and make atom bombs, and that creates life by killing it. Yeah, it's cool, right? I mean, have you ever smashed a rock and made something really cool out of the nothing particle dust?
No, but smashing does rock.
Does it make something live? Does stuff grow from it now? Is evolution going to start happening?
You got me there.
Okay, well, that's my point, brother, to begin with. You need intelligence, and you need memory to have intelligence. You need memory for a format of intelligence. That means some kind of creation or some kind of design or a blueprint to follow a cycle. Yeah. Chaos would mean never knowing anything ever, and nothing would follow anything. You wouldn't be able to go tomorrow and drop something that would act the same, right? It would never do that in a chaotic function. A chaotic function is no memory and no intelligence, a Big Bang. No settle.
Yeah. Just to clarify, the Big Bang, the theory at least, is that it is an explosion. It's expansion of space itself. So like it doesn't really. I get what you're going at, but it doesn't.
No, it's a focal point that was so big and dense that it was the smallest thing you could imagine. What do you mean? Where are you going with your expansion from? How do you expand from a focal? The focal point was the thing that exploded and expanded to make your expansion. So exploding dirt, yeah. Exploding particle.
Explosion like has a very specific.
It has physical material to explode, right?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Explosion.
So physical, no physical material. So I'm with you if it's nothing, exploding nowhere, expanding nowhere from nothing, and there's nothing going on. I'm with you, brother. Got you.
It's okay. Let's just agree to disagree. It's fine.
I mean, what is space made of? Let's not agree to disagree. Let's settle this. What's space made of? The word space? A void, right?
Do you just?
What do you find in a void? A void of matter, void of stuff.
Really, interested in the conversation anymore. I told you like twice, right?
Yeah, definitely, Dimak, respect that. Okay, and also ego too. Like, if you're the one who wants to disengage, you should be disengaging.
Well, that's
I got you. I'm with him. How you doing, Crit?
Yeah,
it's okay.
Good.
Thanks for clarifying, Crit. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's a two-way street. Like,
no, you're right.
I'm not talking. Okay, hold on. I'm not talking about you, but sometimes you'll get people in here and being like, I don't want to talk to that person, but they'll continue to address what they're saying.
Yeah,
like,
that's really dumb.
Yeah, what they're doing is trying to set up some sort of harassment claim.
Yeah, acting the victim. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, I get.
Yeah, I don't want to victimize anybody just by telling them true things that might just be logical. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. It's just like it's okay.
So let's bring up another topic. So today is the anniversary of the Wright brothers, who were basically Christian conservatives. They never took any Cocoa Puffs, didn't graduate high school or college, and yet somehow atheists will say that these guys were uneducated conspiracy theory buffoons who should have never amounted to anything. I mean, how many times from Sunday does the atheist worldview have to be shattered in pieces, laid upon the floor before they finally get it? Or simply put, where is the atheist version of the Wright brothers? How about this? Does any atheist need proof that the Wright brothers were Christian conservatives? Are they unsure about basic historic facts?
Why does it matter what the Wright brothers were?
Well, because I would say that this is what Christianity has done for humanity. What has atheism done for humanity?
I don't think that being Christian fucking made airplanes happen. If that's what you're insinuating.
No, I'm saying that worldview is all encompassing. Who's hot, Mike?
Christianity made airplanes?
Yeah. Who's hot, Mikey? Don't make me tab in and mute you.
It's Atheist Oblate Steroid, and I would like to actually hear him speak.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Your mic is open, sir. Speak up.
Sounds like
I think he's Canadian atheist. Oh yeah, he's a pilot, or he claims he's a pilot.
That's what it says in his name, huh?
Yeah.
Atheist, oblate, spherical pilot. So he believes in stupid rocks being his cousins and grandpas. That's weird.
I mean, that's quite interesting. Like, he was going to sound off. He's like, no, actually, Wright brothers were left-wing, liberal, hippie, atheists. No, they weren't. Okay.
Let's be real. They probably were Christian.
No, not real. Be accurate. Be historically accurate. If you want to be real, they probably are like, if you were to say, hey, you're an atheist, they'd be like, what type of brain trauma did you suffer? That'd be being real. They'd be like, what type of medication do you need?
Oh, buddy, it was like the fucking early 1900s. Everybody was a fucking Christian.
Isn't
crazy? Like,
I was thinking actually of like an atheist scientist that's notable. Alan Turing was atheist, wasn't he? He developed computer science. That's kind of cool.
I don't know for sure. I've heard about Alan Turing because that comes up quite frequently when people accuse human users of social media of being bots. It's called they fail a reverse Alan Turing test.
Oh, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't like a Turing test is like, can a bot trick a person into thinking they're interacting with a person? A reverse Alan Turing test is when a person is unable to determine if they're talking to a bot or not. And you ask them like how? Why can't you tell if this person's a bot or not? And they really can't articulate that either.
That's actually a good point, Crit. Like, really, in 2024 right now, with all these discords and shit, really, that's an actual good point to hit on. I tried to hit on it, but, can you tell whether you're talking with AI?
Okay, some guy tried to give me. You guys seem to be more well versed in physics than I am. Some guy tried to convince me God was real with the Gibbs phenomenon, because it implied an infinity that is, what was it again? Overshooting, right? Which isn't possible if there isn't like some transcendental multi-realm. Do you guys know anything about that?
That's a bunch of word soup, dude.
The Gibbs phenomenon is just calculus.
Yeah, that phenomenon probably doesn't even mean shit anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know who. Sorry, Crit. Somebody earlier was talking about motivations and why would they do this or that. 23 minutes after the hour, I've got William Casey, the CIA director from the late 70s to the early 80s. He said, our disinformation campaign will be complete when everything the American public believes is false. Does anybody have a reason why he would do that? The CIA director would say something like that? As far as AI and, talking to bots and stuff like that, how do you know what you're talking to is real or false? Anybody want to tell me why he said that?
Who said that?
Because he was the director, basically.
William Casey, right. So if we're trying to divine the motivations of liars, when they're telling you that their ultimate goal is to lie, seems like a fool's errand.
Because there were signals before the signals, man. There were information coming before the fucking transmitter and receiver was already produced.
I think the main reason the CIA and the government lie is because there isn't any accountability for lying. And there's everything to gain to lie. There just isn't a reason to tell the truth. So they don't.
And you bring AI in, and then what can you argue with AI? AI is the police officer, AI is the robot, AI is the technology person, AI is the professor at the college. Can you actually argue with them? Like that, you understand? Like they're set in what they're set in. They have rules to follow and set. Like that's, you can't even. So among that confusion of being an AI and being set like in a certain way, and then you have people. If AI did have the format and ability to run things, that'd be fucking crazy, because then you wouldn't have a human even having empathy, anything. And it seems like that's what's going down right now.
Yeah, I just looked up Alan Turing. I think you're talking about them, Ego. He was, he was an atheist. He said he believed in concepts of supernatural, a spirit that's independent from the body and continues to live after death.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's see. Bertrand Russell is definitely an atheist, and he developed set theory, and set theory was a part of foundationals for computer theory. So we just go back a little further, I guess.
He said the human mind, this is Alan Turing, the human mind in the way can only be awakened with a collective consciousness and the power of collaboration.
That's some deep shit right there.
Yeah, that's
Sounds like
definitely that's not atheist. That's like that'd be a hard counter to atheism.
What? That's what Marx said, and he was an atheist. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, because with atheism, all about me. Like in the the final conclusion of an atheist worldview would be that no other people exist. They're the only. They're like player one. They're like.
Yeah, I understand. Like, I don't think so. The egoist and his property, or the egoist and himself by Max Stirner goes into this, right? It can be a scenario where cooperation is beneficial even from a purely individualistic mindset, because it turns out to bring out a better state for everyone. But and a counter historical example would be Marx, who believed in like communal projects but was an atheist. So like, I don't know, this doesn't seem like it's like that essential.
Would you say their guy's name was John McCarthy?
John McCartney. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Okay.
Who's that guy again?
That's another artificial intelligence guy. Apparently he was atheist.
McCartney. I mean, Bertrand Russell is a good example. He developed like set theory and stuff, and he's an atheist.
Oh, Bertrand Russell. Okay.
Yeah, but like I did struggle for a little bit for like famous atheists, because like you guys don't agree about evolution with me, so I can do like Charles Darwin or Richard Dawkins, right? So
well, those guys are. I mean, if you want to claim them, by all means, Richard Dawkins had said some really cringe things.
Oh yeah, Richard Dawkins is not a good philosopher. He's a good scientist, but that's about it.
Saying, he's in hiding right now, because if he leaves England, he could be placed under arrest.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, do you want me to send some articles that show that they think he's got some victims out there, some children?
Oh.
Whoa. So
I thought it
the
had to
main
do with
question.
him getting death threats by like Muslim people, but I guess
So what do you
yeah,
guys?
maybe that too. Like, because it's interesting because he's always ripping on Muslims for having like sort of child brides and stuff, and here he's been advocating for virtually the same thing.
Yeah, I get it. You can send me articles if you want. I don't really care. I'll skim them, I guess, but I don't really care if he's like a pedo or not.
So
I try not to use that word because that word has legal, like actual, like you're a crime. You have to be convicted to have that title. So he is not convicted.
Who's the info leader? Like, where can we go to as a group of people to find only the true right information, right? And here's where the government does that thing, right? Chaotic, you have no fucking clue because the information that you thought was true can change with the push of a button from whoever controls Google or, the dictionary online, right?
Demok, the assumption that you need to go to someone in order to understand reality through your God-given senses is already a false assumption. This is the indoctrination that they have done to mentally abuse people, is to tell them the only way you can find out certain things in reality is by going to a specific person that knows it better than you. You have not the ability to figure it out. This is literally what we have been taught since childhood, that we're just pathetic little people that are always gonna make use and make sure that someone else figured it out for us. Right? Government needs to be your god. This is the intention of government in many areas of this day and age. I'm not saying it was always this case, but in this day and age, definitely money and government is kind of like their god in the atheist worldview.
See, here's an article from the Atlantic. I know it is kind of right wing, so I'm sorry, it's left wing, and Richard Dawkins is pretty right wing. So it is a little bit of a hit piece. Well, I mean, he's right wing in the sense that he's advocates for wars and social Darwinism and whatnot. So here I DM'd you the story there, the Atlantic.
Can you DM it to me as well, Crit?
Why not just post it in side chat if I can?
Because it talks about some pretty problematic language and whatnot.
Oh, I see.
Did you look at it?
I'm taking a look. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't really like Richard Dawkins. Like, even if he like is somewhat like has a decent conversation with Jordan Peterson, he's just like philosophically inept, and I don't really care about his opinion.
Yeah. I think the main thing is if somebody wanted to claim him as like one of their here's a better one from NPR. This one really nails it home.
Okay, sure, yeah.
It breaks down some of the sort of racism and other things he's done.
I thought you said he tried to, or he had accusations of assault against kids.
Once you figure out the true shape of this earth, you also realize the beauty that lies in the history of this whole creation. All the things you have been robbed of.
Okay, so it went from him maybe touching kids to he said like he had a bad take about pedophilia.
Yeah, dude. Remember, we'll try not to use that word. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just because there's a lot of people.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I was talking about Phaedo from Plato. My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I wanted to DM it to you to keep it out of the text chat and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In the VC. So just look at these articles and stuff. People are like, wow, like there is smoke. That is where there's smoke. And where there's smoke, there's generally fire. So you kind of look at why he's been hiding in England and doesn't leave anymore.
Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, he's making like a moral argument, basically.
So you can't do that. Because the harming of a child is the worst crime, the worst evil there is. Harming of innocence.
I agree. Has anyone figured out like a bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball? Anyone figured
Hell
that
no.
out?
They can't even find out where to get good info these days. The truth, you know.
I wonder. See, Demok, I wonder if any human that believes in a spinning ball, heliocentric, sun worship cult belief system, if any of these persons actually truly believe that there's a true reference frame for true planar surfaces, because you know, if you think about it, you never can have a planar surface on a sphere, isn't that right? How can you have a true horizontal on a sphere? Doesn't work.
You can't put a cube on a sphere. The corners float and the corners increase in elevation, going out horizontally in all directions.
Exactly. There is no real flatness to a sphere, therefore it's very strange. Seems like an anomaly that we always find these contradictions everywhere.
Yes, they need to find the center of reference. I said they need to produce a machine that keeps them located towards 3959 in an arced relevant fashion. So whenever they have this little blip machine, it's got a 3959 thing in it and like a little line. And whenever they leave the area that would be considered 3959, the little dot raises away from the line, right? And goes back when they go back. Yeah, they need that. Then we can show them that going in a horizontal line, when that dot doesn't, the dot's supposed to follow a curve against that horizontal, and the water is supposed to follow that. So they have to keep going with that, keep going with that, keep going with that in accordance to itself. And it would have a fake reference of a globe versus the horizontal. So just make you a little electronical thing that has a fake 3959 radius away from where it's at. And it just, whenever it leaves that dot, like it leaves sea level, it shows you.
But you know what's even more pathetic? Whenever you can't invoke ships disappearing behind the curve or things don't look like your ball, right? Whenever you misinterpret perspective, you just choose your next call, which is it's just an optical illusion. It's just light bending up. That's why the Earth looks mostly flat everywhere and is measured this way. It's just because the light is refracting, right? Simultaneously, what you also gotta admit as a glober is then that you have no proof for your gravity fairy tale, that you have no proof for the Earth spinning and wobbling and has a tilt to it and accelerating, decelerating, shooting through space. All these motions going on simultaneously, while you haven't even proven the fact that it's bending in the first place, right? I mean, it's just pure absurdity, and I wish they would really go back to the roots of it, the foundation of it, and realize it's just heliocentric is nothing more than a sun-worshipping cult. It's literally something that is not new under the sun. It has been done in biblical times. People used to always worship as an abomination the hosts of heaven. It has been mentioned many times, for example in the book the Bible. So you know, it's pretty weird that this is a common thing these days, especially in a world that really despises biblical values, as an example. Yeah, I'm just saying there's nothing new under the sun. It's just and it just gets a new cover. That's it. You know when big companies release a product again, they just rebrand it or give it a new nice little packaging, and then you buy it again because they're like, oh, you know, maybe something changed, and then you're like, oh, bleh. The stuff just tastes the same. Yeah, kind of like that. Same old story. I just don't get it. Like, you want to be non-religious, but you 100% have full trust in a conceptualization of the world that is fundamentally based on people who are 100% religious. This is very strange. And the worst thing is their religion is all about obeying and worshipping the hosts of heavens, giving them old gods' names, Greek old gods, and so forth. It's like the most pagan thing you can imagine. You gotta really see past the illusions. For the love of God and all that is good in regards to your soul. This is the very reason why I say this.
See, it's Canadian atheist. Dude, you're still hot micing.
Cabinet yesterday, the future of Canada's Prime Minister is the hottest topic on Parliament Hill. Parliament is.
There we go. Okay.
Like, does any normal human being stand on the surface of Earth, right? I mean, that's even to false perspective. Is anyone who lives and looks the sun moving away from him believe that in this very moment they're just falling backwards 1,600 kilometers per hour while the sun in the sky is standing still? Is this really what you go with? If so, you gotta re-evaluate what you observe. This is not what is happening at all. You can see it with your own eyes if you use sunglasses, hopefully.
How's it going, Clay Undertale?
Very good. Just woke up.
I'm thinking the 24-hour sun in Antarctica makes flat Earth false. What do you think?
I would think
so?
that
I think
we would need a
it's
logical syllogism proves that.
Well, I just wanted to put something past you guys to see what you think about it.
Wait, it's a reification fallacy in a nutshell, right? Heliocentric. The reason why you have heliocentrism, which is not a new religion, so old pagan sun worship has been around for many, many years, but they were actually geocentric back then.
Hold on to that, Clay.
It's 1 second. I just want to give him. He asked me specifically why I think it's meaningless, right? Because heliocentrism is derived from the sky.
You think it means.
Yeah, heliocentrism is derived from the sky. Therefore, using the sky to prove something again is a reification fallacy. That's it. Short and simple.
Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat and it doesn't move, correct?
No, I don't believe it.
Okay. So I'm wondering, if the sun is in Antarctica for 24 hours for 6 months, how is the rest of the world experiencing a day and night cycle? Because they do. Can you explain that?
Why should I explain something like that to you?
Well, I'm guessing it's impossible on a flat Earth. That's what geometry teaches us.
Well, that is your problem, isn't it? Right? Because I don't have any assumptions about reality. I am living here in Germany, not in Antarctica. Yeah,
Well,
I told you it is your problem. It is your problem, not mine. Why do you expect that I? Okay, so then why do you ask me for an explanation?
Well,
it's not a problem for you.
That's why you should have just let us try to take this in the direction of him giving the logical proof, because now he's got you in the hot seat now.
Not at all.
He turned it around. He's asking you, well, how can this be?
Not at all.
You got to square this up with your flat Earth. Well, what is the logical proof from it that gives me a globe?
Yeah, but see, the problem is I don't even recognize this as a problem.
Yeah, you won't let him talk, so he can give the logical proof, though, will you?
No, he's caught in a fairy tale, and he has questions about his fairy tale, and he expects me to answer or give him a replacement story for his fairy tale, which I don't need to do. I don't have any problems with reality.
You haven't even got the story off him. Like, what even is it? Like, what's the logic here?
He probably believes in a spinning ball.
He doesn't even know. That's why he's just going to keep grilling us with questions like, how does this work? How can it be? How can it be flat with that? He doesn't even know what his story is.
That could also be the case, yeah.
Well,
yeah, I don't have all the answers, but I'm thinking it can't be flat because we know certain things. We know that we have a day and night cycle everywhere, and we know that the sun is in Antarctica for 6 months for 24 hours a day.
Can I just ask a question? Do you know what a non sequitur is?
I do.
Okay, so you understand that is a non sequitur?
What?
Well,
what does that not have anything to do with?
Well, no, non sequitur means that thing A doesn't follow from thing B, or vice versa, right?
Well, I think it does. I think they are related.
But that's why they're asking for you for a logical statement as to why they're related. You're just right now; it's just your opinion.
Yeah, I'm just throwing a question out there to see what you guys think about it.
Yeah, so that's why we need a reason for it to be sequitur. So that's what you've been asked for and have avoided.
Well, I mean, I think the Earth is a globe, and I don't think this can happen on a flat plane. That's my
opinion.
position.
Doesn't matter. They're asking for logic, right? So not opinion, logic.
No, I understand what they're asking for. I mean, I don't have a syllogism already. I wasn't even thinking about that before I asked the question. But, syllogism or no, it's still a fact. The stuff that I said. So.
Well, no, the link isn't fact.
No, the sun and Earth is a fact, and the fact is you guys think the Earth does not move. So those two things are facts, right?
Our opinion and your opinion are both irrelevant.
Well, the sun and Earth is not an opinion.
Well, opinions aren't relevant. I don't know what else to say. Like,
that's not my opinion. It's a group fact.
What's a true fact?
The midnight sun in Antarctica. That's not my opinion. That's a group fact.
Okay, so you're going to need to prove that first of all.
I need to prove what?
You can't just say things are facts. Like I can just say any old shit's a fact.
Okay, so you're saying there's a chance the sun is not in Antarctica for 6 months. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not in the room. You need to prove it. Right? Imagine I don't exist. You have made a claim, separate to me, separate to everyone else. It's your job to provide evidence for that claim.
Okay, well, I can't have a conversation with you because it sounds like you're out of touch with reality at this point.
So you don't understand how claims work. That's, again, not my problem. It's got nothing to do with me at all.
No, this isn't a claim. I can understand
this. As soon as you say
24-hour sun in Antarctica is a claim. Is that what you said?
Well, prove it.
But they're proving it right now. So you want to watch videos or do you want to read about it?
Videos of proof. I've got videos of Bigfoot. I've got videos of...
I'm not talking about Bigfoot.
Oh, but I thought videos were proof.
Okay, well, like I said, if you just want to play word games with facts, I'm
not playing word games. I'm looking at standards of evidence. It seems that you have a malleable standard of evidence.
It doesn't make any sense now. Yeah.
Do you know what malleable means?
I do. Yeah.
Well, then, how does malleable standard of evidence not make sense?
I don't think the sun in Antarctica is something that's malleable.
That's not what I said. I said that your standard of evidence is malleable.
Well, I don't know what you're looking for. Okay. Because I can say the same thing. I can just tell you to prove everything you say. Every time you say something, I just say prove it, and we would
If
never
I
get
make a
anywhere.
claim,
So
if I make a claim, I should prove it.
I'm not making
That's
a
how that
claim. This is a, what, do you know the difference between a claim and a brute fact?
So your claim is that it's a fact.
No, I'm not claiming it's a fact. It is a fact.
Yes, you are.
So, okay, so I guess you're going to ask me to prove that the sun is in the sky too, right?
What?
Are you going to ask me to prove that the sun is in the sky?
I would prefer if you don't put words in my mouth. You've made a claim that you clearly don't want to back with any evidence.
I didn't make a
and
claim.
So we can just
I
discard it.
stated a
You
brute
did make
fact.
a claim. You can't just
What
say,
did I claim?
"Oh, you can't just say my claim isn't a claim because I'm calling it a fact." That
What
again
claim
is
did I
not.
make?
You made
What
the
claim
claim
did
that
I
there's
make?
24 hours sun in Antarctica. Can you prove that?
Can I prove it? I don't need to prove it. It's a brute fact.
Don't need to prove it. Yeah, fine. Okay, so you made a claim you don't have evidence for. We can move on.
Okay.
I mean, the conversation ends there, doesn't it?
Yeah, sorry, Clay, to kneecap you there. I just really wanted to get this logical proof that they keep thinking they have.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They don't even realize that when they're making claims that they're making claims. You're not going to get anywhere with logic.
I know. It's crazy.
Let's see if I could do something here with an unfuck them, or it's thinking anyway, because it's definitely wow is out in left field. It's like, dude, like, are you thinking this through at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so what does this experiment have to do with flat Earth?
Well, like I said earlier, to me, it wouldn't make any sense if everyone else is experiencing a day and night cycle at the same time, if the Earth doesn't move.
Okay, so how does that connect it to the surface of the Earth?
Because you guys say it's flat and it doesn't move. And
in Antarctica, was the ground moving?
It's
Or was
flat.
the ground
It still
flat?
moves, though. It's still flat.
I didn't see it moving.
Okay.
It moves. Who said it doesn't move?
Yeah, hold on, dude. I'm working on something here. Okay, so reality man. So like when you look, okay, have you heard the claim that stars rotate different directions depending on what hemisphere you're in?
Sure.
Okay, do you know what the claim is? The if globe?
I can't remember exactly, but I've heard it a number of times.
Okay. Because
I can't remember which way it goes in one hemisphere and then the other.
Is it counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south?
I can't remember. I could easily get it mixed up, but I've heard it several times.
Okay. So what if the sun went the wrong direction in the final experiment? What would that do for you?
You're asking me a what if?
Yeah. So say if the sun, if the south is supposed to rotate the correct direction, and they watch the sun actually moving the other way, what would that do for your model?
Well, I have to sit down and reassess it. If something like that happens.
Well, that's what happened. That's why you guys should use all of the observation. Just don't be like, oh, look at the sky, had the sun in it for maybe 24 hours based on some dubious time lapse. What you need to do is look at why did it move counterclockwise around the sky? Why would it do that if it's supposed to go clockwise?
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact that in the time lapse, the cameras go 360 degrees. They track the sun. That means the sun has to be going behind you, behind the dome, on the flat Earth. It has to be going behind you.
No, it has to be
dome.
on the globe. It would have to be rotating.
I'm talking about
clockwise. Yeah,
I'm talking about flat Earth.
you show flat Earth then. You guys show the flat Earth. If you're going to reference
if it's on a flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking at the sun, and you're on the ice wall.
Okay,
right?
how did you look up if you're on the flat Earth? Look down.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, so you're looking the wrong way. The flat Earth doesn't make claims to sky magic. In what sky?
No, I know. I see what you're saying. You could say the sun is whatever the fuck you want, right? I know.
Yeah,
I get it.
whatever the sun does on the flat Earth doesn't change the surface of the Earth. The sun could disappear, and it wouldn't change the surface.
From a flat Earth perspective,
on the flat Earth perspective, the sun has no bearing.
Stop scaring the sun, guys. Like, fuck you guys. Fucking talk shit about the sun. It's not going to come back.
I literally never claimed it did.
Stop talking shit about it.
So, in a globe worldview, they attach
antisocial, man.
They chain the sky and the ground together so much so that the vast majority of globe proof is actually the sky claims.
Yeah, I know. I get it. Okay, I get that completely.
So now that
you guys scare the sun away next year, I swear.
This is why you guys should regret invoking the sky so much. And people had said too, like Mitchell from Australia, he did time-lapse photography of the sky and had said, you guys are going to regret the day you said the sky rotates counterclockwise.
I know it's sky. I see what you're saying. You can't have the
I trust Australians because they know where the sun goes at night, right? I've heard, they tried talking to me on...
As an FE or as a flat earther, you have to admit that the sun isn't what you thought it was. It doesn't rotate on, the typical flat earth model, where the fucking sun and moon rotate in the center. You have to admit...
Which model? Show me the model.
I fucking... If you look it up on Google, flat earth model, it's GIF. It's like the first one. It's like...
Yeah, that's a globe.
They rotate in the middle.
That's a globe.
Oh, so that's just not the flat earth model.
No, that's
not the flat earth model.
That's an AE projection.
An AE project. Oh, an azimuth. Okay.
Yeah. So what they did was they took a globe, they projected it with math.
I know the azimuth.
And then slapped a flat Earth sticker on it, and then debunked it.
But do you admit this? Do you admit that the sun either is an illusion or it has to be something of matter and it goes behind the dome? Because the camera's all 360, right?
What dome?
Oh, you don't even believe in a dome?
No, I'm wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
I'm just talking about a regular, typical flat Earth model. They believe in the dome, a container, right?
Yeah, that's even Globe. Globe believes in a container too. They call the container gravity.
Damn. Okay, so you're like, I would classify you as an ultra skeptic. I wouldn't even classify you as a flat Earther, kind of.
Well, actually, you can classify anybody with anything you want. The best part is you will never get to a flat Earth by looking at the sky. What you will do is find contradictions in the heliocentric model. That's what you will do by using the sky.
No, I get that completely. Okay, do you admit this? The transnavigation of Antarctica will prove if it's a globe, if you pop out the other end, right?
No, what they do is they dip down and come out at a different side. They don't go exactly to the other side all the way around. If you look at these paths that they take...
Theoretically, right? You should be able to find the... I know, in past... Screw past expeditions. I'm talking...
Your connection shit, bro.
If you follow the lines of longitude, right, and you have and you pop out, if you pop out, okay, hear me right now. Pop out if you're going 180 degrees away from north, and you pop out another direction, that should prove it, right? That it's a globe.
Well, when's that going to happen?
I think it already did happen with the. I was trying to look this up. I don't know the details. I might be wrong.
What happened?
There's this guy named Fiennes, Transglobe Expedition. Look it up. I think his name's Fiennes, Rudolf Fiennes. He claimed, I think, to have went through Antarctica and popped out the other end.
What's his proof?
Where did he go in and where did he come out?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the exact details, but just look it up for yourself. I mean, that's what they claim. So.
Well, I'm Superman. You owe me $1 million. We can claim a lot.
It was also his question. He was just asking whether that would prove it. Also.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, a claim doesn't prove stuff.
Yeah.
No. If you knew for a fact that it happened, that would prove it.
How would I know for a fact? Demonstrate.
Okay, I'm not asking that, bro. I'm saying if you knew for a fact. Let's just say you were God and you could just tell your senses.
Okay, so you can't even.
How else can you know?
Trust your eyes, or you'll trust.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, how would you guys know where you're at? How would you know is what I'm asking. I'm not saying don't trust anything. If there's a tree in your way, please move out of the way of it. Use your eyes.
I just told you a compass. 180 degrees away from north. I just told you.
What does that mean to you?
180 degrees away from north. You have that the whole time.
What does that mean?
You're going
180 degrees on what reference?
180 degrees away from north.
What's that mean, brother?
Compass. You know what a compass is? Or do you not believe in compasses?
What's 180 degrees?
Are you stupid? It's turning around. I don't know if you don't know basic.
I'm just saying, how do you go 180 degrees from north?
It's pretty easy. You follow the lines of longitude.
A straight line?
Yeah. You follow the lines of longitude.
A straight line. Are you sure?
Map, yeah. You're going 180 degrees away from north. You just
now we're on flat Earth.
I think so. If you want to.
So hold on, hold on, brother.
This whole time I've been talking on a flat Earth model. I've been talking.
I'm trying to ask you.
You're on a flat Earth model. Can I finish? I'm on a flat Earth model. I have a compass.
Let's see it.
I'm going immediately straight 180 degrees away from north.
Let's see it.
And I go through Antarctica and pop out the other side.
Let's see that model.
What's Antarctica look like?
Let's do show and tell. Okay, first show.
It's a flat Earth. I just told you it's a flat Earth.
Okay, show it. Show then tell.
We've never seen your flat Earth.
Oh, so you guys don't claim flat Earth? The Earth is not flat according to you guys, then, right? Right? The Earth is not flat.
We're looking for whatever you're talking about, brother. If you're claiming the flat Earth idea of what you're saying, and you have an understanding of it, we're not saying it is or isn't anything. We're saying clarify your point with the visual, please.
Yeah. Okay. I wish it's just literally a regular flat Earth model where the fucking it doesn't even matter.
What is that? I've never seen a flat Earth model before in my life. I've seen a lot of globe flat projections. There's a lot of flat maps. I myself have never made a flat Earth model. I wouldn't know where to begin or what that would look like exactly 100% in entirety. So I don't think any other humans made one.
What the shape of the Earth is, then you don't claim to know what the shape of the Earth is.
The Earth is not a shape. A horizontal elevation, plane of reference with valleys, hills, dips, topography is not a shape. Earth is not a shape.
Okay, that's just completely okay. Yeah, then I'm not.
What shape is horizontal?
I'm talking to flat Earthers.
What shape is horizontal? Yeah.
Like I said.
Ask the people around you what shape horizontal is.
Do you believe there's a North Pole?
No belief. Just this simple question, and then we'll go to the next one. What shape is horizontal? Do you know or not?
Yeah, well, I think we both know flat.
No shape, right?
Flat.
Horizontal's not a shape, correct?
It's flat. That's the shape, dude.
Because it's not a shape, right? A shape would be a sphere, a triangle.
The dumb semantics of it. Sure, whatever you want to say. But do you believe there's a North Pole?
What's the description of the shape of flat?
I don't. Like I said, okay, I'll grant you everything. Fuck it, it's flat or whatever. Is there a North?
Okay, I'm just letting you know that that's not a shape. The idea of a shape would be a spherical thing,
or
like
argue the semantics, whatever the fuck you want to do. Sure, I'll admit it. Whatever.
Right. So we live on a horizontal plane of reference. Right, that it does have hills, valleys, canyons, and what now?
Yes, and is there a magnetic North Pole?
I don't know. I didn't make the North. I didn't make the idea of North Pole.
Okay, so you don't believe in compasses.
We do have a thing called a compass.
You don't believe in compasses.
People do use a thing called a compass, and they orientate themselves to something called an N on that compass. What that means for the land, I don't know.
Okay, so there's just no such.
I mean, you do.
A real working compass.
Well, where's it pointing to? Just go where it points to and stop right there. Why are you laughing? You're describing your flat Earth and you don't know how it works?
You're denying the existence of a North Pole.
Brother, I'm only denying what you won't present. Every time you guys come in here with these claims, you don't present them. You say we're denying something that you haven't presented us with. How could I deny anything you haven't presented? I haven't denied anything that doesn't exist.
Where is the compass pointing to?
That's where I'd like you to show us.
No, I want you to show me what you think.
It's your story, brother. Stick to it.
No, oh, so you just okay?
I don't have to believe in your religion of Compass religion unless you can demonstrate to me without laughing and joking. This isn't a comedy show. Last time I checked.
And take a position on the observable reality called Earth, where people
Go
have
put a
been to
flag
the
where the
North Pole.
compass ends.
At this point, just go to the North Pole yourself, bro.
Where's that at? I'm waiting for you. I'll follow you.
I wish I could give you the coordinates of it, but I'm driving right
I
now.
wish you could too. Then we could all fucking be smarter. Then we'd know what you were talking about. You're saying we follow this compass.
Yeah. Hey, D-Mock, step on the brakes here. So old boy might not know that the magnetic pole is somewhere in Canada. He thinks maybe the magnetic.
Thank you. Okay, so you think the magnetic is in Canada?
No, not that I think. That's where they're saying.
Oh, that's where it is. That's where you.
Yeah.
Okay, who's saying that?
Who tells you about it?
I could look up like some sort of different citations for it. But I mean, do you agree to it or you don't agree?
Do you think we made it up?
The magnetic north is in Canada?
Yeah.
I didn't write that book. Pretty sure Crit didn't.
Location, but I do not think so.
Do you know about declination?
No, I do not. Well, tell me about declination.
Orientation.
Okay. How about if you've got a map, do you have to convert map headings to physical headings? Or is it one for one? Like if you read,
what do you mean?
If you look at the map and the map says, hey, it's 30 degrees to this location, you plot it on the map. Can you just whip out your compass anywhere on Earth without any declination and just go 30 degrees?
Well, I don't know what map you're talking about, if there even is a map, so I don't know what to say.
Okay, go back even further, Crit.
Yeah.
Listen, mate, is there a difference between true north and magnetic north?
Say that again?
Is there a difference between true and magnetic north? Are they two separate things or are they the same thing?
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's a good question, actually. That's a good question. Okay, what's the definition of true north? What does that mean?
That's where you better do some homework, mate.
Yeah, this guy's pretty bricked. There's 3 different norths. There's map north, true north, and magnetic north. And you need to convert them. Otherwise, you'll end up walking like in circles. So you'll get lost in shit, dude.
Okay, so what is true north? I get magnetic north. I get map north. What is true north?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think I can teach you this.
You're not deemed it.
You've got some hang-ups towards flat earthers, and you're not listening to them. So what I offer
I'm trying my best. What is true
I invite you to look it up yourself.
Okay.
And leave me out of it.
Okay, bro, just back out.
That way you can comprehend what it is for yourself. Then you can come back and discuss after you get a comprehension for yourself of what you fully understand or are aware of after that point. Right? Until then, it would be like a moot discussion in a way, right? Because you'd be like, ha, 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 you're wrong. Ha, ha. You know.
It's also the control variables. Like if I go through it like step by step and break down how to land nav for you, like you're a Boy Scout, and just really like you're like a 4th grader, and you don't get it, you could easily just fall back and blame me. But if you do it your damn self, it's only you.
Okay, sure. Okay, sure. But disregarding the other 2 norths, magnetic north, what is that, and where do you think it is?
Yeah, I invite you to look this up at this point. Look up.
Why do you trust Google for some things but not others? Like, I don't understand.
It's just
like one's like propaganda, and then like you just take some things as facts. Like you're just
here. What the fuck?
Yeah, step over the road, turd. Some dude's trying to troll you.
Why are we just dodging questions?
No, I'm diving right into it head first. I am not equipped.
Yeah, you think so?
To teach you how to land nav. Okay, I realize the limitation here. That I invite you to look this up yourself if you've got questions on magnetic north Map North and True North. Then once you understand,
I think I know what magnetic north is.
Okay, once you understand this stuff,
magnetic north.
Then we'll be able to have a conversation about it. Until you do,
okay, dude.
It can't be done. It really cannot be done.
Okay.
When you're available, Hudak,
it's okay to dodge.
Just punch into your computer magnetic declination, and you'll see a map of the world with all squiggly lines and stuff on it, referencing plus so many degrees or minus so many degrees. And the magnetic north is offset in different locations. So just to give you an idea, just across Australia alone, we changed from, I think it's -6 to +14 from one side to the other. So that's how far out your map could be if you're orienteering using compass.
Say again, you cut out.
Which bit?
Orientating.
No.
He's dropping out. He's in and out of reception. Just when you get home, mate, just look up magnetic declination and you'll see for yourself. It's not too hard to work out. Yeah, you're bombing out, bro.
There's multiple. Oh, yeah. Okay, sure.
Now, XGN, did you have something you wish to ask?
Yes. Well, I just don't understand fully. I was just asking, like, it just seems like there's so much picking and choosing. You're like, oh, I haven't, like, have you experienced this yourself? And then you just make all these claims that you're just like, look this up.
What myself? Sorry.
Like, there's just things like, oh,
is this me or
many people just talk? Yeah, just in general.
Oh, in general, right.
Just make
ballers
like these
coming in not knowing what they're talking about in general.
Just they'll make claims like I'll say something about like, oh, there's these like seismic, measurements, right?
That's a claim.
That I mean, there's measurements about it, like that people have observed, right? And it's not me who's observed it, but there's other people. And then you make these claims about, like, oh, do you know what like the true magnetic north is or whatever? And like, I don't think you've done a bunch of tests on this yourself.
It's not a claim, it's a question. If you don't know the answer to something, just be honest and say, I don't know. That'd be
perfect. You're getting your knowledge from other people, and then you like.
Where are you getting yours from? From these readings and this other stuff that you didn't do. You just came in and said something about claims that you make about who does this, and you get readings for yourself, right? Like you look up information. Now, if you didn't,
but you do the same thing. I mean,
no. Listen, we're doing the same thing, but we're asking how to verify it. You're not. You're saying it's already verified because.
Okay, how do you verify
No, but even the
then?
verification, unless you do it yourself, you'll never trust the verification.
No shit, that's what we're getting at. So when have you guys done it?
You don't believe anything. You don't believe.
I don't have to. You don't pay me to. It's not my religion to be in your religion to believe in everybody for fun. Just believe strangers and serial killers and weirdos. We know
how do you know serial killers?
How do you know? How do you know it's okay to go in a serial killer's house? It's just
how do you know serial killers even exist? What if that's a lie?
I don't, brother. All I know is you trust everybody. Just stop.
I don't. That was a big claim. You saying serial killers exist?
Yeah, you trust
have you met any?
Okay.
Have you met any?
Yeah, derail everything because you guys don't. You guys trust everything. Sorry.
I mean, that's just a big claim.
Critique everything.
You're
what
assuming...
don't you trust that the government tells you on Google? What do you declare as a lie on Google?
Oh, There's a lot.
Let's go, boys. Point out all the lies on Google real quick with me.
Well,
Let you know we're live.
Aren't you doing the same thing that you're accusing us of doing then? If there's some
I'm asking you that. That's why we're saying.
No, I'm not
how
talking
do
to
you
you,
know
Denmark.
where this
Denmark,
is?
I'm not talking to you. Not talking to you.
Oh, sorry, brother. I thought you were the other guy. I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking to the other guy. Dude, so you're doing the same thing you're accusing them of. You know that, right? So you're a hypocrite.
Okay, well, I mean, even if that's true, they are too. I mean.
Yeah, but I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you.
Okay, I mean.
So you're cool with that? You're just like, yeah, I'm a hypocrite. Let's move on.
I mean, if it means that they are, I guess.
I don't care about them. I'm talking about you. The problem is that if I say something to you and your first reaction is to deflect to somebody else, then you're not admitting that that's a problem you have.
I think there's a certain level of trust that you can have that, like, it would just take so many variables coinciding together for this to be like so for sure true that the Earth is flat. I feel like.
So again, your answer is to just deflect from the point again.
Wait,
you feel like merch?
Well, I'm not saying anything with certainty. I mean, that's why I'm saying I feel. Okay, that's why I think, not feel like. I guess that better.
No, say feel. Feel's the way to go.
I mean,
you got some feelings.
No, that's how I think. It could be used synonymously sometimes, depending on the context.
Crypto's here.
Yes, I am. Hello.
I gotta say, Europe's not real.
What?
It's okay.
I agree. Europe doesn't exist.
Thank you.
If you want to think Europe's not real, go right ahead.
Have you been to Europe?
They wrote the final countdown, so they must be real.
You don't need to worry about me. Just
the final what?
The final countdown.
No, that was written by Americans.
Yeah, but they were called Europe, so Europe is real.
No, not true. That's what the internet says.
If you want to think that the North Pole is also the magnetic pole, go right ahead. I mean, I would say you might want to rethink that if you're going to go land nav and you're going to have to use a compass and the map. But if you don't want to, believe me, because I'm a flat earther, I'm not going to stop you. I'm just going to.
There's also other technologies in place at this point, but I mean, those aren't real though, right? But
if you say so, if you think they're not real, I'm okay.
Well, no, I think they're real. I think you probably don't. Though,
well, then you would say they're real. You wouldn't say if you think something, you wouldn't say the opposite of what you think, unless you're a hypocrite.
Flat earther. Here's the thing: you say you know how LambNav works, right? And you say all this shit, but you don't.
Like you have to have a PhD in everything.
No,
if
no
you
piece
were.
of evidence is one, but you
you guys are talking
nothing
over.
Is true.
You're talking over each other.
Continue, Hudak.
The one down the bottom, XGN. Why would someone have to have a PhD in anything in particular to go outside and use common sense?
No, I don't
see
actually
curvature,
think that.
So why would I instantly believe there's some magical ball? I don't feel rotation. Why would I instantly believe we're spinning through space?
I wouldn't instantly believe anything. If I were a caveman originally. I was saying I don't think like people need degrees to do anything or have their own opinions. That's not what I meant. I meant.
So what was the mention of degrees for?
I was trying to make a point that you're. Let me think this through.
Sounds like you're trying to make an appeal to authority.
No, that's not what I was trying to do.
It's pretty common. Don't feel out of place. It's actually very common.
I don't. That's not what I was trying to do. Shit. I was just making the point that you can't be. You're gonna have to use like. You're making these points, and you didn't do your own research on all. Like, or you're listening to other people. You didn't. You're talking about these You're talking about like so many claims. It seems like where you're still using like information that you got from the internet, from who like just it's the basis of human knowledge.
From my experience.
I mean, you're talking about like, oh, like, do you know what the magnetic pole is?
Water. Experienced it many times.
How do you know where the true magnetic pole is in Canada? Like,
just had a sink full of water because I was doing dishes and it flattened out over the surface. I didn't need anybody to tell me that. Somebody told me a story about water that runs contrary to that, which I did check out and found no evidence for in my experience either. So what am I supposed to do? Go with the tall tales of man, or just what I actually perceive and experience?
Bars.
I mean, there's just been many people who have like experienced this. Like,
what?
That
water being flat, level at rest? I think everybody has, dude.
I mean, there's been people who have like seen it also not like that.
Like,
name one.
I don't know their names. The guy who went to space. I don't fucking know.
The guy.
So there's all
Neil Armstrong, one person. Also, like, what about all like these like engineer, like
all
like,
these,
like millions of like how does all of the math like there's me?
Millions.
How about that?
You gotta just give one.
Okay,
name
me,
millions,
me, XGN Honey Cheese. Who like the math, the basis of the math of like you sending shit to space is based off like the globe, like it being a globe.
It's based off a reference plane.
Yeah, did you test? Let's see that globe math and let's test it out together. Let's see.
It worked. It left.
What globe math? Let's just take a look. Or are you just telling stories you've been finding?
I'm not telling stories.
Do you know this math? Or are they using a flat reference like Matrix just said? Does it even matter? Because it is just a model. And all models are wrong. Sorry, all models are wrong, but some are useful, right? It's because something has practicality doesn't mean it's necessarily.
I guess all models.
Real, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's true. That all models are like there's not.
So
like,
even if that is the case, right? Maybe it's just a concept that has some.
And then it just happens to work.
Well, I mean, you'd be reifying the concept if you said like, therefore, reality is this. So that wouldn't be like a sound conclusion to reach. Your direct sense experience goes against all these stories, doesn't it? Where do you actually experience?
I mean, if you design, there's people who have designed cameras and understand how the cameras work completely, and then there's people who fully understood how they were sending a rocket into space, and then those came together, and then they saw, boom, a round thing.
Is this a hypothetical?
No, this happened.
It did?
Yes.
They saw a round thing?
Yes, via a camera.
Can we take a look?
It sounds
you
like
can just look it up.
What's that?
I said this conversation is starting to sound like a Sir Mix-a-Lot song.
Yeah.
What?
Talking about round things in your face.
Talking about ass, bro.
Never mind. Right, carry on.
It ain't your average booby.
Yeah, you got a lot of stories in your head, but I mean, can you verify any of them? Because all that I can verify goes against these stories you keep telling. It's not like I went on Google and it's like, you know what? I like this guy who says it's flat. You know, he seems to know what he's talking. I'm going with that. Yeah. Like, it's not like we're going story versus story.
It's not just one person, though.
You can't
it's
find
like
any
it's like every
empirical
it's like
verification for any of this.
You know, what I think is interesting.
It's all adding up to like the one direction besides just your.
No, it's not, dude. That's what I'm saying to you.
If you dive into the flat Earth worldview and you come out the back side of that, not sure about anything, and you still don't.
You're sure about it being flat, though.
Yeah, but for you, for you want to dive into the flat Earth worldview and make some really kind of cringe statements, and you came out the other side still thinking the Earth is a globe. You are like bricked at that point. You failed. Because you should have, if you really understood somebody, you had some sort of empathy and understanding, you would have at least been able to say, okay, I get it. That's why you say the earth is flat. But you exited that process somehow thinking that flat earthers had to have all these PhDs or they can never use Google again.
I didn't mean the PhD point like that, but anyways. The whole PhD thing was that you can't be an expert at everything. So my point was that, yeah, I guess you'd have to have all of these PhDs in order to know all of these things that you would have to know to like beat the basis of human knowledge.
No,
you don't have to know the entirety of physics just to know that water at rest is level and flat.
What's today? Why is today?
Yeah, but I mean,
today. Think about. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
Today's an important day in American history. One of the biggest days of American history. What is today?
35 years ago, The Simpsons aired their first episode.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, but something bigger than that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty big too. But this is something a little bit bigger.
I don't know.
So today was a day that powered flight was invented. Like 1903 or something like that. So you've got now this concept where two brothers without any college degree, high school dropouts, Christian conservatives, didn't know shit. And from your worldview, these guys were the dumbest of the dumb. They were 10 ways from Sunday. Dumb as a brick. And yet they're able to invent powered flight, and you can't even fold a paper airplane.
Wait, how do you know that these guys invented flight? Do you like read that online or?
Yeah, if you want to say that didn't happen, I'm good with that.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, it's just you could say that about literally anything. Then, like, with if you don't see it with your own eyes,
you can say that.
I just think it's a good point to say that you can't.
Okay, then use it.
Okay, that's my
point, and follow it to a full logical conclusion. So what you could do is look up, like, hey, how do they build their airplane? You build one, and if it doesn't work, say it must have been fake. Airplanes up in the sky, and be like, I don't know what that is, but it clearly isn't powered flight. Use that worldview and see how long and how far it gets you. And then when you finally realize that you're kind of just like flapping in the wind, you know, like a dish towel on a laundry, you know, like a clothesliner, then you'll be like, oh, this kind of sucks. And like, duh.
I mean, I guess I don't want to dedicate my life to rediscovering everything. I guess I'll just be willfully ignorant.
Then you can do that too. This is your life, your choice. These are your hands. And what you do with them is all you. You own that. That's really all you got in this world. Your voice and your name. And if you're going to throw away any of that, that's you, dude.
Okay.
Your life, your choice. You stole that, Crit. That's Vitalis.
Yeah, it's better to always repeat greatness, you know, than try to reinvent the wheel.
Facts.
Okay, fair enough, I guess.
One thing that I've noticed here, just observing, I think, honey, cheese, I don't think you would be a very good investigator or detective. Like, if we worked at the precinct together, like, I can't see why it would happen, boys. I don't know about this one. How could they all be coming together to make this happen? You're not trying to get to the bottom of the truth through seeking evidence. You're more worried about like the storylines and like things you can try to fathom or can't fathom, I guess. Why don't you just focus on the evidence itself and not worry about like I can't just conceive how could this happen? Look at what actually happened.
Well, I think I just have a different worldview in it, like to a certain extent, to where it just like if you can't, it seems like just flat earthers you literally have to test it yourself, and I just am not going to test everything in my whole life. I think it'd be hard to make
We don't expect you to.
I was thinking the same thing, Matrix. There's no requirement to test everything. We're giving you specific what to test, and they're telling us very specifically what the Earth is, and you can check up on that. Doesn't require you to go through every single card in the deck.
And like either way, you're gonna have some presuppositions. Is that the fucking word? I don't know. Assumptions that you're taught from, I don't know, your upbringing, many things. Like,
correct. And we're all taught the same thing as you. So we're all preloaded with Baltardia in mind.
Why lean on those presuppositions? You don't have to do that your whole life.
So just to give you an idea, mate, you don't have to go out there and be an engineer or a PhD in astrophysics or anything like that. You can go down the shops and buy a camera that's got a telephoto lens on it and go and do some long-range observations. Come back on your computer, type in Earth Curve Calculator and go, look, I was at point X, I can view point Y. What's the distance? 10 miles. How high was my camera? 1 foot. Should I be able to see that at 10 miles at 1 foot? No fucking way. And then you ask the question, hang on a minute, what's going on here? And that's all you need to do is take a step back and ask yourself, what's going on here?
I feel like at some point you go deep enough in the rabbit hole, like the flat earthers go deep enough in the rabbit hole of where it's like, oh, how can you trust that camera is any good? So like that's like, is that a good?
No, that's all you've got to do is to be able to replicate it. Observable, measurable, repeatable. That's it. If you can replicate it, or you can point to someone and say, I took my photo from right here. You can come tomorrow and do it, or go the next week and do it. As long as you can show someone where it was done at, happy days. If you're using a fisheye lens and someone says, oh, look, the reason you've got curvature is because of a fisheye lens, swap your lens out, bro, and try again. What's wrong with that? A lot of people use those GoPro things. They're quite common. Shit, even I've got one. And I'm broke.
So do you have this is kind of unrelated, do you have a shape, like a model, a specific model in mind of what you think the...
No,
you're just saying you don't know.
In nature.
Yeah, you're just saying you don't know. Because
I bet think about it logically. In order for me to know what the shape of this thing's extremities is, I would have to have been there. That's pretty fair, wouldn't it?
I bet you would say the same thing, though. Do you have a model for the entirety of the universe?
Nope.
Yeah, there you go. You probably don't even care. Just like we don't care.
Yeah, I mean, but the argument is that we have, like, seen the Earth with, like, I mean, I guess the fake satellites, right? Is it? Those aren't real? Is that... Wait, that's what it is, right?
The place that they're claimed to be in isn't real.
So they're in the atmosphere. So you think they're real, though? But then they're...
Well, there's technology in the sky. I don't see any issue with that.
Yeah. But they're... I mean...
But you can't
the
take
pictures that are coming from them aren't real.
You can't take pictures of reality from a fictional setting. So...
Yeah, I mean, what you said there about the pictures coming from them aren't real or whatever. That's to be proven, right? So you have to prove that those pictures are coming from that place, right?
So, like, I mean, I'm sure. Is there no?
Yes, no?
Yeah, or yeah, no, yes.
Yeah, okay. So,
I mean, like, again, there's many people involved in this, and I haven't done like a lot of research on this. I mean, I don't like do this all the time or ever, but they have like communication systems in place where it's like literally like encrypted, I'm sure. So like the only way that it would get from point A to point B is through like breaking that encryption. Something of the sort.
Yeah, that's cool. So how does encryption prove curvature?
If those pictures are real. And the pictures look curvy. And they're from the real thing that we're saying it's from. And they have like...
But that's just it. Verifying it is the fun bit. Notice how all these extreme claims, satellites and photos and all this stuff, are all things that we can't verify. But yet, when we go out there, oh yeah, that was at Lake so-and-so. You can nip on down there tomorrow and take a photo if you like. Or you can go to Santa Barbara Beach and have a look at the Hill House or whatever the other habitat platforms. And there's a whole string of other ones there too. All our claims are all stuff that are repeatable, quite simply. If you've just got the time to go and do it, you don't have to spend $1 zillion. Whereas all the claims that the guys come in here are all absolutely just off tits insane.
All right, well, I have some hope then, because in my opinion, I think it's going to be repeatable in our lifetime. So if it was repeatable, then you'd believe it then. So I hope that, I mean, I think that'll happen. If it doesn't, then I'm wrong, obviously. But I think that
it hasn't happened yet. Why wait?
Because technology takes time. It's just not also just like, I mean,
you sure they didn't destroy the technology?
We did 50 years ago, like.
If it'll make you feel better, XGN, about every 5 years, we get some kind of space sail come out. Oh, you'll be going to the moon, or you'll be sitting having a cup of tea in the fucking space lounge of some bullshit. Every 5 years, mate, something comes along. And, yeah, about every 11 years, we get sold doom and gloom. Every 5 years, we get sold something awesome. So if you live long enough, you get to see it, and after a while, you just shake your head and you don't give a fuck anymore.
But so if you were able to go prove that, though, you'd believe it then, right?
If you could prove what?
If it was like repeatable in the same, if you flew to, let's just say this literally happened. You went to space on a rocket ship, looked back, and it was clearly just round. You like were far enough away, and then you'd believe it.
It's not going to happen, mate.
Okay, no. I'm just hypothetical.
Yeah, to just throw the bone at you, yeah, but let's not have double standards. If we showed you the Earth was flat, would you understand that?
Yeah, I mean, if it was very like, I think it's true. I mean,
well, boys, let's show them. It doesn't seem like you want to take a look at it, though.
But don't stress, XGN. We're not going to wave our little magic fairy wands and turn you into a flat earther. It doesn't work like that. I don't expect you to believe anything we say. What I would like you to do, though, is just think critically for yourself, mate. Don't just swallow the bullshit that you're force-fed from the television. Go outside and check reality out for yourself. They'll tell you one thing. All right, I can check that out. Go and have a look for yourself, bro. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, and as far as the globe goes, right? So you something's presented to you. You've just taken it, like Matrix said, you've just taken it for granted that it's true. They've said there is evidence, and they've maybe even presented to you something like a particular, as something specific. Like this is how we know that the Earth is a globe, right? And you've just taken that on faith as well, that somebody somewhere went out and did something to confirm that we live on the spherical surface. You don't know that for sure. You haven't investigated it. You don't know whether that's first-hand information, primary source information.
I mean, there's primary source information from people.
Like what? What?
Like the men who were in space. That's primary information. It's just whether they're alive.
Primary source information.
Well, yeah, that's what
they claim. They have primary source information. You don't. You have. That's now second-hand information for you.
Well, I would be the second-hand source, right?
So, but you can't go and test and verify or authenticate any claims that they make, right? Yeah. So that's a problem. And then, like when you do what Matrix said, go out and actually into the field and see if their claims of the surface geometry matches what you physically experience in reality. And then you'll be like, you'll either just ad hoc explanations and excuses for why that's not matching geometry, or
what is,
or you might come to the point where you go, all right, I know this is it. Like this is fucking weird. I don't know what to think of this. Or you're just going to accept the reality that you experience as being flat and motionless.
So, like, what is the like point of these so many people lying about it?
There's not so many people lying. There's just people who are believing like you.
But there's still like a good amount of people who, like, okay, let's say there's still like the.
We're really trying to have people lie. Bro, if I can get you to believe something and you'll believe it, I would do that 10 times out of 10. I've given an example of my little brother many times to this panel. We'd play video games on a single-player game. He was too young to understand that when I handed him a second controller and sat him in front of me, he wasn't actually playing, and I was. So it's like I was lying for many reasons. I wanted to play the game. But if he was happy enough thinking he was when he wasn't, then why would I not do that? So I think that's just a small scale example. If you're going to happily believe them and you're not even questioning them, well, they could just tell you anything. Why wouldn't they?
That would mean, XGN, that your parents are lying also. Or were they just taught the same bullshit as you?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about like I guess. Okay, let's say high tier NASA officials. There's like from
that. Okay, all right. So let's say the Apollo astronauts, right? Swear and declare that. Well, not on the Bible. Some of them, I think 3 of them did. Bart Sabro approached them, but they swear and declare that they spent 3 days on the moon or whatever, right?
Yeah.
They looked back on Earth and saw it as a sphere in space. That universe is exactly as is taught by teachers in universities, right?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Okay, you don't have to be a flat earther to not believe that. Why, if you're a glober and you don't believe the moon landing, why would they lie?
If you're a glober, I don't know.
There are people that think that the Earth is a globe. They think the Earth is a globe. Think they know the Earth is a globe. They don't believe that the Apollo missions actually took place in reality and that anybody went in a rocket ship to the moon and looked back and saw Earth as a sphere. I would ask those globers, I was a glober, that did believe in the moon landing, why would they lie?
Okay, and then there's more examples than just that. I mean, there's just, I mean, you could say it's more like abstract, but like, like you can read about scientists like detecting earthquakes and being able to model like a rough sphere out of that. Like, are they also lying, or like what's the deal with that? Or is the math wrong? Or
but are they? Like, do you know for certain that they're using globe geometry and math to pass out and predict earthquakes and map earthquakes.
But there'd just be so many people who are like in on that then.
But do you know for certain that they're using globe earth geometry and math to pass out those details of earthquakes?
No, I
Or are they
personally
using
do not.
something
But
else?
my point is that there's so many people that like I think that would the probability of that not getting out is
Phantom expert syndrome. That's what you call it, right, CB?
Oh shit! Yeah, phantom expert syndrome. Yep,
It did get
that's
out.
hilarious.
Well, here we
That's really
are.
funny. I mean,
what does that mean?
just plant yourself back at your job if you have one or have had one before, right? Like you don't necessarily know what's going on above you on every level, right? I don't know what the investors of my company are thinking. They're not filling me in on all that stuff. It's not for me to know. I have my certain role to play in the company, and that's that. So I don't think there's these high tier guys that
Okay, I understand. I see where you're
not
getting at.
everyone's
There's
in
like
on it.
abstraction, but there's still a lot of people. I think like.
I don't know, man. Also, let me give you one more example, and I'll pass the sticks here. This is a little bit of an obscure example, but there's a show. God damn it, we talked about Avatar: The Last Airbender earlier today, so I feel bad bringing it back up. But there's they get to the city called Ba Sing Se, and there's like a shadow government, and they basically have this assistant named Judy, and she goes to help the visitors. And at some point, she starts to like break character a little bit. She starts to like question her reality, and the government snatches her up. They brainwash her, and they're like, "There is no war here in Ba Sing Se," when there actually is a war going on. And so, if you've seen the show, pardon me if you've not seen it, this might just not even make any sense. But if you've seen that scene in the show, it might help you understand that like people can also be tricked. Like think of Don Pettit. Do you really think he seems like a goofball, like he's been tricked or something, you know? So that's kind of, he's like that Judy character. So maybe you could check that scene out. I'll try to grab a video clip or something for you guys to get up to speed on that.
One thing I will say this. So I think I was in here a couple days ago talking to someone, and that's why I'm back here. I just thought it was fucking entertaining or something. And I don't know who it was at all, but he just seemed like, I guess just everyone's different, but he seemed much more like so sure about these things that you guys are like talking about than you are. Like you guys are just saying you don't know a lot more, and he was saying like he was acting so sure about some things.
We are sure that it's flat.
Okay, but like other things, you're just like saying that you're like unsure
about. Know everything.
Yeah, I know, and it didn't seem like that was his point, and that was made much less sense.
I think anyone telling you they know everything, you should not believe them.
I mean, I didn't. But
sounds like you did, and you're coming here like, well, he believed everything, or he said he knows everything.
That's what he said. I didn't say. I don't. I think he's wrong.
You believe them?
I believe that he believes that. Yeah.
You just gotta believe.
Yeah, it's a lot of belief right there, man. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, I just like it's nice that not a bunch of screaming and getting muted. So it's better than last time. So.
You gotta worry about yourself, man. It's like when I was little, they told me Santa Claus was coming, and I believed that shit. My school, we were making reindeer food, all kinds of stuff. But one night, I did the creeping down the stairs, and I learned for myself the truth. I wasn't waiting for someone else to tell me. I know it's kind of like a silly kiddie example, but this is true for a lot of people. And this whole idea of Christmas and Santa Claus is coming up, by the way. It's not going away. They're not going to stop playing Santa Claus music at the mall or having him at the mall or whatever, right? Kids are going to continue to believe this. So you're like, no, they can't all be in on it. There's no way you just worry about yourself. Go find out for yourself and stop waiting for someone to give you an answer. If you are waiting for someone to give you the answer, here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in some things, some of your parts of your point of view, I could respect, just like the art of saying you don't know, because I've been trying to do that more, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna like go fucking investigate this shit like crazy. You know? I'm trying to code, bro. That's what I'm trying to do. But anyways, yeah.
I mean, maybe at some point in your life you'll be able to take a trip, maybe to Lake Tripper in Reservoir. You are hot micing, my friend.
Sorry.
No worries. Maybe you'll take a trip to the beach, trip to a lake or something, and it doesn't have to be serious. Like, you don't have to like dump a whole bunch of money and time into this topic necessarily. But if you happen to go on a trip sometime, you could certainly whip out an Earth Earth calculator, like spend a few minutes and observe the reality you live within. I think that wouldn't be too hard to do, or too much of an ask either.
No.
Then you can actually say, all right, I did do something. Doesn't give you the answers or the key to reality, but to start.
Yeah, fair enough.
I like to think that it is important because people come and say like, well, what does it matter? Globe, flat, I don't see the big deal. I had a good friend of mine gave me this analogy where let's say you wake up from a coma, and you whip out your phone or something, you call mom or you call somebody, you're like, hey, can you come pick me up, please? And they say, well, where are you? You're like, I don't know. Well, why does that matter? Like, well, I need to know where you are if I'm going to come help you. Like, well, I don't really care about my surroundings. It doesn't matter. But come pick me up though. So it's like this is kind of a small example of how it is important to know where you are. And then secondly, if you do believe that you're on a globe and outer space is real, people are going to try to sell you ideas and products and services as well. And only someone who believes in this stuff would buy it. For example, I have a commercial I've played many times, but it's like a State Farm commercial or something, some car commercial, insurance. And they're like, well, if if hail hits your car, a rock, or space debris, we got you covered, right? So stuff like that. Or there's a company called Caviar, and they make custom phones. They have a whole section of iPhones that you can buy that apparently have different type of space materials. There's meteorites and parts of Mars and stuff like that all in the phone, and they're charging upwards of $85,000 for an iPhone like 14. So, who's buying that? I don't care how much money you have. Even if you had infinite money and you're a flat earther, I don't think you'd buy that. Like, there's so many more things you could do with that money, help people around you. But that only is going to work on someone who believes that, yeah, I got space rocks in my phone, bro. So I think it's more important than you might be thinking, and that's a very big example, the $85,000. But there's going to be all types of other ideas and products and services that they're going to try to sell you in your lifetime. Like you talked about going to Mars or whatever, getting on a rocket, or that's another. You're waiting for that to happen, right? So
I'm not like doing anything to like. I'm just living life still. I'm not like doing anything. Also, what is like? So the flat Earth says that, so there's no space, you're saying, or you don't know?
No, I think a flat Earth in space would be far more weird than what we're actually saying. Yeah,
what are you saying?
There's no space.
What is it? Just like nothingness?
No, the Earth is the Earth is it.
And then what's the stuff we see?
Get in line, bro. If you want to ask questions about what reality, like.
Okay, so you don't know. You're saying you don't know. Okay.
I would want to know just like everyone else.
Man?
He's talking about the like sky, like the darkness and the stars and stuff.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what those things are. I mean, that's a bold claim, but back when I was a globetard, I heard a saying that went, the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars. And that makes even more sense now as a flat earther. I don't think anyone knows what those things are. So if you want to know what they are, get in line, bro. Everyone else wants to know too.
You don't know what Mars is?
No, but it's certainly not a rock or dirt or more land in the sky.
So it'd be far-fetched to say someone studied Mars.
Yeah, you can study it.
Here's a good example of what CB was talking about here. On Kickstarter, there's a watch of the William Shatner design, an Ingrid limited edition timepiece. Limited edition timepiece designed by William Shatner, approved by NASA, and certified meteor dust dial.
Okay, so as a glober,
meteor dust dial.
idiot
That sounds kind of hard, though, Crit. Honestly, that sounds
only going to be 100 available. How much is it?
What does that have to do with being a globe, though?
That
or a glober?
Only an idiot would buy that. And
You're right, regardless of belief.
Moon dust.
You're right, regardless of belief.
We're kind of jumping in right now, though. McDonald's, can we like wrap it up?
Sorry. I get passionate. My bad.
What was it called again, Crit? A Stardust?
No, I mean, I'm kind of done with whatever. You can.
That shit sound kind of nice, though. That sound blingy.
Yeah.
Stardust. Oh man,
brother. I've rambled on earlier before, so if you got something to further, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have shit. No,
we were just talking about McDonald's. If you believe in this outer space stuff, you'll be sold ideas and products and all kinds of services and things like that, and it'll only work on people who are gullible enough to believe in outer space that they're selling you. So
it's more about being open-minded, I guess, not gullible. But I mean, that's kind of like
open-minded enough to sell you an $85,000 iPhone because there's.
Is that what I said?
I don't know about like everyone and their mom is buying this shit. Like only stupid people are.
There you go. Regardless of belief, only retards. Or sorry, only stupid people buy it.
No flat earthers do that.
Right. Regardless of belief, no one should be buying that.
No, but people are buying it, and it's being sold.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dumb people in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
That goes into my point, really, that like they're going to sell you ideas, and you shouldn't buy them. You've already bought the idea of outer space, hook, line, and sinker. So the next thing would just be like, here's some space rocks. You're like, oh
Christian
shit,
Bear.
all right, cool.
Christian Bear, would you not agree though that like I could sell, not you guys, but I could advertise a flat Earth idea and a flat Earth model and then sell it to people? Would you not also call those people idiots?
Yeah, sure.
For buying that?
Sell it. I want to hear that. Pitch it.
I would say not to you people, right? Because you guys don't have a model.
Hear the pitch. We're like the sharks. Let me hear your pitch.
No, this isn't the Shark Tank. This is a Discord 24/7 flat Earth channel.
Well, you said you could pitch the idea. I'm just curious how that would go.
If I'm a McDonald's worker, do you see me working at the Shark Tank? McDonald's.
Yeah, but you got a great idea in pitching flat Earth, so you could, because you think you could convince people. So I want to hear that.
Yeah, okay. So that thing that you guys or that was trying to be sold to Globers, just flip it, but say flat Earth.
Do it,
and then I can
go for it.
No, brother, I'm not going to scam people.
No, I just want to hear the pitch.
Here, I'll kick it off for you. Here, let me show you a nice little advertising.
Yeah, you could sell like some sort of flat Earth based date and clock.
I'm not sure how relevant this is to.
Wait, Creation Bear, I got you. Hey, come to McDonald's and try to order an ice cream. Our ice cream machine's always broke. But I can sell you a ticket to McDonald's for an ice cream machine.
Yeah, but I want to hear you do this with flat Earth, like you said you could.
I just did.
With flat Earth.
Hey, I have a flat Earth model. You can buy a ticket to come to my house, and I will sell you that flat Earth model.
Here, look at this is how you sell flat Earth. Flat Earth, it's like the globe, but real.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Exactly. Like, would that not be super facetious to sell it to someone? Like, but I would never sit there and be like, oh, flat Earths are grouped in like idiots, right? No, it's like obviously the people that are buying that First off, the problem is the person was selling that, but that's here nor there.
There you go. Wait, actually, that's a good point though, because that's no different than whoever's selling you the idea that outer space is real.
No,
exactly.
because they're not
They have the
profiting
problem.
from it.
Yes, they are.
The issue here,
NASA?
though,
NASA, SpaceX.
yeah, they're not profiting from it. They have individual.
If they're not actually doing the things that they are claiming they're doing, then what? That's a lot of money. What guys? What are the numbers? It's like how much
So that
money
would
a day?
that would go back to my original claim.
7 figures a day or something like that.
Yeah, about 60 million a day, a little bit more than your average McDonald's worker.
They're not making money. It's like that's
Yeah, I'm definitely not making money.
If outer space is not real, this is just that iPhone on steroids, basically.
They refuse to raise the minimum wage. I'm stuck minimum wage.
Yeah, but it's even worse than the iPhone thing. This whole we're sending rockets to. Oh well, we covered how like there's a. I told you about the $85,000 iPhone. I don't know, maybe you jumped in late.
Oh yeah.
But this is like I said, this is way worse than that. $60 million a day. People are,
okay.
It's necessary.
I'm gonna make an analogy. Can I make an analogy on a cult? Is that allowed here?
What's that got to do with us?
Well, I don't know the rules. So, would you get mad at the person, like the cult leader, or the cult, like the people following the cult?
Not really. I mean, I get to answer your question, maybe both, but maybe more
You
so
would,
the
you would get
leader.
mad at a cult member because you're sitting here saying that we've been indoctrinated into the globe Earth model, right, which could be seen as a cult. But you wouldn't instead get mad at the person that's preaching it, such as NASA?
I mean, we're not really mad at NASA, though, are we? We're just like calling out the fakery and we're calling them out.
I would be, right? Because, well, once again, this is, I guess, the individual person. But do you get what I'm saying, though?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sure everyone else does.
We're not mad at NASA, bro. We're just calling it out.
You're just mad about how much money they're making.
I'm calling it out. You're like, well, you should be. It's bad if the people who's selling the iPhone, they shouldn't do that. It's like, well, I agree, but neither should they be selling you this idea that outer space is real and then asking you for or taking $60 million a day for that. We're not really mad. I don't think I've ever seen a flat earther be like, God damn it, this NASA. Like, I've never certainly been upset by that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Gee, Merry Christmas. I was making a joke about tax money, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm mad at NASA giving my tax money back."
Yeah.
Oh, it's trillions and trillions. I mean,
billions and billions. Elon and his rockets.
Wasn't that funny how some guy named Elon just like, hey, guy named Elon, out of nowhere, just outdo our government because you got just so much more than the government has ever had.
The government kind of sucks at everything.
I know it'd be like saying you're the next Rocket King guy and not the government still.
I am.
Yeah. And then they'd be like, well, look at this guy named Billy Bob. He's so smart because our government's dumb now. And Billy Bob is smart. And then Billy Bob's not smart enough, Elon Musk, to shoot rockets up high. So then they got to get Virgin Mobile Galactic, the cell phone company guy, Richard Branson. And then they got to pay him money because he sends an SR-71 or whatever they already have that goes at a height anyway, to send something up to a height. And they're like, oh, yeah, these guys are really smart. And they're smarter than the government and all the military and the Air Force and the Navy since they've ever been built. Wow. These guys, go, champs.
Do you think Elon Musk knows the Earth is flat?
How wouldn't he? If he's got one brain cell to rub on his balls.
Have you been on his Twitter? Have you seen his Twitter, though? Like, he does give off, he's giving troll vibe. Like, he gives troll. Like, I don't know. He seems like he's playing with people. I could just be my 2 cents, but if you read
I
his
don't
Twitter,
think any of them can know any more than you and I, or for whatever they see with their own human eyes, like you and I. Does
that's
that make
actually a
sense?
good point, Demok. That's a good point, Demok. It's not like they know more than we do. Well,
it certainly don't.
Yeah, actually, it sounds like a bold claim, but I think I'd have to agree.
You don't think Elon knows more than us?
No, I don't.
What could he really know, though?
What's he know that you can't Google?
Well,
shut the hell up.
Now that's a fair. Whoa, Demok, why are you so mean all the time, bro?
I don't think
I'm not being mean. It was a joke. It's just a saying like, shut the hell up. You know what I mean? It's not a, yeah.
I gotcha. Would you like number 1 or number 2? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that's kind of crazy, but I do agree, right? What does he know that we can't Google? But
I mean, unless we're going to assume there's like some secret trap doors where they, you show them the answers to life. Like, I don't. We'd have to put our conspiracy hats on.
Well, I'm saying, what's key card clearance to wear, and who gets that? Elon doesn't get it, does he? But then he's the one they're going to go to space, supposedly. And then they give you a guy that won't go to space that says it would be absurd for him to even do so. That would be a dumb, goofy idea. Neil deGrasse, he's an astrophysicist that tells all your kids supposedly how things work in space, but he won't go there. Himself, out of his own mouth, he said that would be absurd to do so. That's weird, don't you think?
he said it'd be bad to go to space.
Yeah, he said it would be absurd for him to ever go to space. There's been
Not
so
very
many
habitable.
people. Listen, there's been guys that go up to high altitude, right? And they're old ladies, rich old guys that are 90. Star Trek dude, what the fuck's his name? And they all went up there and said it was a waste of time. And then they asked Neil deGrasse, how much would you pay to go up to this altitude or whatever? He said it would be pointless. All you'd see is flat Earth anyway. So the guy that brings you information, that gives you all your information from a chair at his house somewhere, definitely isn't smarter than you and I. I don't know how he could be. And what's he going to put? What does he have to compare or as a reference against you and I, other than he thinks like you think? So you think or imagine something, or you can demonstrate something. He thinks and imagines something from his chair about space, and he can demonstrate none of it. Go ahead.
Oh, those like ISS videos on YouTube with all the people floating around? How do you think they make those?
They do those underwater too.
But like that wouldn't make them float like that.
You can do what, wouldn't pressurize in the cabin?
Yeah, just them like floating around in the
zero-G environment underwater? Yeah, it would.
What? Yo, what's under flat Earth?
Falling,
Can I ask
dude.
a question?
Parabolic falling.
They'd have to be falling, yeah.
Listen, brother, you got 8 miles worth of ocean to fall down into. Just stop.
You'd have to be falling pretty fast, right?
Yo, guys, what's under flat Earth?
That's
What
a
is
dumb
under it?
question, Reggie.
No, I'm just asking.
That's a dumb
What's under it?
Let me just reveal how dumb this is. Watch this. What's under the universe?
What, dude? It's a planet. We live on it.
No. I'm asking.
We can't see
what's under the universe?
We don't know what's under the universe, but we know what's under Earth.
Oh, look, there you go.
No, wait, hold up. You're calling Earth the universe?
There you go. Hold on 1 second. What's more stupid? We take a flat Earth and put it in outer space, or we just have a flat Earth?
I think both of them are stupid. Flat Earth doesn't exist.
Which one's more ridiculous though, or which one do you think our position is?
Oh, flat Earth. Flat Earth is ridiculous.
No,
I think the one in outer space is more ridiculous.
Reggie, I'm trying to engage you in good faith, brother. Did you answer the question?
No, you didn't answer my question.
Which of the two is more? I will answer it. Which of the two?
No. You have to answer my question first.
Hold on, I will.
Answer my question first.
I will.
Like right now.
Is the answer. We don't know is the answer.
Okay.
It's the same answer.
Can this
just like your answer, bro?
Okay, he left. But yeah, you got. It's the same. Anyway, we'll just move on.
Any Glober here excited for the 24-hour Antarctic sun?
Yeah, what's that? What's the explanation of that?
No, not you. You're humble and normal and stuff. I'm looking for a spaz here to make a claim.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to look into it. It kind of put
No, not you either. You're also too normal. I'm looking for a psycho to freak out here.
Hey, you want me to be a psycho for a little bit?
If it's forced, it's not as good.
Yeah, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, true.
All right.
Okay, have a sincere conversation about it then.
What do you guys like? Fall into the flat Earth?
Who was that? That was Whisper Jack. What have you got for us, mate?
I was just joking, man.
Yeah, I wasn't.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want from me?
Where do you stand on this situation? Are you a flat earther or are you a ball-tard believer?
Definitely not the ball.
W.
Wise choice. So what's your
But-
best proof that it's flat, man?
I don't know if I have any proof that it's flat. That's a game changer. It's just I haven't seen any proof to contradict what we feel, what we experience, and what it appears to be. I don't see anything proving this whole water ball thing. Like maybe if it's much larger, I guess maybe if it's much larger than what they say, but it's definitely the parameters that they give us, the size and all that info. I mean, I don't buy that. That's not enough proof for me.
Sounds like you're a bit of a fence sitter.
No, it's just not definitely not on the fence. I just I don't see anything to prove the globe. So until then, I'm gonna go with what I experience.
Hey, Whisper Jack, what's your strongest argument for a flat Earth? Or something besides the globe?
We see too far. We see too far is probably the main one.
Okay. Could you like humor me in a second one?
You want a second what? Most? I thought you asked for the most.
I did. That's why I said, can you humor me for another one?
I mean, you're asking for. To me, what you're asking is, I'm not out trying to prove anything. I just don't see any valid proof being thrown my way. I don't believe NASA lies. I don't believe the nonsense that they're constantly throwing in our face, and I don't see any proof of that.
What do you think of satellites?
I don't think they're in outer space.
Do you believe that they're in the air? Just like the difference in between, like, I guess, the air and space?
Yeah, I think they're just they're very high. Their elevation is up there. I don't know if they're balloons or what, but I don't see how they're orbiting.
I also don't see any issue with there being tech in the sky. The whole satellite thing isn't really a good argument. You can have technology up there, no problem. We do lots of different types of technology.
Yeah, the issue with the satellites though is that some are in space.
Yeah, but see, space isn't real, so nothing's in space.
Yeah,
You
how
have
do
to
you prove that?
Existence before you start putting things in it. It's a fictional setting at best.
Well, I think we would be valid in saying, like, if the number exists past certain number, then that is considered space.
What number though? Like what can be done? What can't be done with high flying aircraft that can be done with satellites?
Taking
photos? Really? That's your answer?
Well, you don't need.
It was a question.
You don't need like fuel then, I think, right? It just goes forever because it just is falling. Is the whole?
It doesn't just spawn up there.
Well, they use fuel to get it up there, and then the idea is that it just keeps on.
Then.
Do airplanes
it uses fuel to get up there? No, they both fly up there, but the idea of satellites is that they can just stay up there without fuel, like
that's
for
the
a
idea,
long
though.
time. You were asking the difference. Yeah, that's like what?
No, I wasn't.
Is. Oh, all right. I thought someone did. My bad.
Wait,
no, what's the difference in their capabilities as far as the photography or the things that you think that confirm satellites? Like, why couldn't a high flying aircraft produce the same results?
Yeah, because it wouldn't be like safe. I mean, I'm sure we can make a safe way, right? But it costs a lot of money. It wouldn't be practical, I guess, to put someone at a higher altitude when their original plan was to go point A to point B.
Why?
I guess I'm talking more like commercial flights versus like picture flights, I guess. Like recon flights, maybe. So if your argument's why don't we have recon flights?
No, you asked me what you originally asked me what I thought of satellites.
You're right.
So I was giving you my thoughts on satellites.
I got you. Yeah, maybe I was just trying to work it out loud.
I just don't see why we need their existence. I just don't see anything that other than this sort of like potentially CGI images that we're seeing. I don't see anything that they accomplish that can't be accomplished with just high altitude flights.
Yeah.
Regardless, and obviously I'm throwing out the whole they're just in orbit floating out there forever. I don't buy that.
Yeah, so let me put satellites to the side here. Are you aware of like what was it, like 1,000-year dark age where none of the technology advanced because we just like blindly followed religion for a while?
I'm aware of that story, yeah.
Yeah. So the idea behind it, right, is that we stopped questioning things, right? So wouldn't it be proper for us to not repeat the past and always question what could possibly be out there?
Right. I think that actually that questioning the existence of space falls in line with exactly what you're describing, right?
Yeah, like what would we have to lose? Or actually, it's important that we don't repeat the past, and we always strive to progressively, find logic, I guess, discover new things.
Right. By that you mean like, sort of questioning outside of what we're told, right? What we're told, like in schools and academies and on the television every day, right? I think that's kind of what flat Earth is.
Yeah, it's very important. Yeah, for example, like let's say, right, there's a satellite that could be launched like 300,000 miles, something crazy, and it could possibly prove flat Earth. That'd be incredible, right? But isn't it important for us to make sure that we cover that, like we check that off, right? Because it's possible.
That's not how you would prove it. But
yeah, of course, I think it would be important. Sure.
Yeah, so that would be a reason of us throwing satellites up in the sky, regardless of if they're efficient.
No, it's not really what the point I was making. I was saying what can't be accomplished by high-flying aircraft that like what? Why are you so convinced that satellites are exactly what they say they are?
I mean, would you agree that there's possibly things in the sky that's like trying to listen to aliens?
Bro, what?
I don't know.
Earlier, this is exactly what I talked about earlier by them selling you ideas. They just sold you on this whole alien idea.
So
my question to you was what makes you certain that satellites are exactly what they say they are? I'm just asking, what is it? Is it the photographs, or what makes you so positive that it's not just something else?
Yeah, I mean, there's a level of belief there, right?
I guess. I mean, I was just asking.
Yeah,
I just haven't seen enough to make me believe it yet. So
I got you. Yeah. And obviously that barrier is different with everyone. And not, like you said, it's always important to question everything or question things.
Yeah, totally.
Sorry, I'm doing a bad job of being irrational. I need to get angry and stuff.
Let's talk about the 300,000 miles prove the flat Earth thing. What makes you think that would prove the flat Earth?
Oh, sorry. Are you referring to like my previous thing?
Yeah.
With the satellites?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I ended up doing some extra research on that real quick. I don't know why that guy was saying Jupiter was like 300,000 miles from Earth. Because Jupiter is... Okay, I get it. It's not measurable. I get it now. The common agreed Jupiter distance is not within 300,000 miles. But back to your question. Can you repeat it one more time, Creation Bear? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you said maybe we could put a satellite 300,000 miles up, and then we'd finally prove the Earth was flat. I'm asking you, what makes you think that? Why that?
Yeah, so just kind of fill everyone in. There was two claims, and then there was a conclusion, right? The first claim was that we can take a picture of a basketball, and then we can find the what was it? The curvature of the basketball through that picture, right? That was the first claim. And then the second claim is if we have a satellite high enough in the sky, right, such as I've closed out all my tabs, such as 300,000 miles up in the space, right, that it would be able to grasp a full image, such as a basketball, right, us taking a picture of a basketball in its full picture, that we would then be able to use that same, calculation to find the curvature of the Earth. That answer your question?
Can I challenge? No, it doesn't. But I would challenge that no matter how far you go away from, even if the Earth was a globe, you're not seeing the Earth in one shot. And I don't think you can. I have a little saying that goes, "You can go up, but you can't go out. You can zoom in, but you can't zoom out to see the whole entirety of reality in one shot." So I don't think 300,000 miles would allow you to see even the globe in one shot either.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. If anyone else wants to step up for the globes, feel free, or else I'll just,
No, you're doing a good job.
I know, but I had said it earlier. I had said it earlier too, right? So I just want to make sure I'm not controlling the room.
I'm almost convinced it's a globe. That thing about the Dark Ages, it got me, dude.
Are you for real?
Oh yeah, that was like wow, like.
I mean, it is very important that we should always keep questioning, and be progressive towards questions. So, Creation Bear, with your thing, I think we have to do a little bit of semantics, right?
All right.
So, whenever we're talking about reality, it's my understanding, right? When I refer to Earth, right, it's more of how you understand ground. Is that correct? Ground and
Actually, I consider Earth as reality. I see Earth as you see the universe, probably.
Okay, so then what would you refer to the thing that I refer to as Earth? Sorry, you said reality. What about...
Yes. Can you see reality? Like, even if the Earth was a globe and we're in the universe or whatever, is there anything we could do to see the universe in one shot?
This is a bit semantics, right?
Not really. I don't think so.
I understand that's your point of view, right? But for me,
it's called a reference.
I'm just trying to help you understand, dog.
Yeah. I get it. So what would you refer to the ground that you stand on?
We have the same worldview. I just don't think you realize it yet.
I think you say this every night to me, Creation Bear. But what's the thing? What would be the thing you stand on?
Huh?
What do you refer to the thing that you stand on?
The ground.
Okay, so your argument is that we cannot grasp the ground in its full picture, correct?
No, I don't think so, no.
No, as in correct?
Correct. I don't think you can see the ground in one shot.
Okay.
From what point of view? Where would we go?
So then, would you... Sorry, give me a second. Let me pull up my tabs.
There's nowhere to go. That's not a... I don't think there's a point of view where you can see this.
Yeah,
like I said, you can go up. You can certainly go up. You just can't go out. So,
I think what you're trying to do is trying to evolve another plane of existence, right? Such as 3D, 4D.
No. When did I say that?
You're trying to say go out.
Yeah, how would you leave reality? Even if we're in the universe, how would you
There you
leave
go.
that?
How would you leave from a 2D plane to a 3D? You can't.
We're not talking about 2D though.
Right, but that's easier to grasp than 3D to 4D.
Well, I'm not even invoking 4D. I'm just saying we're in a 3D. We're in the universe as it's.
I gotcha. So
how
then
do you leave that?
Yeah. Would you?
Can we just agree like you can't leave it? I think that's a very simple thing without bringing up 2D, 4D. That has nothing to do with the point, really. It's just that you can't leave this reality. So how would you be able to see that reality, or be able to say what shape it is, or whatever? But remember, like, that's why this dude came in earlier. He's like, so what's on the bottom of the flat Earth?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy.
This is like literally 10 out of 10 people, 9 out of 10 people think of flat Earth as this, some sort of the universe with a flat thing in it.
Yeah.
So it's my job. It's my job to help people understand that that's not it, and that the thing that they believe in, the universe, we kind of think of reality the exact same way, where we don't even really consider a model of it all. We don't know what shape it all is, nor do we really care. Ask 10 Globers, what shape's the universe? Like, I don't know. Well, why are you asking? Right? We feel the same way. We're really no different.
Yeah, but to be fair, right, and I really enjoy you guys, and I really enjoy like all this, right?
Well, how about
to
the
be
solar
fair,
system? Is the solar system flat?
To be fair, whenever I ask for like flat Earth questions, right, I usually get inconsistent answers. And I understand everyone's an individual.
Whoa. But your flat Earth questions, are they related to the word flat or the word Earth?
No, it's just kind of like an open question.
Yeah, kind of neither. It's like, hey, I'm going to ask you a curved Earth question. And you're like, certainly, Toby. And I say, and I say something completely unrelated. Like, hey, what's your take of microplastics? Or what's your take on tipping?
Yeah, I would agree.
I could get a straight answer. How come I can't get a straight answer from you? I'm asking you. You're a curved earther.
That's because that's usually not the questions that I ask.
What's your take on tipping?
Because that's usually not the questions I ask, and I hate tipping.
Not a straight answer.
I think tipping should be banned.
Fuck. That's not a straight answer. I want a straight answer.
I think tipping should be banned.
Okay. You're a curved earther.
Mm-hmm.
What's your take on tipping?
I think tipping should be banned.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry. I'm not getting this credit. I'm sorry. So I get where you're trying to say that obviously my answer is not going to be shared amongst all globals, but that's not my line of questioning whenever I come in.
Like the Earth, if the Earth is flat, is whoa, hold on, we're tipping over. Whoa.
No crit. So if I was to just ask the room, right? Sorry, my kid's crying. Give me a second. So like the other night, I asked the room, is there a map of the flat Earth? Right, and I just got consistent answers.
I think I was here for that.
There's 3 maps of the flat Earth. The Department of Defense has a full Earth. Okay, if you just want a map of the flat Earth, you just map it out, and that's Earth and it's mapped. But you want a full Earth.
I just asked, is there a map?
Yeah, there's 3 of them. The Library of Congress has a full Earth flat map. Department of Defense, and the last one, which is the best one, NASSholes, they have one too.
So crit, right? And that's great, thank you. But if you was to ask like another glober, hey, what does the globe look like, or what do you think the Earth looks like, or what do you think your reality looks like? Usually, we're all going to post the same stupid picture.
Google it. You'll be surprised though. You get a lot of globalists in here.
I'm sure there are.
They'll say some of the dumbest shit.
I'm sure.
It's like, hey, what galaxy do you live in?
Yeah.
They'll be like, I don't live in a galaxy. You're like, well, you do. Earth is in a galaxy. Do you know what galaxy it is? iPhone galaxy? You're like, well, no, it's like it's a candy bar. Mars.
I agree.
That's what you're dealing with. Like Jay Leno did a astronomy man on the street, and they're like, how many planets are in the solar system? The old boy's like, solar system don't have planets. They got meteors. It's about the sun and meteors. That's what's in the solar system. If you want to know where planets are, that is built with the nebula. The nebula has the planets in it. And the guy's like, yeah, I don't know okay, you got it. That's right. Where is Earth? Where's Earth? What's the biggest planet in the solar system? Like Earth. Like, okay, yeah. How do you know that? It's got a lot of land in it. There's land and water, and it's where we live. It's the biggest one. All the other ones are just little tiny dots in the sky.
Yeah, I get you. So. No, yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm telling you that you would ask people. Like, this is one girl who actually worked at a planetarium, and they said, "Hey, which planet is being considered?" This is when that whole thing was happening. Which planet is being considered for to be reduced to a dwarf planet? And she says, "Oh man, I work at a planetarium. I should know this." She said, "Halley's Comet."
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, man.
It is very rough.
Like two girls who just graduated from college. It goes like, "Hey, what's your education level?" "Oh, we're college graduates. We played varsity volleyball and we got a scholarship, and now we got urban education degrees, and we're gonna become teachers, and we're gonna be like gym teachers and whatnot." Like, oh, cool. Well, you just graduated, so you probably know some of this stuff. He's like, "Yeah, what are you asking about?" And she's like, "Oh, we're asking about the solar system." And it's like, "Oh, cool." It's like, what number is Earth in the solar system? They're like, 25. And they're like, "Well, no, there's not that many planets. There's 9. So what number is Earth?" "Oh, well, if there's 9, I guess 12."
Wow.
Holy shit, dude. You Americans are dumb as fuck.
Yeah, we're all stupid. So anyways, Christian Bear, can we go back to your the point that was being made, and can we further that debate some more? If that's okay.
By the way, I take that back. I don't mean all you guys. I'm just kidding. I'm just poking you. Yeah, you're Southern.
Christian Bear, we can,
That's
right?
California. The Jay Leno mal in the street. That happened in California.
So Christian Bear, let's just say, right, that there is a satellite. Let's just say there is a satellite that's 300,000 miles up in the sky.
Holy shit. That you just did a Jay Leno man in the street. 300,000 miles.
Yeah, well, this was his question from earlier, but yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that like past?
Let's just say.
That's like way past even the moon. Like, it's so far out there. You're like, "Hey, what's the furthest satellite?" And they'd be like, "Oh, 300,000 miles." And you're like, "Well, the moon is only 250,000 miles away." "Oh, well, I guess if the moon's only 250,000 miles away, then the furthest satellite must be about 2 billion.
Sure. Damn. So what if we was to say that the images captured from the satellite also align with, let's say, okay, I can look up now and okay, it's dark out, right? Or let's say, oh, I'm starting to see the sun, right? If we have two tools of measurement where I can go out there and visually see the sun setting, and then I can go online and see, okay, the GOAS 19 is telling me that the sun is setting here, right? What would we say about that?
You can always backwards engineer stuff.
Yeah.
The sun doesn't prove the shape of the ground again.
No. That's not my argument. My argument was for how we would measure the. Sorry, guys, it's getting late. Measure the curvature. But Creation Bear, what would be your saying to that?
Well, I said it. You just backwards engineer it. To make
backwards
it fit.
Engineer what?
We're saying that we have a model that matches just seems to match reality. Well, they're taking the reality and making the model. So they're just backwards engineering. They're not going from one to the other. They're going backwards to try to make the model fit.
Hang on, McDonald, is your question what is being done or what should be done?
No, that's. My question is, what's the thought of having two measures of instruments lining up? And then saying that that's a false conclusion.
It depends. If both of them are indirect or they're inferences and they just so happen to be within a small margin of error, satisfactory to the measurers.
Yeah, I agree.
Convincing, right? Convincing them that they must be on track. If they're inferences, they're inferences.
Yeah, like a wrong clock can be right twice a day, right? That kind of thing. And so what would we do? We would introduce a third measurement, right, to make sure to validate that the claim's still true. Like how many lines of how many numbers of tools would we need to introduce?
Well, the problem is not necessarily the number of tools. The number of tools would further validate your conclusion, but it depends on the quality of the measurement. If all you're doing is taking inferences, you follow, then you're probably doing something. What I mean. You're not getting to the meat of it. So if you can get to the meat of it, then you're probably better off. All
right. Sorry. If my reasoning is on the end of inferences, which is the conclusion reached on the basis of evidence and reasoning, you're saying that's the problem?
No. If your conclusion is solely based off of inferences, then yeah, there can be a problem.
The conclusion of evidence and reasoning.
Conclusion of evidence and reasoning. Inferences are not just the outcome. The outcome of reasoning is not necessarily just inferences. Like, for example, if I take a ruler and I measure this piece of paper, would you call that an inference? It's 8.5 by 11. How much more direct can you get?
Well,
right.
Obviously, we would need to make sure that
I've got a question.
We would need to make sure that the ruler is valid, right? So if there was ever a question of faulty ruler, well, then I would be like, hey, independent study. Here's my ruler, right?
Absolutely, and that's a totally separate question, right? Questioning the degree of accuracy of the measuring tool itself is totally a valid point, right? If my thing is off by 5%, and I measure 10 inches or something like that, and I come up with whatever 10.5 or something on another ruler, then something's off.
Yeah, and you would agree that the evidence, right, and the reasoning, thus the conclusion.
But here's the thing. Here's a more similar idea of what I'm talking about. If I have a piece of paper and I measure it with a ruler, I get a number. Versus I have a box, and all these papers fit in it. If I measure the box, does that necessarily mean the box is exactly the same size as the paper? No, not necessarily. It could be. It could be, but you see what I mean? Like, so you're doing kind of the same thing in this situation, but not really. And that's the contrast that I'm trying to get at. So the difficulty in this thing is we don't even necessarily know the box. We don't necessarily know. Yeah, you follow? That's what I'm drawing attention to.
The box thing would be a lack of evidence and reasoning, but I believe someone else wanted to step in.
Go ahead.
Overcomer, I think.
Oh, I was wondering who. I got the conversation now. I was wondering who was the flat Earth believer here and how it was going.
Oh, buddy, it's the entire room.
Nah, man, I wouldn't say I believe it.
The entire room.
I wouldn't use that word. I wouldn't use that word. For most people in this room, I don't think
you believe that it is a science that.
Hang on, sir. Sir, can you let me finish my sentence? What I'm saying is using the term belief is not a valid description for most people in this room.
Okay. So most people think or are unsure of, or well, you're just nitpicking. That's
I'm not trying to I'm not trying to nitpick, sir. I'm sorry if you feel that way, or if it's annoying or something like that. But people would argue that the term belief and knowledge in this context is quite distinct.
Okay. So tell me, Mick, you believe that you think is a fact that the Earth is flat, correct?
I'm leaning in that direction.
Okay.
I have more. I have more of a knowledge base now about the Earth being flat than I used to growing up thinking it was a ball.
Okay, then explain to us why you've started to come to that conclusion.
The Earth measures flat. It's navigated as flat. It doesn't. You don't feel rotation.
Okay. So my first problem with that is if you look out into the distance, why can't you see infinitely far?
You're a superhero, number one, and the reality, even if I were to wave a magic wand over your head and I make you a flat earther, you wouldn't wake up tomorrow and then start seeing a different reality. This is the reality we exist in, and that's not going to change. If anything's going to change, it's you.
Oh, bro, you shit me? I became a flat earther because I thought I'd have infinite vision.
No,
the thing you're asking is your version of flat earth in your head is you should be able to see infinitely or whatever.
Yeah.
That's not.
And so
we're not. You're not.
No. You are taking away.
We're not talking about.
You are taking away a disadvantage with this argument by saying, "Oh, it's because you don't believe it." But
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we exist in the reality we exist in. You don't have to believe anything. This is just the way it is.
Yeah.
Right. So the sloppy
flat
earth that you hold on. The sloppy version of flat earth that you've come up with in your head. No one in here thinks that. So if you're going to try to debunk the thing in your head, you're just fighting against yourself. So just come back to reality where you don't see across the earth like Superman. Come on, dog.
Yeah.
Silly question.
I wanted an explanation of how you guys believe the flat earth is.
You're not born with those abilities to see that far.
So think about this. The nature of your eyes alone are enough to limit you from seeing infinitely far. Whether the Earth is flat or curved, your eye. What is it? 0.2 degrees that you can resolve, or something? Your own eyes.
Even if you have perfect conditions and optimal tools and toys, telescopes and whatnot at ground level, I think it's only about just short of 300 kilometers. That's it.
So then, why when I look into this, then why? Because I'm not going to debate what's there, but I would like to know why. Then, if that's true, can I look into the stars and I can see stars
because
if they are that
ground
far
level?
away?
Well, how far are they?
You don't know what they are to say how far they are anyway. So I wouldn't worry about the stars, brother.
Wait.
So how far
are you telling me that stars could be 6 kilometers away from the Earth?
You don't know what they are, period. You don't know what they are, period. So it's like in your head, you have them as still giant burning balls of whatever, and you're moving them closer or farther away. That's the wrong idea. You don't know what they are at all, or how they are, why they are, when they are, where they are. I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then let's go back. Let's go back to the sight thing. So you referred. I'm sorry. Continue.
I just want to follow up on that quickly. Like, how far are the stars?
And
how do you know?
It depends on what star, but they're definitely not 6 kilometers away, as
I'm not saying they're 6 kilometers away.
Yeah, no one's saying they're 6 kilometers away
you
here.
Said, no. You said that we could only see how far?
I did not say that.
We said that at ground level, you can only see with perfect conditions just short of 300 kilometers at ground level.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden it was you that made the claim that we could only see 6 kilometers.
I don't know where you got
300 kilometers.
No,
we can take it back to 300.
No, but sir, we're talking across the surface here.
Okay.
Right, where there's humidity and all sorts of weird shit going on at ground level. When you look over a hot surface, it kind of looks wavy, et cetera, et cetera. There's all sorts of phenomena that occur. You know, that's what we're talking about. You look up when you look upwards into an ever decreasing quote unquote atmospheric density, if you will. Of course, you're going to be able to see further than that.
Okay, so is the problem with our physical eyes, or
emotional, damn it,
or how the light is traveling, and who the
people joke?
Yeah, you get used to it.
is it our light? Is it the light, or is it our eyes that's changing? That's different than how.
Well, you can't really separate. You can't really separate that because light has its own. Light has its own.
Can we agree on the fact? Can we
Take your
agree on the
eyes away,
fact
you're going to
that
be blind.
eyes? Can we agree on the fact that eyes only take light and send the information from that light to the brain?
Yeah, light hits the back of your eye, and little electrical signals go to your brain. Yeah.
I don't agree with anything this gentleman says, though.
Okay.
I mean, of course,
I've got one person agreeing with me, and I like that.
But what's the point with that?
Then I'm not a minor.
What? I said, what's your point with that?
Now, then why are we directly saying that our eyes are the problem when really you should be directly attributing your eyes to the movement of the light?
What I was talking about is the lens. How do I put it? Your eyes can only resolve up to a certain angular size. Your brain only processes the information that comes in up to a certain threshold. But beyond that, technically speaking, the light is still hitting your eyes, but you don't quote unquote see it. Your mind doesn't resolve it. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, I'm fine with that. But then why can't a camera not take a better picture then?
Good question.
Why is it the same limits as my eyes?
I think that's probably a good question though. Like your eye, the camera would zoom in further, so you would be able to see further, and everything would be expanded out. But then you only go so far because the lens only has a certain capacity. But then you're struck with all the other variables, like the humidity, like the thickness of the air, humidity, heat, et cetera, right? It's like, imagine if you take a pane of glass, you can see right through it. But if you stack 10 panes of glass, it's going to be more and more difficult to see through it, even though they're quote unquote transparent. They're not 100% transparent. Follow? Yeah. Try to look to the bottom of your swimming pool. Odds are you can see it, but if you drained all the water, you would see it much different, much clearer.
Sure.
Same phenomenon.
Okay.
Or similar.
Well, I'll be back probably tomorrow, but I did want to come in here and see just some of those facts.
There's also light that your vision doesn't even bring into reference. That'd be like clear or invisible or not visible.
Okay.
Well, nice job.
Kind of like a gaff. It's invisible, but depending on how the light or what heat or what kind of things going on, you can see like the waves of shadowing with the medium. Something like the medium itself. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, Globers. We scared them all off.
Do something.
Globers, make a claim.
Well, there was that other guy who we were just talking to before. This other guy came in and left. Is he still here?
Yeah, McDonald's worker?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who's talking.
Yeah, I'm going to get a number 4 with fries real quick.
Oh. Yeah, SpongeBob guy.
Yeah. I think this profile pic's so funny.
I'm ready.
Something like that.
Backing up.
But no, I'm a Glover. I say it for memes. Like, I want to hear someone else's viewpoint.
Is this your first time in the room?
No, this is my first week.
First week, okay. You heard the dramatic blow-ups and shit like that?
Yeah, I've got banned, all that.
You got banned.
Because
What
you
did you
participated in. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I get to learn your lesson.
Yeah. I mean, it's important, right? I'm developing skills that are important.
Well, stick around. You'll witness it with other people, and by that point, it'll actually be kind of humorous.
I mean, I believe we can learn something important from everyone.
Facts.
Yeah.
Major facts, bro.
It happens.
W. McDonald's work. I don't think I've not seen you get too crazy, so shout out to you.
What were we just talking about? And yeah, I concur with that. What were we just talking about before the other guy? Kind of lost.
I was hitting my whole universe is the flat earth type shit, I don't know. They're just all over the place.
Yeah. But he and I were talking, but I forgot the train. I lost the train.
You're referring to me and you about the measurements and stuff, measuring a box, measuring a piece of paper.
Yeah. Inferences versus direct measurement. Yeah. Because that's the big shtick in this room. The big question is, where's the curve? Like if we're on a giant ball and there's there must be the ground must be curving, and according to the dimensions, is there's a set curvature rate. But has anyone actually gone out there and said, "Oh, I'm going to take this measuring device or this device somehow and do this thing, and there we go. We found this thing that we reverse engineered from all these other numbers that confirm what we inferred."
I mean, I think that's kind of leaping, but I believe you've heard my statement conclusion, right?
I missed it.
Conclusion. Okay. Basically, we can measure basketball. We can measure Earth.
Yeah, in theory, yeah, for sure. So who has actually done it and how?
Yeah. So then I bring satellites into the argument. That's why we were talking about satellites.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how did satellites measure it? Just by taking a picture?
No, they would give us a picture, and then we would argue, is this picture, valid? And then if it is valid, we could then use we would use that same way that we obtain the curvature value of the basketball, and then apply it to the Earth through the same image.
So would you not have to know all the specs of camera on the satellite, know how far it is, et cetera, to backwards engineer another value that would be approximately equal to that which we had in the past, and then make another inference that, because these things line up, then it must be correct, kind of what you're getting at before?
Yeah.
Is that where that thing came?
Let me kind of ask a question, or answer that with a question, if I may. Would we have to do the same whenever we take a picture of the basketball and find the thing with the basketball?
Fortunately, no. Because I can take a ruler or two rulers and take gradual measurements over the X plane and the Y plane and plot something out and say, these dots are growing, more or less exponentially up to a certain point. Then I can, use a parabolic approximation for the rate of curvature of the ball.
Maybe I was, sorry, like a picture of the ball, a picture of the basketball.
So what would you do?
Would you agree we can find the curvature of the picture of basketball?
If you knew all the specs and all that, you'd be making another inference, yeah. And it might just so happen to coincide with something that you measure directly. Sure.
Yes. Yeah, so if you agree that we can measure if you agree with the basketball, then I don't understand how that doesn't correlate to the satellite taking a picture of the Earth.
My point is, even if you did use the same method on a basketball, you would still have to validate it. You would have to know all the specs, right? The distance from the thing, the lens details, all that shit, and then you would want to confirm it with something.
I get you.
You see what I mean? It's not enough just.
So then the argument then has to turn into, if I was to use the same camera, same distance, like the same static variables with the ball, right? Like if I could punt a basketball up, right, and then we could jump and take a picture of the Earth and the globe at the same time, or excuse me, Earth and the basketball at the same time.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I didn't say you need to use the same camera.
Variables.
I'm saying the variables. I'm asking for static variables. I'm asking for clear understanding of the tools being used in the first place. So if you're using a rectilinear lens, or for example, the distance from the ball to the camera, all these things, you can be sure with a certain degree, you can be more or less sure that the photo is not distorted. You took
I 1000% agree with you now. Yes,
all that stuff. So A, do we know the distance between the surface and these cameras that are taking the shots? B, do we know the specs of the lens? C, do we trust the individuals processing it? All these three things need to be checked. And then, only then, do we have something to then further our investigation into the realm of quote unquote the direct, something direct, and actually do something down here that we can correlate with the values that we calculated to confirm everything.
No, sorry. There would no longer be a confirmation though, right? Because we're not confirming with the basketball, right? It wouldn't make sense for us to be like, hey, we need to stand on the basketball to confirm the measurement.
I never said you have to stand on the basketball, sir. If you took the photo of a basketball, I'm asking what I said at least 2 times already, very clearly. If you did the same method with the basketball by using a camera and you got a value, it's an approximation because everything is within a certain degree of error. We all know that. You would then have to go directly to the basketball and apply a method to measure the basketball. I don't know, take one of those sewing kit ruler.
Just establish the curvature. Yes, let's establish the curvature of the basketball. Yes,
something concrete, and then you can correlate it with what you estimated from the indirect approach. And then you have something that's pretty accurate, or it should be if you did everything right. So that second part, that direct approach, what has been done to the Earth that we can then correlate with the satellite imagery stuff, calculations, or even Eratosthenes or whatnot.
Sure. Well, let's just stay on satellites. That's what I've studied.
Demok, are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Just me and Demok were having a really good conversation earlier, and I was wondering if he was here, so we can maybe touch base on that.
He looks here, but we were just chatting. So.
Yeah, did you not just hear us like having a conversation, guy?
Yeah, if you want to.
Conversation's more important than us.
Oh no, I guess you guys could carry on.
Oh, go ahead.
What
was your claim, Glober?
Huh?
What was your claim, Glober?
Oh, I'm not a Glober or a flat earther at the moment.
What are you doing? No, Meek, we can continue this a bit later.
Huh?
What, do you control the room?
No.
I mean, I can. I'd be happy to step aside if you want to continue. We can settle that mutually. But do you see my point about the direct aspect of things to validate?
Yeah. So that's
all I'm getting at.
I make no claims upon the shape of the Earth.
Thank you, sir.
I make no greater claim.
Then join the side of Meek. Then I don't understand.
But Why should I believe you guys? You guys are the same as NASA to me.
So
Hang on. So McDonald, we're in agreement. Like, we'll put that to the side for now because so far no one has brought direct measurement, and that's a necessity.
So hold on. The issue with an image from a satellite, right, would be that we don't understand the tools and we don't have the exact measurements.
What don't you understand about those tools and measurements, brother?
Well, we could just look up, right, what was built on. If it's not public knowledge, then I would agree with you guys. But if it is public knowledge, then we can just be like, oh, is this 1-to-1?
Yo, Denmark, have you ever seen water stick to a ball?
Hang on, sir. I just wanted to point out, even if we did have the spec of the cameras and the details and everything, we still need to confirm it somehow with something direct. If we don't have the directness, you can only really guess.
Okay, so you're kind of losing me on this. Sorry.
Not a picture, no.
Why? It's so easy, dude. It's the same thing with the paper and the box analogy. You know, you can make a pretty good guess.
Oh, what was the paper box analogy?
I was talking to the other guy. He sounded kind of confused about direct versus indirect, and I just gave him like a brief off the top of my head analogy. If I have a piece of paper, an 8.5 by 11 or something like that, I can take my ruler and measure that up to a certain degree of precision because the ruler, it's dollar store ruler, so who knows if it's precise it is, right?
Yes.
Versus if I take that paper and I put it in a box, those little, paper, office box things, it more or less fits in it. Sometimes more
I got
or not, but it does. I'm telling the other guy.
What about this? What about this? What if I was to say?
Come on, he was in the middle of explaining that to me. Hold on, wait. Yeah, explain it.
Yeah, McDonald, I'm not talking to you, dude. I'm just summarizing it for the other guy.
Okay.
So if I take like one of those little office stacker things, there's a little box that you put papers in and shit, and the paper kind of fits in. One could say, the paper, the box or the paper is exactly this size if I measure the box. But you can only really you don't really know that. You'd have to take a direct measurement of the paper, not measuring the box itself, to really know what the size of the paper is, even though the paper kind of fits in it. Right? I was just making that comparison between direct or indirect with using that very crude analogy.
Right, but okay, hold on. Let me ask a question. But like the paper couldn't fit in the box if the paper was bigger than the box, right?
Correct.
So we know at least the paper isn't bigger than the box, right?
Sure. So your thing is bounded to a certain degree, right? You're limited with, it's bigger or it's perfectly sized.
Wait, so how does this relate to, you're making a claim of, okay, so you're claiming the Earth is a certain shape. So how does this relate to that claim?
That's not what I was not making the claim of such. I was drawing an analogy to taking a direct versus an indirect measurement of something, and kind of highlighting the necessity to take direct measurements of things to be more certain of our conclusion.
Okay, so if I'm about to sound like a glober right now, but I'm actually not a glober. Like I said earlier, I don't make any claims on the shape of the Earth. But let me just play devil's advocate. Like, in order to make a direct measurement of the Earth, wouldn't we need something bigger than the Earth to measure it? And isn't that kind of unfeasible? So shouldn't we use other tactics to measure the shape of the Earth?
You wouldn't necessarily need to have something bigger than. Like, for example, if I have a piece of if I have a piece of paper and I just so happen to know it's 8.5 by 11, if I take a ruler that's six inches long, I can measure it, twice on each side, the ruler over. The result will be less accurate than if I did have something bigger, but you're still taking a direct measurement. You're just having to do a few operations more.
Margin of error.
yeah, you're within a certain you're less precise, and you have to do more operations. So it's quote riskier, but it's still direct.
Sections versus the whole thing.
That guy that asked the question just left.
Yeah.
So, would you agree though that we can capture a direct measurement if we just scale the measurement tool correctly upwards?
Like
and
what?
we no longer have to worry about indirect. So, for example, right, if I have a 12-foot measurement tool, right, if I just go out and buy a 24 measurement tool, right, that's a 1:1 scale.
Sure.
Got a mile long one?
Yeah, exactly. Like we could scale this almost infinitely, right?
Or 8 mile? What can you? Well, I know, but yeah, we can piece anything together, but we can't go to the store and get a mile long one.
Well, you probably could, like those tools, I don't know what it's called, but those tools that you use to measure football fields, the one with a wheel. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those are I think they were called meter wheels. Like where I grew up, you know, we measured in in elementary school, we measured the perimeter of our courtyard by walking around and, you know, rolling that thing along, and every time it hit a meter, it would click, count number of clicks. There's your, you know, yeah. I mean,
You can measure long ass distances with those.
The thing with that though is that's surface area or surface length measurement. So if you're on a ball, you're just basically measuring an arc segment of the ball.
No. Sorry, I don't want to get off track here. It's just
you're measuring lengths with it, not curvature. I know that.
You're measuring forward, up, down, everything as a line. It's just a line for itself from reference where it starts, and it's going to measure everything up, down, everything that it rolls across. And there really would be no difference from a sphere or any object that you roll around. It's just going to give you the length that you rolled it from and to.
Yeah.
Yeah. What we would need here is some method to measure rate of deviation from a plane or a line, a straight line.
Yeah, if we presuppose there's no tool that can capture the entire image.
But well, again, you know, if you're talking about the camera stuff again, yeah, that's an indirect way of doing it.
No, that would be direct. Would you agree that if I take a picture of a basketball and it's full perspective, that's a direct photo?
It's a direct photo, but the measurement part, what are you measuring? You're counting pixels. You know, you're doing some backwards, calculations of the distance from the camera, all this stuff, and then from that.
Sorry, my little one. I believe like the radius, the diameter, all that would still stay true, regardless of distance from camera.
Radius and diameter aren't the same thing, are they?
No, they're not. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the supposed radius and all the dimensions of the ball changing. I'm talking about actually assessing what those are via a simple picture. Now, to do that, for example, with a basketball, again, you'd have to take a camera, you'd have to know the specs, so you know that the camera's not distorting the image. You have to know the distance from the thing, et cetera, et cetera. Then basically on your computer, you're basically counting pixels. And then doing some math based on the pixels. That's it. That's an indirect.
You'd have to compare the pixels with reality, and then there's going to be like, it's not. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that won't work past that. Yeah.
Right. So it's a good maybe estimate if that's all you're limited to, and if whatever you're using these values for, you know, are flexible enough such that they can withstand a certain degree of error that emerges from the indirect approach, then whatever. But if you're trying to get accurate, you know, maximize accuracy, then that's not the way to go.
Yeah, let me know if you guys hear my little one in the background. But would you? All right. So how about this? Right, I'm going to set up the entire scene. Right, if we have basketball like at our toes, right, we take one step back, right, and then we have the camera touching our chest, right? And then we take a picture of the basketball, and then we go into space and we set it up, right? One step back.
Emotional damage.
Same camera.
Emotional damage.
Come on.
Same camera.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it's my bad. I accidentally argued with a couple of the flat earthers in the sphere earlier, and they muted me when I had a point. Sounds about right, guys. You guys get so mad so easily.
If you want to bring it up again after when we're finished, there maybe that could be interesting.
Oh hell yeah! Let's debate, bro. Let's go, Mick.
Yep, give it a couple seconds, buddy.
Hey, you leave.
Yeah, why did I just get kicked out? Come on, don't ban me from a... Dude, it says I'm locked out. It's a glitch. No way. Why did I just get banned, though? Flat Earthers...
Doormat.
Flat Earthers don't want to debate? No, because I proved you guys wrong many times in a row. That's wild.
Dude, can you be patient? Let us finish our conversation first.
Yeah, go ahead. But go ahead and ban me first.
I don't have the power to.
Nah, who did that?
Apparently you're talking in here, right? So shut up and wait your turn.
Oh, it's the dude that lost the debate. My bad. Yeah, I can see why you did that.
You know your own name, buddy. Wait your turn.
Can you like get the hint and shut up?
There we go. We just helped him. As you were, gents.
Yeah, just basically to finish up my argument, right? Is would you agree that we can scale, right, everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Then thus I don't understand why we can't scale it up to be like taking a picture of the Earth.
Sure, I never said you can't scale it up.
So then you would agree that we can take a picture of the Earth in its entirety.
If it's actually a ball, you should be able to. Yeah. And then once you hold on, Demok, hold on. Theoretically, according to your side of the argument, you should be able to. And then once you do, you want to confirm your assessment from the picture somehow. Otherwise, like it's there's so many elements in between.
That's what I'm saying, right? We make static variables where we can, right? That's why we use scaling terms.
You can only see half of the object.
I agree, right?
Of a sphere, you only take half of the object. A picture's not going to work as good as a moving video picture camera that sees the actual object spin in front of you and get the reference of the whole thing.
Maybe using the word globe here was incorrect, right? Let's use like Dorito and then like a triangle in the space, right? We could use the same argument there, right? Is that can we measure the same way the Dorito that we can the object in space is high?
No, you're not going to be able to measure by a picture. You have to have some type of reference, or else the picture won't have the depth you're looking for to give you the analogy or the attributes you need.
At best, what you can do from a picture is gauge ratios between dimensions. So you with your triangle thing, you can gauge the side X, is more or less, let's say 1.5 times.
We can get Pythagorean, right?
Hey.
Like we could work the Pythagorean theorem in the object in space, right?
I'm not following.
A squared plus B squared, C squared.
C squared, yeah. What about it? Are you still talking about the Dorito?
Yeah, the thing in space.
What do you mean a Dorito in space?
I'm saying the thing that we would measure in space. Can we still extrapolate measurements from it correctly?
No. How would you know how far it is from you?
Oh, you're talking about taking a photo from down here up to something up there.
Just in space in general, I think.
Hold on, is that what hold on, I'm just confirming. Is that what you're talking about? Because I thought we were still talking about like an analogy, like the basketball. You have a basketball on your table. You take a photo.
Yeah, this is an analogy. Yeah.
Okay.
But won't the distance from the camera be irrelevant because we can still extrapolate the measurements?
What measurements, though?
Like in the triangle.
If you don't know how far if you don't know how far it is, the best that you can do is try to quantify the relationship between some of the dimensions of what you're looking at.
Yeah,
Reference.
Is that not far-fetched?
Frame of reference, brother. You need some type of frame of reference to calculate anything, and then that's going to give you your error amount also.
But my point being, if I look up in the sky and I see a giant triangle, a giant Dorito flying over me, how do I know how far? If I don't know how far it is, I don't know what the dimensions are of what I'm looking at. I can't measure that. All I can tell is, it's an equilateral triangle, and one side in my camera is 10 pixels, while on the other side it's 10 pixels also. Engage that. There's a 1-to-1 relationship between all the sides. Oh, it must be an equilateral triangle. I don't know if it's 1 kilometer long or if it's 10 centimeters long.
Yeah, that's not the question though. But I guess that could be the question. Sorry. So kind of go with me here.
It kind of sounded like that's what you were getting at.
Yeah, kind of work with me here, right? And this probably be the last thing. So if I have a soccer ball in front of me, right, and I take a picture, right, and I gather the diameter, right? Let's say it's just 10, right? And then if I punt this motherfucker, right, all the way out there, right, would the diameter change if I then took a picture and measured it?
In real terms, the diameter would not change, but it would look smaller to you because it's further.
Sure, but you would agree that if we took a picture and measured it, the diameter would not change.
What are you talking? I don't understand. In the photo, it would look tiny. If you don't know how far it is, it looks like a tiny ball.
But the measurements would still stay consistent, right?
So you don't understand perspective.
No, yeah, dude. My argument is that distance wouldn't matter whenever we use like the.
Because a thing called perspective wrecks it for you.
What? How would perspective wreck soccer ball?
Well, if you've got a basketball, and we all know what size a basketball is because they are a standard size. You take a photo of from 1 foot, it's going to look its normal size. You go and put that bastard 6 miles away, and it's going to look like a tiny little dot.
Yeah, that's not the argument, though. The argument is that would the diameter change?
Of course not. In real terms, no.
Yeah, so why would distant matter?
Because
you're still trying to misconstrue perspective with actual physical size. Things appear to get smaller as they get further away. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes, I agree with that.
Excellent. So when you're looking at a basketball that's a mile away, is it going to look smaller? Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent. So you measuring a photograph is pointless.
Yeah, because you don't have the initial measurements. You don't know what right? You have nothing to compare it to, except for what you see, which is not even really a comparison. It's just all you have. So if you compare it within itself, what you're doing is, like I said before, comparing the dimensions and getting some sort of ratios, some sort of relationship between them. That's all you have.
But we agreed that the dimension would change.
The real dimensions of the object does not change just by virtue of you taking a picture of it. Of course not.
Okay, I think I get what we're saying. So we cannot validate the measurements. Is this correct?
Just by photo, not necessarily.
Okay, yeah.
You don't have. You see what I mean? Like, this is why I was specifying before with the basketball thing. You have to have at least the distance to the basketball to begin with. So then you see what I mean? You have to at least have that to be able to gauge.
I see what you're saying, and I just don't agree with it.
Well, what don't you agree with? What? Maybe we're talking past each other somehow. Maybe I'm missing what you're saying.
I'll have to reflect on it. I don't want to be dealing with it.
Think about it. It's a similar thing with the moon is what is it, 400 times smaller than the sun, but it just so happens to be 400 times closer. So they overlap. They look the same.
But
it's
I just don't
genre of an argument.
I just don't agree with. I need a frame of reference whenever I measure something in the distance.
If you don't have a distance if you don't know what the distance is to you, how do you know what the size of a thing is just by taking a picture of it?
Because it would all be relative to itself.
Wrong.
Okay, so how do we find the radius of something? We use the diameter of the
Stop.
of the
You're
object
getting
itself.
confused with a thing, your angular size. So when you look at something, it has an angular size. So if I put a ping pong ball 1 foot from you, and then I put a basketball about 20 yards away, they're both going to have a very similar angular size. We all know bloody well that a basketball and a ping pong ball are different sizes, but they're going to look the same. So how do you verify without knowing the distance? Does that make it a bit easier to understand?
Yes, it does.
Excellent.
Or like for example, if I take that same ping pong ball and I put it right up against your eyeball, it covers your entire view. Are you going to say that the ping pong ball is the size of the room?
It's going to say it's 93 million miles away.
I get what you guys are saying now. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, like how do you know? Unless you knew that thing was an inch from your eyeball, how would you know what the size of the thing is?
I just wasn't aware of
exactly.
angular
How thick would the ping pong ball be? You could say it's infinite, right? Like space.
Well,
it's just covering your eye.
Yeah, it's a giant tube that extends into outer space. A giant cylinder.
Yeah, you wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's all I'm getting at, dude. We're on the same page. I think you're just missing the little nuances here. And this is why taking the direct approach to confirm your suspicion is the name of the game. So that's what's being
a logical approach.
Yeah, so
it would still be a direct. Yeah. It would still be direct. I get what we're saying.
Which part are you saying would be?
Maybe it wouldn't be direct. I don't know.
I don't think so, man. If you don't have all the variables at play, if you don't have all the variables at play, like.
So then, okay. Work with me a little bit here then.
First hand direct, not first hand indirect.
I got you. As long as we can then obtain the distance from the satellite to the Earth, then that would solve everything?
No. It would supposedly solve the first half of the problem.
And then
one piece. No, one little piece. It would just give you the distance from the Earth's surface, wherever the Earth is that it's over, because you can have a canyon, a hill, or a valley. So that would always change and fluctuate due to how far it is to what point. Now, if you had it in the air just above one portion, that's all you would know is the distance from where it's at right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So imagine this, dude. If you have the distance to the camera, but you happen to have a fisheye lens on the camera, everything's going to be all warped. You're kind of in trouble there. So you'd have to know all these things, and then do your pixel counting, come to whatever approximation you might think. But then what do? You have to take, a direct approach to confirm it.
Yeah.
And that would close the loop, man. If you know anyone who's done something like that, the server will be shut. Period. That's why everybody's looking for. As easy as that.
I wouldn't say that's easy. That's a bit far-fetched, but I get you.
No, I mean, like, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I'd say it's simple, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about you, man, but to me, looking at some of these laser tests that have been done to try and find a rate of deviation from, a horizontal, like that shit, man. Everything's pretty much flush.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
You never heard about these? These are really interesting, dude. Okay, so
I've heard about it, I just not looked into it.
You haven't looked into it? If you're interested, I'll send you a couple of videos that you can take your own time. There's some.
Respectfully, I won't look at them. Sorry.
Okay. Well, if I can summarize it.
Yeah, sure.
If you're interested, according to the standard model, you can approximate the rate of change of the rate of drop on the surface of the Earth using the formula 8 inches per mile squared, or it's an 8x squared, right? Think of it like an inverted parabola, right? You follow? You can put a cup over a ball, It doesn't, it's not perfect, but it does touch the surface in most of the one half of the area that you can get a good idea, right? So according to that, every mile, you would get some factor deviation from 8, some multiple of 8 deviant from a horizontal from your initial point. So if I stand on top and I put the giant ruler or laser out straight forward, 1 mile out on the surface, on the curved surface, it would be 8 inches below that. 2 miles out, it would be 8 times 2 squared, 8 times 4, 32 inches below that, et cetera, et cetera. People have done these tests over 10, 20, 30, I think even up to 40 miles, whereby there should be up to 100 now, eh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Surveyor, planar surveying, yeah. They can do increments up to 100, yeah. Go ahead.
With a laser test, really?
Not like that, brother. Surveying, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, surveying increments, each section to equal out to 100 square portion grid. Yeah.
Okay, well, 100 square. Okay, yeah. Well, what I'm talking about is a straight line using a laser up to 40 miles far.
No,
there should be what?
Yeah, they do shorter increments to equal that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this one in this one instance with the field engineering core group there, where what was it, over a lake in the Netherlands or something like that? Over 40 miles, that should be 8 inches times 40 squared. 4 squared is what? 1,600. 40 squared is 1,600 times 8. That's like 12 or 15,000 inches. It's several dozen
feet.
Yeah, it's several.
Crazy,
it's a crazy number of feet that the laser should be ripping over the people's heads, basically.
But the laser is 1,066.96 feet, or 1,283.56 inches.
Double what I was thinking. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, that's fucked. That's squared exponent, man. That's squared function.
Yeah, that laser should be ripping, over these guys' heads 40 miles out.
No.
But they don't.
No, what is it? Hold on. What do you mean no?
Lick the underside of my ball sack.
Whoa, that was mildly inappropriate.
That's what you do.
Hold on. I got something special for him. We'll make sure he don't come back. As you were, gents.
So, SpongeBob, you hear my point? When the laser lines flush with where they are, they're about maybe 6-10 feet above the ground or something like that. Like, there's a big problem. There's that's like a 95% error margin or something. Like it's very stark. So yeah, that's pretty direct, man. That's on the ground. Giant ruler, but it happens to be a laser.
And you can't find any of that 1,000-foot drop. You can't even find 1 foot of that drop. Isn't that weird?
I mean, with that error margin, you can't really say anything in between there it can really be accounted for or means anything. It's 90 to 95% error margin, dude. If they were a couple inches off or something like that, that'd be one thing.
And that's why they do the other thing. They do like so many feet in sections because you don't want to go too far. Because the farther you go with any kind of a visual thing, you get the spread out effect or you get a little offness. Even with the laser, it widens out. So that one probably after 30, 40 miles, it starts to get wider once it hits something or what. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, well, this laser was specially designed for this test.
Correct. 100%.
Right. Or I think the conal radius or whatever it's called, the actual radius of the light that hits the back wall.
The collimated radius, yeah.
Yeah, it was within like 6 to 8 inches or something like that over 40 miles.
Right,
like
that's a badass laser, dude. That is.
It's incredibly precise. Demok, have you ever seen this from FE Core?
Yeah, the FE Core. Yeah, flattered Waterman Dan. He won't. That's all he talks about, brother.
Yeah, the giant green one there. It's incredible.
Yeah. I came from the Poncho Pete's with Waterman Dan. So if that tells you anything.
No, not really.
Okay, well, it's way back. It's it goes way back. Yeah.
Yeah. I've only been in here for a year and looking into this shit for about 2 or 3.
Well, Waterman Dan is the one that like loves, you know what I mean? And this is a good thing. And they do a lot of different ones. They were driving around, shooting the laser, the green laser, the collimated. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like SpongeBob, like this shit kind of trips me out, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair. It should, right?
Yeah.
I think it's important to
So if there's anything that conflicts with that out there, I want to know. So
you're right.
That's all I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it there. I've been talking a lot. Don't want to hold the room up, but yeah, all good, man. Nice chat.
Good job, bro. So what's the globe's position on this whole Antarctica video? Do they have a position on it?
Don't know, mate. Quite a few of them seem to come in here and have this idea that sun up in sky for 24 hours equals Baltard. I'm still trying to work out what the linking factor is, but hopefully one of them will drop in and tell us. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I remember hearing you all day to day asking, and I didn't know if you ever got an answer. I was trying to study a little bit, that way I could debate with you a little bit, but too busy studying satellites. Maybe I'll get you tomorrow, bro.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. All I needed. So, Meek, have you always believed the Earth is flat, or anything but a sphere?
Who are you aiming that at, sorry?
Meek. I guess
Meek.
the room.
Yeah.
I guess the room's fine.
Well, I'm pretty certain I could speak for the majority. We're all taught the same thing as you at school.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all taught that the sun is in the middle and all the little planets are spinning around it and it's a vacuum and all these crazy numbers that we can't comprehend are attached to it. So yeah, we're all taught the same thing. So don't think that you've been force-fed something that we haven't been.
The Matrix, what was your big eye opener?
For me, I've always been one of those annoying pains in the ass that asks questions. But back in about 2007, 2008, I went to a LAN party and one of the lads asked what more I thought of the shape of the Earth, and I went, well, it's a ball, but I do have questions, and one of the questions is, why is it with like planes and hot air balloons and stuff like that? Why don't we just go up, circle around a bit, and when we come back down, the Earth would have rotated underneath us? if it's rotating at the alleged speeds that it's doing. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, look, for us to go from, say, Sydney to UK, it's like 23-hour flight. Like, why would you bother flying for 23 hours when you can hover for 12, come back down and land on the opposite side? Like 23 hours is just short of a full rotation, isn't it? And he sort of went, okay, that's interesting. And that's as far as it went. And I've always had just stupid things like that in my head. And it's only been in the last couple of years when I acquired myself a little bit of extra research time for whatever reason. And yeah, when you've got time to look into things, you can ask lots of questions and find out that the answers aren't as honest as what you originally thought they were. So, looking into the history of things. But yeah, for you, having family and whatnot, eat, sleep, work, repeat, eat, sleep, work, repeat. That was the majority of my time from when I first heard about Flat Earth up until probably 2 years ago. So yeah, it's just been always been there, but it just needed some spare time to do some research. There was no one thing that suddenly appeared in front of me and it was like, oh, that's it, fuck it, it's flat. I spent about 3 weeks pacing my lounge room when it hit me. So yeah, some people take a long time. I've heard some of the chaps say it's taken them 5-6 years for it to sink in. But yeah, when it hit me, it was sort of like I took it within. I didn't jump onto any of these servers and abuse the crap out of other would-be or flat earthers or anything like that. I just yeah, took it all to myself. So yeah, it hits everyone differently. So I'm not expecting you to wake up tomorrow and go, that's it, I'm a flat earther. Shit, you probably go 2 or 3 years before, and you'll all of a sudden it'll click one day that multiple things tied together that don't add up, and you'll just go, hang on a minute. If it's flat, this is why it's not all working. But yeah, each to their own, man.
Yeah, more or less, how does everything work rather than this shape or that shape, right?
Mm.
Some people jump on it too quick. And then there's a lot of things they have to find out that they didn't understand fully either, you know? So, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, shit, I'm always learning stuff. I don't claim to be an expert at this.
You wouldn't believe how long we had to go through that camera stuff, dude. That was the first thing they hit us with for days and months and time. You're so dumb. You don't know how cameras work. You don't know how the eyeball works. Flat earthers and this and this. So it was nothing but research. Fuels, light, everything. Double split, just everything you could think of. We'll just go through and see how it actually works. And from scratch, who did what and how. How'd they do it? How could you reproduce it? What would you see versus what they saw? And
Is the Earth round?
No, sir.
It is flat.
Yes.
How do you know?
That repeats. It appears that way, measures that way. We have a water level that shows you horizontal, right? That's what you use to find the reference of horizontal.
How do we know that? Yeah, how do we know it's horizontal?
What do you mean?
Like, how do we know the water level is horizontal?
That's what it is. It's the nature of water. It seeks its level. It seeks horizontal.
Well, how do you know that, though? Well, how do you know that, though?
Because that's what it does, brother. How would you know anything else if that's all it does?
I don't know anything. I'm here to learn.
Well, if that's what it does, what else can we see? Do you have anything else that it does? How do you know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, maybe
you're saying you know. You're the one who's saying you know. So I'm trying to see how you know.
Right. And maybe you can be sure of some things, and maybe you can be unsure of some things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that make sense?
So
I can
how do
be
you know?
sure that my eyes are telling me this tree is in my way, so I'm going to
Well,
move out of
no,
the
you
way.
can't really do that. You can't really do that.
No? Okay, so I'll put you on my handlebars, and then I'll run right into the tree, all right? You'll be
Yeah,
good,
that's
right?
fine. Yeah, that's
Don't
fine.
trust our eyes? Is that what you're telling
Yeah,
me?
I don't really trust your
You see
eyes.
like a bat? That's weird. How do you know what the earth is, bat?
I don't. I never said I know what the Earth is.
What do you see with if not your eyes that you can't trust?
I don't see. I'm blind.
Okay. Well, that might be your first problem in the situation of what a shape is. You shouldn't even worry about it.
I'm not worried about it.
Well, then it's just flat and live with it.
Well, how do you know?
How do you not?
What do you mean, how do I not? Because I can't see.
What do you mean, how do I? I mean, you're just being weird like a 3-year-old. What do you want me to do with that, brother?
Yeah, King Epic, I think you need to have a claim.
Why do I need to have a claim? I'm just trying to learn.
Because you're coming into the positions Discord. And asking why to just one side is not a good way to obtain knowledge. Would you not agree?
Asking questions is not a good way to gain knowledge.
Is that what I said?
You said asking why is not a good way to gain knowledge.
From one side.
So I'm supposed to ask why from his side?
From both sides.
What?
So you want a... Crazy, man. You really don't see the issue with that? You believe everything you read on the internet?
What?
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
Yes.
There you go. What does the internet tell you about flat Earth?
That is not true.
So then there's your claim. I'll just help you formulate a claim.
Oh, okay.
So then did the internet also tell you why that it's not true?
No.
So you don't have a reason for your claim?
Yeah, I do not.
Yeah, I got a claim.
Okay.
I can prove you're fucking stupid.
Okay.
Would you like to hear my reasoning?
I am indifferent.
Just curious, if someone's eyes are deceiving them, how would they be able to test that?
You can't.
You would ask someone?
Well,
no, because D-Mock said something earlier about looking at water or something else. So if you were looking at something and you arrived at the wrong conclusion, how would you know?
You can't.
You'd have to confirm. And if you didn't confirm just by looking, you'd just be sitting there looking in the desert at that lake that doesn't really exist down there.
Okay.
How do you confirm?
But at the same time as thinking you see a lake way down yonder somewhere, right in front of you, if a tree's there and you're running, trust it's going to hit you. Move
Are you
out
on
of the
fucking
way.
drugs? What the fuck are you talking about?
Some guy said he can't trust his eyes for anything, and I'm trying to tell him that he can. What are you talking about? Are you on fucking drugs?
No.
Then shut the fuck up.
You have to be on drugs to speak here?
I don't know. To come in and say everybody's on drugs, you have to be on some kind of fucking drug.
I never said you were on drugs. I asked you if you were on drugs.
That's a weird question, stupid. What does this look like, the drug hall?
Well, you're the one who just asked me it too, so I guess you also ask weird questions.
Yeah, okay, weirdo. I gave you your own medicine. Do you not like it?
I have not. I haven't taken any
call me
medicine.
in the morning.
I don't want to call you.
So do you know anything? Do you know anything at all? Tell us what you know. And how can you prove it?
I do not know anything.
Okay, well then just shut up.
Well, I
You got a
came
lot
here
to
to
learn.
learn. That's what I'm doing here.
Can't learn? No, not by talking over everybody. You can't learn.
Oh, okay.
Got to listen a little.
So King Epic, do you believe in the globe model?
I do not believe in anything because I don't know.
And what are you doing in a debate Discord?
I came here to learn.
By asking why to absolutely everything?
Can you know anything? So if we teach you something and we present, like if you present something to yourself, like you pick up a rock, can you know you picked up a rock?
No.
You can't. Are you alive right now?
Maybe.
Maybe. This is where we go with this, right?
And we're on drugs.
Son of a horse tail and a chicken.
Well, I never said you guys were on drugs.
You came in and asked the question if people in here were on drugs. That kind of alludes or elucidates to the fact or concludes the meaning, the impression it gives that, brother.
Well, actually, I didn't ask everybody. I only asked one specific person.
Me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I only asked you.
Yeah, it was weird.
Well, so then your claim is wrong because you said I came in here and asked everybody.
Well, you asked it to the room. You didn't generally say Democ, did you?
I actually said, "Are you?" So you is singular.
Who's you out of all these people? Me? So you means Democ. I didn't know that, brother. I'm new. Okay, I'm learning something new from you.
That's okay.
I didn't know when people said, "Hey, you," they just mean Democ.
Yeah, that is what they mean.
I could be in a crowd of 50 million people, and they could need like the general of the army, and there's, "Hey, you," and I gotta get it's me, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So King Epic.
Hello.
If I was to make a claim for gravity, what would be your anti-claim?
If you were to make a claim for gravity?
Correct.
What's gravity?
Thing that keeps you weighed down.
What? Say that again?
Hold on, buddy. Let me just cook with Epic for a second.
Something that just keeps your weight down, you said?
Sure.
You want me to why would I make a counterclaim to that?
Because what you're
Nice one, bro.
That exists. Yeah, gravity's real.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a claim out of you.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, gravity's real.
Can you prove it?
No.
You can't prove it?
No.
But you agree to the claim that gravity weighs us down?
Yeah.
So would it be rational to say if you jumped, that's gravity's pulling you back down?
Yeah.
It would be irrational?
Yeah, it would be irrational.
Bro, this shit is so boring. Can you guys say something meaningful?
No.
I think it'd be rational. First thing you guys got to do is define gravity.
Yeah, it's the weight thing that keeps you down.
Okay, have you observed this before?
You talking about the observation or the cause of it?
Well, are you hallucinating? Or...
We are weighed down, therefore gravity. Is that your argument? Are you asking Google for an answer, sir?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, so we are weighed down, therefore gravity?
No. The claim was gravity is the thing that weighs us down.
It's a claim that you believe in?
Yeah, sure.
So what's gravity?
The thing that weighs us down.
Can this be observed?
Depends on what you mean by observed.
Can we replicate it through an experiment?
Yes.
Okay. What experiment can show gravity?
Any experiment.
Can you show me one?
No, I don't want to turn my camera on.
I'd like to know what the independent variable in that experiment is.
Well, first we need to identify the experiment, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the experiment?
Well, let's design one.
No, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, King. What's the independent variable in that one?
Independent variable of the thing measuring gravity?
What?
This guy's a retard.
Well,
He's trolling. I don't know why we're showing
I know.
you can go to space.
Yeah, I'm sure you can, man. And Superman exists and Spider-Man exists too. Zip, zip.
Why'd you say zip zip?
Because that's what Superman does. It goes zup zup.
I've never once seen any clip of Superman going zip zip.
Hey, I am not. Was you the one earlier asking for like the conversion of miles to feet?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
5,290 feet in a mile.
I think it's less than that.
No, it's 5,900 feet in a mile.
I think 1 mile is 5,280 feet.
Yeah, someone just made like a crazy thing about Jupiter and his satellite, and it's been bothering me since.
Damn
I'm
it, it's
pretty sure it was you, but it might have been someone else.
280, not 90.
See, now you're lying to the whole room. Now,
So
how can we
close.
ever take you reliable?
Hey, I have a question.
So close.
No questions, please.
No questions. Oh, my fault.
Yeah. Keep the questions to yourself, child.
Oh, okay, my fault.
What's your question?
I'm not allowed to ask questions.
How many cubic inches in a gallon?
Allowed to be allowed.
Do you know the answer to that one?
If you'll allow me.
Okay.
For you.
I don't think I've heard you debate it before. What's your strongest anti-globe claim?
What was that?
What's your strongest anti-globe claim?
I don't think I have one.
Oh, are you a glober?
I don't think so.
Hey, can you stop saying you don't think so and just say yes or no?
Hey, said the guy who doesn't know anything. That's beautiful.
Well,
I love this shit. He said, "You better give me a direct answer because I don't know nothing. I need to figure this out."
It's a good place to be, I tell you. How old are you, King Epic?
31.
Are you sure?
Last time I checked.
What were you doing for the past 30 years of your life?
A lot of things.
Do you know who your parents really are? Is your dad really your dad?
What year were you born, King Epic?
2004.
I'm sure you are 34 years old.
What was your first dog's name?
I never had a dog.
You
So
seem like
how old are you
That's suspect right there. That's suspect. You never even had a dog.
We're trying to get all your banking information. We're trying to hack your account. with all these questions.
What's your address and your maiden name?
You know,
Your
it's
mother.
actually, I think it's like a very high chance that your passwords will be like your first pet's name or some shit.
Yeah, the street, first pet's name, and
Your
maiden
best friend
name
in
of
high
your mother.
school.
Yeah.
What was your mother's
favorite?
maiden name?
Why would I
How old
tell
are you
them?
actually?
Some weird questions in that flat earth debate room.
I just want to know how old the guy is.
I'm 30.
Yeah,
And your
but you said you
social
won
security number?
2004.
And what's
do
your
know my
social security
social
number?
security. I do
How
know
about we just skip to the banking login? I don't want to go through social security. It's a bit of a headache.
I'm just playing.
I thought he said he was 32. Didn't he just change it?
No,
I think he might.
I said
said
I was
30.
31.
31. He said 31 for
31.
fun.
Yeah, 31, born in 2004.
Yep.
He asked for a 13, and they drew a 31.
It's common, you know. Some people are born in 2004 and they're 30 years old.
It is very common.
I'm sure it is. So how old are you actually?
31.
So you're 20.
No, I'm 31.
You're like 24?
Yeah, I'm 24.
He was born in 2004.
Now I think you might be about 29 to 31.
We're confusing him. Hold on.
No, I lied. I'm 24.
But you're born in 2004.
Yeah.
Okay, so just one last time. How old are you?
24.
What year were you born?
I think he's
2004.
He's old enough to know not to tell people his age on the internet.
Right, he's 21, yeah.
21.
Hey, do any of you guys have kids?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Why do you say hell yeah to that?
Kids are
I
pretty
got
cool, man.
kids, motherfucker.
I
Kids are pretty cool. Do you have any?
He said
Me?
hell
You
yeah because he's your dad.
I probably have one or two out there.
Doesn't
many kids
everyone
you
probably
got?
have one or two out there?
How many kids you got?
Me?
Whoever the fuck has kids.
4.
Yeah, that's not a lot
You
of
have
personal
4
questions.
kids. You have 4 kids.
Hell yeah.
Why ask you so many
Are they-
questions? Mind your
And all
business.
of them made on a flat Earth. Check that out.
Are they all flat earthers or are they globers?
What's a glober and what's a flat earther?
I don't know. I just heard those terms thrown around.
I never questioned him about that.
These terms
Yeah,
are silly. Don't listen to them.
Wait, no, that is actually interesting. How would we approach that from like towards our kids, right? Because we all understand, right? There's an indoctrination, and
Well, here's the
so
thing, right? They look and they see and they know. You feel me?
Yeah, kids are pretty dumb.
But I wouldn't say they're stupid. I would say that they're smarter than the average man. I mean, if you look at something and you
Well, I
observe
didn't
it,
say they were
then
stupid.
it
I
probably
said
is.
they were pretty dumb.
Okay, what's the difference between dumb and
so
stupid?
then your answer would be
They're different words.
Okay,
Yeah,
you know what a
different.
synonym? You know what a synonym is, retard?
Actually, dumb and stupid, retarded, and all that has a really specific meaning. They're IQ, based on IQ.
They both refer to lack of intelligence. Dumb just means lack of comprehension.
Yeah.
Moron and retarded are like have to do with IQ, but dumb doesn't.
Oh,
Dumb
really?
is just someone that doesn't.
Dumb has to be with lack of IQ.
If you're dumb, it could mean you can't speak.
No, it
That's what it is.
doesn't.
Deaf and dumb.
Intelligence-
Deaf is someone that can't hear. Dumb is someone that can't speak.
Yeah.
Stupid. Isn't
Dumb
stupid
is
part of
mute.
How about you guys realize that both of these words are just based on different dialects of English? Like, they're both the same thing. I mean, dumb is used in America. Stupid is used in England.
I looked up dumb and it means temporarily unable or unwilling to speak. And so that's a very different definition than the word stupid.
Okay, well, that definition's stupid.
Stupid means having or showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense. So they're very different words.
How about you read another definition? Because there's not only one definition, so.
That's
Yes,
cherry
there
picking.
is.
Cherry picking.
Only one definition matters.
Yeah, man, I'm sure it does. You guys like chicken nuggets?
No.
It's like a chicken, but in a nugget. It's pretty good.
Shut the hell up.
Like gold nuggets. You got a gold nugget for me?
I mean, chicken nuggets usually are gold, but they're not like gold. You feel me?
Not actually gold, man. Like for real, they're like kind of orangey.
But I mean, if they're crispy enough, they're golden enough. If you fry them in the right oil. Okay.
Got to get away from those seed oils.
Why?
Got to get back in. Got to get like into some coconut oil, avocado oil.
Why?
Avocado oil, damn.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
Why not?
I like avocado milk.
Jesus Christ. I don't think there's anything that's bad for you on this planet.
Well, that would be dumb.
How is that dumb?
Heroin's good for you then.
Yeah, heroin makes you feel good.
Fentanyl.
How about lava? How about jumping in lava? Is that good for you? I mean,
Yeah, it makes you feel good.
Cyanide's good for
makes
you.
you feel good.
Yeah. You get nice and warm.
That's a point. I'm sure there's a lot of good uses for like magma and stuff.
I said magma.
Could sear a good steak on that shit.
He said it just makes you feel right.
Hey, any of y'all watch football?
No,
Why?
because
I need to figure out my parlay for tomorrow, or I guess today. Or no,
You
tomorrow.
gotta be kidding me right now.
Up the gamble.
Whoever you think's is not gonna do it, they're gonna do it.
It's not really helpful.
Oh, it's helpful. Trust me.
Gambling's not good for you.
Right.
Why
The winning
not?
team that's winning in the front of at first is gonna lose at the end.
Really?
The losing team that's losing at first that just barely makes it is
Yeah.
gonna win. Yeah, they're
Really?
gonna win and they're gonna upset. So like the wild cards usually win over the
Yeah.
people who were like 57-0.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see how that goes tomorrow for
Yeah, because that's
Broncos
how they make
Chargers.
the money. They make
Yeah,
you
it's all
want to only bet on one team. Like there's
It is
only
all
one way
scripted.
this team can win.
Yeah.
And then
No,
I'm just saying if you know it's scripted, then you should know how to bet your money, brother.
yeah, exactly. No, it is scripted. Like the NFL, like
Right, no, I'm with you.
I fully believe. What?
I'm with you. I believe that
So
too. It's
always
just
bet for the
because
underdogs. Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah, always bet the
Terrible
underdogs.
advice. That's absolutely terrible advice.
Why is that terrible advice?
Because most of the time the underdog doesn't win.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I used to watch. You ever see Air Bud?
Yeah.
Yeah, the underdog wins in that movie.
Yeah.
So did Rudy, but that makes no sense. The reason they're the underdog is because they don't win.
What was that one movie called? Like Hunchback or Notre Dame?
No, it's called Rudy.
Yeah.
Wasn't
That's why
it?
they're movies, bro. Because it doesn't happen in real life.
Yeah, well, the underdog won in that one too.
Yeah. This is what proves the rule.
Exactly. So the underdog always wins.
Hey, is there any other flat Earth claims in here, or anything opposed to globe?
We're just having so much fun with this guy.
Why are you so obsessed with the Earth? Man?
Gravity is real.
Because I'm in a 24/7 flat Earth Discord call.
Dude, that was like the saddest thing I've ever heard.
That's fine.
Gravity is real, and it's acting on us all right now.
Wouldn't that support a globe?
You guys are all falling. You're all constantly falling.
Wouldn't that support a globe?
No. If it was a globe, we would be sliding, not falling.
Is that right? We'd be sliding?
Yeah.
But you can't prove that, can you?
No.
Seriously though, you're falling right now. You're just like in your chair, and it's physically stopping you from falling more.
Well, I'm sitting on my bed.
Your bed is physically stopping you.
How hard are you falling into your bed?
Pretty hard.
Or what rate of speed? What type of force?
9.81 meters per second.
That's a
not
force.
actually true.
A time and a countdown is a force.
9.8 meters, 9.81 meters squared is like an assumption in a perfect vacuum, which doesn't exist. If you're the way you like, measure it yourself, the acceleration of you falling down onto your bed, it's going to be way less than that.
It's not an acceleration.
Yeah.
It's not an
I did not know
acceleration.
that.
It's not an acceleration. It's not a force.
It is an acceleration, actually.
No, not the way they explain it, brother.
Gravity's not an
With no
acceleration?
force, listen, if you're falling and there's no resistance, and there's no force on you, that means no reaction. So if there's no reaction on you, what's the reaction in no resistance in a vacuum? How the fuck is there resistance in a vacuum?
Well, we're not in a vacuum. We're in air. And there's resistance.
Brother, go back to what you just explained to him. In the perfect vacuum, correct?
Hey, brother, hold up, bro. Hold up there,
Shit,
brother.
man. Can you even stay on your own point? Motherfucker. Okay, never mind, man.
Yeah,
You guys don't want to learn anything. Percentage, you just know it all, brother. I couldn't teach you anything. You couldn't teach
Hold
me
on,
anything.
dude. Hold on, big dog. Hold on. You know your shit, dude. You do. You're very educated, I can tell. So there's a thing called a normal force, and instead of sitting on my bed, I don't know, I guess it's pissed off, but it's pushing back against me.
Really?
So if there's 100 things, oh, go ahead. Sorry, bro. Go ahead. Percentage.
How about this? When something is falling at terminal velocity, is it a normal force?
That is a very good question, actually. Does terminal velocity exist within a vacuum?
It would just be like the 9.8 meters per second squared, whatever that they think is.
It would just be a rate, brother. It's not really a force. It's not really.
It does exist, but it's called free fall.
Correct. Exactly. Just like a parabolic flight.
But then 9.81 meters, that's an acceleration. That's not a velocity. So is there a terminal velocity in a vacuum if there's no resistance?
In a perfect vacuum, yeah, you're right. In a perfect vacuum, there is no terminal velocity.
Right, but here on Earth now bring it back. Now bring it back to Earth.
Okay, I'm on Earth now.
Okay, now we're in the air.
Okay, I'm in the air.
All right, and we have resistance.
Yes, sir.
Which is the best.
So the differential in resistance without this
every
being
single
a
one of us is in the air right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
apple, when it's still on the tree, is still in the air. It's just being physically impeded by the stem, and that's why it's not falling. It's being physically stopped. It's like your bed is physically stopping you right now. Everything's falling constantly.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, what's the question? We're back.
Hold on, everything's not falling constantly.
Everything is falling constantly.
No, it's not, brother. Clouds aren't falling constant. No, clouds aren't falling.
Not everything.
Constantly.
I mean, there's some things that are more buoyant than the air, but everything that's denser than the air, like us,
correct,
is falling constantly.
Anything heavier with the actual idea of weight, stuff with weight heavier than the medium around it, pretty much has to prevail downward until it rests against something, right? Find an equilibrium or a 0 point, right? It has to find zero. That's what it's looking for. So when you release helium or something like that, it's looking for its zero, which is up. So there's two things going on. The actual idea is, what the fuck is it, right? What is that thing that causes heavy things to go down? And what is that thing that causes buoyant things to have the potential to outdo a fucking rocket and escape and go up and not come back? And here's another thing. When people keep saying the idea of mass attracting mass, and when you ask them what mass is, they have no clue, because they're going to give you a circle jerk of matter is mass and mass is matter, and the volume and mass of matter is mass of the mass of the volume. It's just a circle jerk.
I mean, that really is mass. That is just what mass is, just a measure of the amount of matter in a designated
but what's matter?
area. Matter
The
is
amount of mass.
atoms. No, matter
Atoms
is
of
just
what?
atoms.
Of what?
No, don't say atoms, King Epic, man. You were doing so well. Don't say atoms, man.
Yeah, you
Atoms
were
is
doing
fake.
good.
Matter is stuff. That's a very simple question.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Matter's the material.
The medium you live in, or anything, or any physical thing, or the attribute of the shit that you can. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all atoms.
No,
I don't know about that.
No, man.
Name one thing that is not made of atoms.
I don't know anything
Name
that's
a
made
single
of an
thing
atom.
that, like, show me a single atom.
Yeah, I just want one single
I can't
atom.
show you a single. Oh, I'm not saying we're made of atoms. Singular. I said atoms, plural.
Yeah, well, that means you should be able to see.
Hold up.
Okay, hold up. If you know that atoms plural exist, that means you know that atom singular exists. How do you know that atoms exist? Period.
Atom is any substance that has mass.
No, we're talking about atoms as in a particle with valence electrons and a nucleus with protons and neutrons. All this bullshit that they tell you. When has that ever been visualized?
With an electron microscope.
No, that's not how it works. Actually, electron microscopes don't see electrons. They say that they use electrons to show an image.
That is correct. Good job, actually. No, IBM did a. Have you ever seen the IBM animation?
Yeah, that's bullshit too, man.
Oh,
That doesn't show. It doesn't show electrons. You know, it doesn't show a lot of empty space between the valence electrons that's spinning around at a crazy rate. And then like the nucleus with the protons and the neutrons. It doesn't show that, man. It's all just theorized bullshit.
Yeah, well, it's theorized because we can detect like
charge. We can detect charge.
Yeah, well, charge. Yeah, but charge is very abstract.
If they just said negative charge exists and positive charge exists, you know, like in some electricity or whatever, in currency you have a negative charge, positive charge. Sure, there's no problem with that because we can actually detect the charge, right? But when we say that there's this particle that's going super quick around around the outside, and you know, and inside you have neutrons and protons and stuff like that, and this has never actually been visualized it's never been detected by any of our senses. You know, we have physical senses that tell us about the world. That's what empiricism is, right? That's what observation is. And yet we can't rely on a single sense to see these things or to sense these things. It's bullshit. It literally is bullshit.
Well, come on, man. I mean, you're gonna sense an atom. You're gonna see or smell an atom. Come on.
How do you know atoms exist if you haven't used any of your senses to know that they exist?
Well, come on. It's kind of like
when we use a device, like for instance, when we use a device, like let's say binoculars or something like that, telescope, we're still relying on our sense of sight at the end.
Yeah. When you use have you ever heard of NMR?
NMR?
Yeah.
What's the acronym?
I don't know. It's like a spectroscopy. So NMR is not to detect atoms specifically. Well, it kind of is. Basically, it's like say you have a compound of unknown substance, right? You put it in NMR, and it'll have spikes, and certain spikes indicate certain elements and certain amounts of certain elements.
Gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
You're talking about spectrometry, right?
Yeah, spectrometry or whatever it's pronounced. Spectroscopy. Yeah.
Well, there's images claiming to be from a quantum microscope that claims to see an atom, and then there's other images too. But
let's see them. Let's see these fake images.
Well, I know you can say, well, sure, they're fake images.
How do you know they're automatically assuming they're fake?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Hold on. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Post.
Hey, good night, lads.
Okay, so is this supposed to be one atom?
Here is the world's first X-ray of a single atom. Blah blah blah.
This orange thing is one atom.
It's
and then when they split the atom, that's pretty cool.
This orange, like Akuma's freaking necklace looking thing, is one atom.
So they say. I'm not making any
the atom in the middle is supposed to be supposed to have the core, the nucleus. This one is empty at the core.
No, I hear you. Hold on.
Blood cell.
Yeah, here we go. Here's another one. Hold on. Anybody could do this, you know.
The person's already debunked.
Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. Copy.
It's a bracelet, you guys. Don't worry. A bracelet of balls.
You realize there's supposed to be so much empty space between the nucleus and the electron?
Yeah.
A crazy amount. It's supposed to be like I don't know, man. The distance between it's supposed to be crazy.
Well, when you scale it up, yeah, it's crazy, but at the scale it's at, not really.
When you scale it up, it's crazy.
Yeah, isn't it?
Second one.
Yeah, if you make an atom the size of,
it would be the same thing, just bigger. So the distance at a small ratio versus distance at a big ratio would never change.
It would never change, exactly.
What the fuck?
There's a hydrogen atom, says Fox News. Amazing. First ever photograph inside of a hydrogen atom.
My grandma shouldn't have gave me so many zucchini.
Have you ever drawn a circle on a deflated balloon and then inflated it and watched that circle change?
You ever seen how much something weighs while it's moving?
Something doesn't change weight as it's moving.
What?
Well, not at those time scales. Like every single second you're losing weight, are you saying?
So you're telling me momentum? and friction and potential added through kinetic energy, right, imparted on this thing, isn't making its weight or its attribute of force to be exponentially greater?
Telling me you weigh more when you move faster or something?
Yeah, a bullet. When you weigh a bullet on the scale while it's sitting still, what's it weigh?
Well, it depends what kind
Now
of bullet
weigh a
you
bullet.
have.
Now put the scale on the wall and shoot it. Now see what it weighs.
You can't weigh a
Do
bullet
you
while it's
understand?
being fired.
Do you understand what I'm saying or not?
You can't weigh a bullet while it's being fired.
You can't weigh it while it's moving? Huh.
A
So if
bullet?
you
No.
think you're on a... Listen, brother, hold on. So if you think you're on a moving planet, how the fuck are you getting your weight on a scale?
You're talking about two different scales there.
No, moving versus not moving is the scale here, brother. Moving.
You're
for a
saying
scale-
bullet
brother, hold
versus
on.
planet.
Stop. You have to prove that claim that you can weigh stuff and it's going to be the same while it's moving versus sitting still. Because I don't agree. I agree sitting still stuff is going to weigh different. And you're going to be able to weigh something while it's sitting still. You won't be able to weigh something while it's moving. It's not going to be correct.
What if I weigh myself in the bathroom and then I weigh myself on a train, weigh myself on a plane? I weighed myself here and there. I weighed myself everywhere. No,
I
really.
weighed myself up in a building. I weighed myself in the basement.
That's funny.
No, I get
I
what you're
weighed
saying by
myself
moving.
spinning on a trampoline.
But, well, that's a little different. As
Well, I
long
mean,
as
that's
you're-
what they're doing. They're telling you you're on a ball that's falling or rising and spinning, but they're getting your weight on this fucking thing. Isn't that weird? They're telling you they know the weight of the earth.
Yourself?
You guys think you know the weight of the earth while it's falling in space and spinning. Get fucking real.
Are you saying you can't weigh yourself on Earth?
I'm saying you can't weigh a falling, spinning, moving ball. Do you comprehend? Stop saying stuff that I'm not saying.
What is it? What is it said that the Earth weighs?
So how do you... I didn't say what it weighs. The Globe people did, NASA.
Well, what did they say?
Well, Google that shit.
How do you know if you don't know?
They
say they know the weight of the sun. They say they know the weight of the moon.
They theorize density and what it would weigh if it could be on a scale. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yes, sir. They give you a number. Yes, sir. What would they ever get the reference for that from if you and I know that a moving object is more mass?
Well, that's what I just said. They determine a size. Okay, don't kill me yet. They determine.
No, you're good, brother.
They determine a diameter and a radius, right? Then they determine average density, and you know what I mean. And then they calculate what its weight would be.
Right. But the idea is that something that weighs more or has more mass is being drawn more harder to the center of another mass. Right? So if that being the case, the only thing you could ever do by imparting movement or kinetic energy or more potential into yourself is dig a fucking hole to gravity, to the chewy gobstopper center of Earth. You would never be digging away or out away from it. You'd only be digging your fucking hole deeper.
Wait, does a gram
Wait for
of
what?
every substance weigh the same?
What the hell are you talking about? What's a substance?
Yes, the answer is yes. A gram of feathers weighs the same as a gram of lead because it's a gram.
What's a gram of helium weigh, and how do you... about hydrogen? No, I don't follow all this shit. I don't know.
A gram of feathers weighs the same as a gram of lead?
Yeah.
Yeah, they both weigh a gram. Yes, sir. They're not
Can
going
you
to
show
act
me
the
that
same.
in a video?
You're
on a scale?
kidding me.
Dude,
What
it's
the
just a
hell?
different. It's it would take a big pile of feathers to weigh the same as a small pile of lead. Come on.
Right, we're not
Use your
saying
brain.
the
No, it
amounts are
wouldn't
going
be
to
a
be the
gram of feathers. It
We're
would be
not saying.
more than a
Hold
gram
on,
of
brother.
feathers.
Listen, we're not
Oh
saying
my.
the amount's going to be the same, right? Just like I said about.
Democ. Just listen to the young Brandon. This is somewhat entertaining for the crowd.
Okay.
Brandon, does 1 kilogram of feathers weigh the same as 1 kilogram of lead? Yes or no?
It doesn't. I don't think so.
And he's the one that asked me the question to begin with.
Can you show me in a video that it does?
Show you in a video that the same weight is the same weight? Brother, the answer's in the...
The same amount is the same weight. Those are two different things.
We're not
Amount
talking
and
about...
weight are two different things.
Okay.
So that's
I
not
hear
true.
you, brother.
An amount, a quantity of something is different than the weight of something.
Brandon. If you had 1 kilogram of feathers, it'd nearly fill up your whole room, wouldn't it? Because there'd be so many of them, yeah, to make a kilo.
A kilogram is only 2.5 pounds. I mean,
Okay. If you had 1 kilogram of lead or 2.5 pounds of, what are you, metric or imperial?
I do the pounds thing, so I guess
Pounds? Okay. So if you had 10 pounds of feathers, that would take up a lot of space, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Excellent. If you had 10 pounds of lead, that would only take up a little bit of space, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would take up less space because it's less stuff.
No, not because it's less stuff, because it's less dense.
It's not less stuff.
Or more dense, I should say. Sorry.
It's not less stuff.
There's less volume because it's more dense. Think I've confused him? We've broken him.
I think you broke him.
Well, what you said is, yeah, there's more stuff in less space. That's exactly what you said. I didn't get lost.
A little bit weighs more. Come on.
A lot of stuff in a little space. That's what you said.
Oh, Lord. Have you ever held a piece of lead before? You know it's heavy shit, right?
Yeah, I know it's heavy.
You know, feathers are light. Take a whole lot of feathers to equal the same weight of lead.
Yeah.
We're all saying the same thing, just saying it differently.
Yeah.
We're saying the amounts aren't going to be equivalent, but the weight will be equivalent.
Oh, you need more. Okay. Need more stuff to. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, one's going to equal out more to be the same as the other. So if you have 72 pennies, it's going to equal the pound or the whatever big weight. You understand? So there's going to be more of those little things, but eventually it's going to be the same weight once you get them to the same weight. Then they're going to equal each other on the scale, and you're going to say, here's a pound of pennies, here's a pound of lead. I'm giving you a pound of each. You'll need a bigger container for the thing that takes up more volume. That's it.
Yeah, it's the same weight, but it's more stuff.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Compare it to baby powder versus sand. You don't need a big container of baby powder to equal the same weight of sand.
Same with helium. You got 2 pounds of helium versus another object. It's not going to, the helium balloon's going to be pretty big.
Yeah. You would need to put that in some kind of container to weigh it, though, right?
Yes, sir. And that's the whole reason I brought that up. Yeah, and it has to be still, stationary to weigh it.
Brought to you first by 24/7 channel on the politics server. Smarter every day.
Yeah, you want to know something else cool about helium? You want to learn something cool about helium? I'll just say it then. It tells you the direction. I'll repeat that again. It tells you a direction. of the object in which it's in. So if you take a helium balloon and put it in a car, the car drives forward, the helium tries to go to the front windshield and stick itself there. It tries to race the car down the road, showing you the direction the car is moving. The regular balloon will try to go to the back window, imparting the kinetic energy and the resistance onto it. Now, the potential and the kinetic energy imparted onto the helium gives it a whole nother reaction, and it goes forward that way. It's kind of like a magnetic opposite type thing, but it shows you the direction, right? Now, two things can happen. It can either only go or only do the thing it can do, that we know of, like helium goes up from the ground, or it can be showing you the direction of travel of the thing that we actually live on. And this is one of the reasons that all those scientists think that we're falling down or floating up. Because the helium balloon floating up would say that the Earth is trying to rise up and the helium balloon's trying to race it, just like it would the car. The same aspect. Now, the thing is that the ground is the bottom and there is no space underneath us for that to happen and anything like that, then the helium balloon is just lighter and has more potential, and it's going to equilibrate above us. Those are the two choices. It's showing you the direction you move, or it's doing the only thing it can. And if the Earth was spinning east to west, the helium balloon would show you. Trust me.
In this context, east to west would be clockwise or counterclockwise?
Earth counterclockwise.
Oh,
Sun and everything else clockwise if the Earth was moving. But the Earth's not moving because the helium's not moving. You understand?
I understand what you're saying. I don't know. It seems to me like you're working with two different scales. So I don't know. A car versus the planet or the Earth.
No, I don't think the scale's going to hurt anything.
Well, a car and the Earth are two different scales, so definitely.
Yeah, but you're not talking about the size of the object. You're talking about, is the object stationary with the helium balloon sitting there? Are you talking about the helium trying to go forward because the object is going forward? You're not talking about the attribute of size. You're talking about the attribute of physical reaction, right? So if this thing reacts physically, that's what you're paying attention to. Why is it reacting like that?
Well, wait, let's give him a minute. He made a good question. What? So it's a matter of scale, right? So are you saying that if you had a hot air balloon hovering in one spot, eventually you would see the Earth pass underneath it? It's just a matter of a different scale. There has to be movement.
Correct.
Well, what if the balloon is moving with the Earth and they're moving?
You'd have to be able to demonstrate that can be a possibility. In a lab, you'd have to be able to have a hot air balloon follow one position around a moving ball. Do you understand?
If it's just a matter of scale.
Correct. Scale her down.
You can't put everything in the lab, though.
Why not?
Are you saying you can?
I'm saying, why can't you? If you can't touch something physically or you can't do stuff with stuff, why would that be? Maybe because it doesn't exist or you can't do that. If you can touch stuff in the lab and do everything you can do in the lab, then I have no problem with the lab doing everything you can do in the lab. You understand? There's air in the lab. We breathe in air. There's dirt. You can take dirt in there, water. You could take superconduction. You could take temperature. You could take everything you need in the lab to do whatever the hell you need to demonstrate fucking any real physics on Earth that's reality, usually, right?
So it doesn't matter what you're doing.
Right. The thing is, if you can't produce it, or you can't falsify it by some type of production or physical, mechanical fucking physical attribute, then what are we even talking about? You're just doing math on the chalkboard then. If you can't take it in the lab, it's not worth talking about, really. Not to that extent. Because what are you talking about? My imagination versus yours?
Hmm? Was I also put in the lab? The concept or whatever?
That's what you're supposed to try to bring to the lab. Then you're trying to control and manipulate the variables and see the cause or effect. Or just trying to re-demonstrate or reproduce. Or backward engineer nature, you know?
And I'm sorry, I gotta say this. It might sound like I'm trolling or something like that, but I'm just really thinking to myself. I'm not like trying to.
Oh, you're good, brother. No, you're good. No, you're doing good. I know you're just asking questions. I got you.
Alright, cool. I think we've talked before, and at times you've gotten pissed off at me and called me retarded. I don't know if you have, but I don't know. You've done it to other people. I know that.
I have called a few people the soft R word, yes.
D-Mux even called me names. It's part of his charm.
Soft R. What's the...
I'll discuss anything, brother. I'll discuss.
Calls himself retarded, man.
Yeah, I do. Yes, that's right. Why wouldn't I? If I couldn't, then, hey, what are we doing here?
Well, I'm good with calling ideas and like maybe concepts retarded, but I don't know when you call people retarded.
That's not. No, that's never what I would do. If the person's being crazy or they're saying something that I think they're being weird about, like if I understand you don't understand it, I'm not usually going to call you that. But if it's the first time I talk to you and I think you understand what we're talking about, then you say something really, really silly, I might say that word. Other than that, I usually don't try to say it unless the people are being crazy or there's 15 or 20 of them in here and they don't stop talking over me and themselves,
Well, when we find the people, when you use that word, that word is used to like denigrate the disabled. And I don't know if you should use that word.
No, I don't. I would never. No, I don't think anybody uses that word. Yeah, nobody uses that word to downgrade anybody of that way. I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk to anybody of that certain attribute. Like nobody. If anybody is not right, disabled, not okay, anything, I don't think anybody's going and saying, hey, this to them. That's not, no, hell no. You treat them with more respect than I would treat the people I'm debating, to be honest. So, yeah, so in real life, trust, I would never, I would only call the person that I would actually have to get up and physically fight or, a person that can actually handle themselves. I would have to call them retarded if I'm mad at them. I would never call it to anyone with the physical attribute that can't do anything. Yeah. Yeah, and I understand it's a bad word because people think about it the way you're saying. So, I mean, you're correct in what you're saying. People think about, hey, man, this dude might be putting down. No, that's not. I have people everyone in their family has someone of some type of nature, blind, crippled, down, something that's wrong, and I'm sure if anybody ever treated them disrespectful, the whole family would beat the fuck out of that person. Trust me. So think about that. Same with racial shit and everything else that these goofballs come in here and spew. I'm not about any of that. If I say the R word, I'm retarded for doing so. It's just a habit. I grew up in an area where that's what you did. You called them a G word or an R word or something goofy. Thankfully, I've got rid of the G word, Yeah,
the word meant retard it's a medical term, man. There's even like different categories of mental retardation. There's mild, which is IQ 50 to 75, moderate, which is IQ 35 to 55, and severe, which is like 20 to 40 around there.
It's
So, like,
legitimate, but
because like not socially acceptable or whatever.
Categorize, hell yeah, yeah.
it's a legitimate medical term, but regular people who call disabled people that aren't truthful in that way, though.
Nobody should really care because they used
Are
to
they
call
mentally
people
disabled?
shell shocked. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, people used to call people shell shocked because that was the clinical term, and then they didn't like that, and then they call it something else. Now they call it PTSD. It's like, is everyone trying to be so politically correct they have to like govern themselves so much?
Right. What about
It's
the
a way
word
to
different?
soften that.
You're gonna
What about
hurt
the word
someone's
different?
feelings.
Bobby's different. You know what I mean? That So, and what does that mean?
Imagine the doctor's like,
everything
you have mental retard. And they just lose it because it's not socially acceptable. To the doctor for calling them mentally retarded.
Having disabilities, I know this for a fact. Having disabilities is not socially acceptable. Like, it's not like because I'm disabled. It's not like they tease me because of it. I just get ignored, and that sucks.
Wait, are you disabled?
Yeah, I have cerebral palsy. I can walk and talk and everything, but it's just, I don't know. It's the mental part more than physical. So I don't learn the same way other people do. Stuff
I thought you just had a bad list.
You just thought what? Sorry, your mic's not really working.
No, he said he thought you just had a bad lisp.
Oh. Well, I do have a speech impediment. I think that has to do with my cerebral palsy.
Hey, D-Mock, you know how often you bring up when you challenge a Glover to like draw the curvature up against a wall?
Yes.
All right. How about this? What is that laser they claim is the straightest building, and they shoot a laser in a vacuum? I want to say it's LIGO, but I thought it was in California.
It is LIGO.
Okay. So
yes,
people
I
always
did
say-
exactly what you're saying. Go ahead. I've
So-
said it. Yep.
So people always say, well, if you went to one spot and it would be measured perfectly level, and then you go to the end of it, or and then it'd be unlevel because it's straight. It's like, okay, do it. Well, it would be if I did it. I was like, do it. Even Zanuck has been saying this for years. I've heard him years and like over 3 years ago, and he's been saying that. I've heard people like even a year ago say that they were going to meet up with Zanuck and do it. Nobody's ever done it, have they?
No.
It's
because the way he describes it is so utterly ridiculous.
Flat and straight.
Right, it's like a diagonal. It's like two diagonals in a way, right? But then they're saying it's a straight line.
Well, they say anywhere you are on a globe, it's level. It's level. Well, it's okay. So then they differentiate the term level from straight. Straight would shoot off into the space, right off into space. Level is curved. That's their terminology. So LIGO, they claim, is the longest, straightest building with a laser and a vacuum. So therefore, it would be level in one spot, but you go further down, it'd be unlevel. Great, nice claim. Show us. No one's ever done it.
It's not level.
It slopes down.
I think straight and horizontal are the same thing, but level is different if I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm mistaken.
That's their claim. We just want to see it.
Brother, Zanuck is funny as dude. That dude, I don't even know. Sometimes he just talks so fast and just has so much stuff he's saying, and it's like, I don't know. He's saying too much. He's saying the thing is this and that and this and that, but it's this at the same time as it's the opposite of itself.
I appreciate Danik. I like him. I enjoy
Right. No,
talking
he's funny. No, yeah. No, he gives you an appreciation for smooth talkers. I'll tell you what.
I just like to see it because everything he says is all like, "Oh, I get it." Oh, Kosho, I kind of like him too, but just not as much. He's flaky-ish.
Yo, what up?
What up? But Kosho actually knows the real deal. He knows. So does Zanuck, but that's Zanuck.
Word.
Word what?
The bird.
What's the word on a globe? How would you be able to demonstrate it? What's the word on the curve? Anyway, yeah, you should be able to draw on that LIGO building or whatever, the curve. Start at one end at the top and keep drawing the curve. And it shouldn't be the same as the top of the building. It should drop below by the time you get to the end of it.
Well, that's the thing. They're saying it's the straightest building, right?
Correct.
And it's a laser in a vacuum, so there's very little to no bending of the laser, right? So it's the straightest, longest line. It's not. They claim it's not level. It's straight. Now, if it was level, it would curve around the Earth.
It's not level.
Claim.
It's not level. It's not smooth.
That's why Dumbek's saying you should draw. Whatever, and you should be able to appreciate that.
You're cutting out real bad, bro.
Level, by the word level, what they all really mean is smooth. Smooth. When you rub your hand on, no, I'm serious. Yeah. So when you rub your hand on a sphere and rub it from one end all the way around, you have a smooth sphere. It's not level with itself because it drops below and back above. So it's not level or straight. It's smooth. I'm serious. Level now would be any kind of line that's straight, any way you wanted to put it. You can put it vertical, you could put it horizontal, you could put it diagonal. As long as you put the little things on it, the bubbles will show you that it's level with that orientation of its reference, right? Not being, it can be a straight line. That would be straight or level. Now, level is not curved at all. Neither is straight. It's smooth. The globe is smooth with itself, not level. And it's unlevel because you have to drop below level to stay level on a globe, if that makes sense. You still got to drop below a horizontal line to stay 1 inch high to conform to that radius.
Yeah, but you understand their claim is that a level is an instrument, just as artificial horizon. Oh wait, no, that's different because now we're.
Well, no, I'm saying like your porch rails. Your porch rails are diagonal, but you want them to be level. You understand? You can put your level and take it. You got the 3 different orientations. You got the up and down, the vertical, and the diagonal. I mean, you got the horizontal, the vertical, and diagonal, damn it. Up and down, same as vertical. What the fuck am I doing? Horizontal, vertical, and diagonal, you have those little spirit things, those little markers, right? Little bubbles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I think we both. I think we both know what we're saying. We're just saying shit differently.
I'm with you. I'm with you, brother. I'm just telling you, I'm just saying the way they're talking, they're just fucking smooth talkers is all. It's not, what they're saying is not what they mean. They don't mean a curve is even with itself, right? They mean it's smooth and even in the conformity of that. But they don't mean it's horizontally even with itself or straight even with itself. Do you understand? It can't be. There's no, a curve can't be straight, and a curve can't be horizontal, and a curve isn't level. A curve is the epitome of unlevel, right? You'd have to have it's like a focal point you'd have to be balancing on, like a teeter-totter. You put the teeter-totter on top of a ball, and you have a teeter-totter, a horizontal line on top of a pivot point of a sphere. The top of the teeter-totter is always straight and level. No matter what way the teeter-totter board goes, it's going to be straight and level. It's just going to be a diagonal straight line. Now, plumb, now that's different. Plumb is along the horizontal usually, with a plumb bob. Different type of tool. And if you and I use plumb bobs and line them up horizontally, there's no way you can line them up and they're going to drop below themselves, and that's just not straight. That's all. I mean, I know what you're saying. You probably know what I'm saying, but yeah. Saying in the Globers aspect, yeah. I don't know where the fuck they get this. It's straight and level.
Perpendicular from the center of the Earth. That's basically what they call level. And at every point on a sphere, it's perpendicular. Yeah, that's what level is.
Equidistant, not level. Yeah. See, there's different ways to say it. It's the radius. It's the circumference. It's not the level.
Well, that's what they call level.
I
So
know.
therefore,
That's why
the opposite of level is straight, where you call it. That's what they call straight, like a straight line. Like if you take a ruler and set it on top of the ball, it's just shooting off in this, in the midair.
Right, but you know what McToon says? Here, this is gonna grab you funny. McToon, when I was debating him in one of the rooms, and I came in, this dude told me that the horizontal ruler I had in my hand was more curved than the Earth.
He's just.
I had a steel ruler. A steel ruler. I'm gonna say it again. A steel ruler. A 1 foot steel horizontal ruler. He said the Earth is curved more than that. I mean, that's curved more than the Earth.
I have a feeling what he meant by that, and what is clearly what he said is that within 1 foot, thousandths of an inch, just thousandths of an inch over 1 foot is equivalent to the curvature of the Earth, or more. That's probably what he means by a ruler not being flawlessly straight. I believe that's what he meant. I'm not saying it might be right. I don't know. What's the tolerance of a ruler?
I would say it's probably something like that. Wasn't it even Scott Mackey came in here one day and said, "Oh, my bathtub, when it's filled with water, it's 14 nanometers or 40 nanometers worth of curvature." So what does that amount to on the ruler size? Like 10 nanometers? Like it's that type of thinking,
Yeah. I don't know. You just scale it up. What was it, DMOC? Like approximately a 16th of an inch in 50 feet. Approximately 3/8 of an inch at 100 yards. Curvature. Allegedly. Let's see it. Measure it. And then someone else came in, what was it, last night or the night before, and they're like, all right, well, how do you measure a baseline to an actual undeniable baseline to measure from? And it's like, oh, okay, how about LIGO? It should be unlevel on one end, but nobody's ever shown it.
Yeah, you're right. LIGO is like basically the force of the law.
Yeah, basically.
Hello. Hello.
Hola.
Yo.
I saw a UAP above my house. Look at this shit.
Where do you live?
California. Looks sideshow.
Oh, I saw your photo. You just posted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all over. Do you know why they're there?
I have no fucking clue.
Have you heard?
I think they're fucking alien. I don't know. Some people say they're Iran, but I really don't believe that. Gotta be aliens, bro.
Nah.
Fuck are they then?
They're American.
Definitely not.
They're looking for something.
Why is it the alien and the
Yeah, but they're all over, dude.
Yeah, they are. Hey, there was a guy, and he was like, "All right, I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of hearing this shit." And he goes to New Jersey, and he's like, "I'm going to debunk this shit." In less than an hour, he filmed 50 of these. In less than an hour, and then a local police station found out that he was there, and he invited him over there to the police station. They sent up one of their own drones to seek out these drones, and which are clearly there, clearly undeniable. And none of their technology could detect them. Not even thermal imagery. Now imagine that. If these things are electric or whatever, imagine electric motor not putting off heat, a heat signature. Maybe they're shielded. Maybe they're shielded from the heat, right? They couldn't detect the heat. They're obviously there. Oh, I was watching a video where shit, I'll have to look for it.
I don't believe they're American.
Oh yeah, and then there's other guys. A guy who I watched a video where this guy who is a CEO of a manufacturer of drones, and he's like made the claim that he laid eyes and actually touched one of the stolen. Okay, like back in the 80s, Ronald Reagan. Back then they decommissioned all these nukes. Well, like a certain number of them, like a lot of them disappeared, vanished. One or some supposedly was in Ukraine, and this guy actually laid eyes on it and touched it. And then that was supposedly sent to the U.S., he claims. And then he's just simply saying that it's possible, theoretically, that these drones are seeking out something like that. That was his idea. Like it could potentially be a dirty bomb, right? That they're looking for.
Nah, it's all a red herring.
Sure. I mean, who knows?
Remember that guy who just got killed there? That CEO? Yeah, buddy, they all thought y'all were gonna fucking revolt. And the next thing you know, let's just send out some drones and distract the public so they don't overthrow us. Keep their minds occupied on something else.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I get that. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying I believe this, but that dude was saying that the reason they put these things up at night, they're not doing it during the day. They do it at night, and they have their proper lights, right? The directional lights. they're looking for something, and they're also relatively low. So what are they looking for? Or is it just a distraction?
Oh, they're fucking. Well, maybe they're scanning. They got that fucking radar, see into people's homes. That 5G shit. Remember that people were talking about that?
Yeah, but it has to be for a reason, right?
Yeah, baby. Just more fucking. It's just more bullshit, man. To go on to the pile of bullshit that's already here. It's a fucking society we live in.
First, they said, "Yeah, we cannot corroborate any of these alleged sightings," and all of a sudden, they're like, some of these are falling from the sky," and they're like, "Okay, stay away from them. Stay 300 feet away from them, unless you got to have the proper PPE, and they could be potentially dangerous." It's like, wait a minute. First, they don't exist. They're not real. They're fake. It's fake news. Now you're saying stay away from them if they fall. And now they're not even denying that they're there and they're flying around. And now a lot of people coming out of the woodwork saying, yeah, they're looking for something. It's like, what's going on, actually?
Everybody's looking for something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who knows?
What's the update? So what are they, like helicopter drones, and the government's afraid of them, and they don't know nothing about them? They don't know what a drone is all of a sudden or something? Like, what?
Yeah, they're lying. The feds are lying. And they're
They
saying,
couldn't
yeah,
follow it.
These things are big as cars. These are not like, what do you call it? Hobby shit. This is not hobby shit. They're big.
AI has got drones and they're flying around ungunned.
Some people are saying Project Bluebeam. Yeah, I get it, but yeah, if they're going to do Project Bluebeam, would they really be doing this?
That was a
I'd rather go
stupid
with
fucking. I remember that. Like, oh, nothing blue is getting burnt. That's not how fucking fire works. So, like, sure, like, okay, you got these fucking lasers or whatever that start the fire, but fire doesn't care what color you are.
Oh, that's different. I think that's different than Bluebeam.
Isn't that what that is?
Right, but what he's saying is, he's correlating it, right? Look, but he's saying if you use a magnifying glass to burn something on a rock, anything really close to that is going to burn from that thing burning and getting flames, and the flames going to hit the other shit, and it should burn it. Now, if I'm aiming a laser at the thing and the thing has some kind of special effect to block the attribute of this laser to burn it, then yeah, just shooting a laser at it, the blue wouldn't burn. But if there's 5 houses around the blue house and they're all on fire, the fucking blue house should usually, I mean, depending on how close it is, it can catch on fire.
Yeah, man. That's pretty well what I'm saying.
It follows. I mean, it's actually a good observation a lot of people don't make.
You're assuming that blue has something to do with the actual ignition of the fire?
The reflection of it to not incinerate.
Well, it's like blue light. Apparently, the laser's blue, and it's some bull. I don't fucking know, man. It's a big fucking joke.
Well, Project Bluebeam specifically is supposed to project things into the air or wherever they project something profound, right? That was the whole point. Trick people into thinking, "Holy shit, we're being invaded by freaking aliens," or "Oh my god, Christ is coming back!" Right?
Like holograms.
Yes, hologram. That's Project Bluebeam.
Oh, if you're going to project something into the air from a distance, you're not going to use the blue spectrum.
Well, blue. It's just a name. It doesn't mean it's necessarily the color or whatever.
technicality.
That's why people chase this red herring of painted blue roofs and shit. Like, it's just a nonsense.
I mean, if it was true,
nonsense.
Right, if it was true, then the play school houses that have blue sections, white sections, pink sections, green sections, yellow sections in the sun, all the other sections would melt except the blue, right?
Sorry,
correct.
Just repeat that. I missed the first half.
The play school houses made of the play school plastic and the play school blue hard plastic that you sit outside and it's like lasts forever. If the houses have sections of blue, orange, tan, white, yellow, all the colors, and you sit them out in the like the desert or whatever, Death Valley, the blue should never melt. Only the other ones.
No, that's incorrect.
No, I mean that's what the people are saying. They're saying if you paint your roof blue, the sun's not going to melt it. So I'm
yeah, that's right. So
right,
you're on the
I'm pointing out that it's not true. That's all.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. I missed your wavelength. Sorry. Yes. So, the color has got nothing to do with if they're using a particular weapon or spectrum. I mean, maybe there's someone flying above them with a particular kind of energized weapon, and if you paint your roof blue, that stipulates to the pilot not to shoot that weapon on that particular roof. There's a whole lot of stuff you can read into this.
And colors and certain attributes of certain things that we're not involved with yet that they might fuck with might have different effects on stuff, but I don't think it's going to stop. Like, if you're in a forest and the forest is on fire, it's going to get you. That's pretty much it.
No, not at all. We had some here in Melbourne in our mountains. We had some devastating wildfires in 2008, 2009, and because I'm an electrician, I went up there to try and get power back on, wiring generators to the properties that were still there. And when I was driving along, when we went into Kinglake, it was like a moonscape. Every single tree was scorched, melted. All there was red dust. And as we come into the town of Kinglake, we're driving along, and then there's like house after house after house that's completely burnt to the ground. And then you get to a house that some hoarder has all his shit, and it's overgrown with trees, and it's still there. Or you drive past this massive big property on a hill that's a farm, and there's no trees around the property, but that property burned down, but the one next to it, which is surrounded by trees, didn't. It's and I understand why people try and pick pattern out of certain fires, stipulating that, you know, some trees are burnt and some trees aren't burnt, but the houses in between them are. But I can tell you firsthand that there's no method to a wildfire.
Right. That makes sense to me too. I mean,
DMOC, before, were you referring to the whole Maui thing in Hawaii?
Yes.
That's, yeah, that was pretty sketchy, man. It was so sketchy that they wouldn't even allow for many, many, many months for people to even go near it. Even if they flew a quadcopter over it, it was a crime. And then there's so much. Oh, there's so much more. It had something to do with zoning, and it goes even deeper with their previous future plans of creating a 15-minute city or some shit there. It's just ridiculous. That whole fiasco. That thing's a fiasco.
I think it's always a psychological thing either way, right? You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Damned if you will, damned if you won't.
Yeah, and all the multi-million-dollar homes just coincidentally didn't get hit at all. Just like it was targeted. I get what you're saying, and I looked into it, but I didn't go deep diving into it.
Oh yeah, but I'm
I heard
saying,
about the blue thing too. I heard about that too.
well, it's the thing too. Like, if a group of people gets hurt, and it's your group of people, what should be the backlash? If there's not much of a backlash, what does that say about the public state of mind?
Yeah, then there comes the line of "Don't Fed post." You know that term?
What is it?
Don't Fed post. Like it's like, okay, if the public keeps getting beaten on and beaten on and beaten on, at what point do you rise up? It's like that's Fed posting. It's
Correct,
like,
correct.
are you trying to get targeted?
No, not like that. I'm saying like it's a measure for a psychological measure, like the Will Duffy and them saying it's a final experiment for something physical when it's actually a mental thing. Now, do you get what I'm saying? I'm not saying government rise up against me because I think beat the government up for. I'm saying like they're using that as like a judgment thing for what else they can get away with. And the farther they can keep, the farther they can keep. Yeah, I say things in a way backwards, kind of, and people think I'm going the other way with it, and it's weird, but I have to do that to get them where I'm at. So, like, it's pushing the boulder, right? And I keep pushing it on your property, the property line stick. While you're asleep every day, I move it a half an inch, and a half an inch, and a half an inch.
Yeah.
And then finally, you realize, what the hell? This property sticks up my butt. What's going on here? I don't have no more land anymore. What'd you do here? Like, I didn't do that.
I got you. So I think I was understanding you. So basically, it's like, at what point do you fight back? That's what I meant by Fed posting. You can't talk like that because that's called Fed posting. That's like making
Right,
yourself
but you're correct. You're correct. It's doing that, but in a way that it's just like, I'm just letting you know, it's just a needle, man. It's like a marker for north, you know?
Yeah.
DMOC, you're spot on with that analogy there with the land marker. It can, transposed into psychological analysis. And that's where you see where the world is at the moment. Is that marker keeps getting moved and moved and moved. And before people realise that they're claustrophobic, the legal fraternity has moved with the marker, and there's nothing you can do.
Yep. In all aspects.
Very well planned it is.
What'd you say?
I said it's very well planned.
Oh, yeah. Been going that way for a long time. Ever since popes and religions and sciences and stocks and gold and I got a weird question. I know this isn't along the lines of the actual, but it's always been like a weird question. Think about this. You're the first person that you ever know of making a transmitter or a receiver. You accidentally make the receiver first because no one's ever made it, and you made the receiver first. You're trying to make a transmitter, but the first thing you made the receiver. Whoop-de-doo, fucking bad luck, whatever. Accidents happen. What if you created that thing and you were getting a signal on it? What if you're the first person to ever create any type of free battery, receiver, crystal, or battery receiver, and no matter who you were, You didn't create the thing yet to send the signal to it to pick up but the signal was coming to it. What would you think about that?
Then there must be a sender, a knower.
Exactly. And there's always, and most of all those transmitter receivers have been wireless. I mean, battery. You don't have to have a battery for them. They're their own battery source and they're their own reactor to the frequency, like crystals. And there's something called the thing they used to use back in the day. It doesn't take a battery and it picks up all the sound and everything. It's called the thing. And you could shake your hand at it, and it would go. It's crazy, man. But just think about that. You're a kid back in the 0s, 500s, and you make this little thing somehow, and you start getting frequencies through it, or sounds, or voices, or something. Would that freak you the fuck out?
People used to get that when they had fillings in their teeth.
Yeah. But see, that's already after we've had signals and all this. We've already done it. And the funny thing about that, what's her name? I Love Lucy. Somebody on one of the movie sets went to get some fillings. And every day she came to work, she'd get this weird signal at work, mess with her big time. And then they figured out it was Morse fucking code. It was a Chinese or Japanese base underneath the American military base already recording everything. And they found out because the lady's filling, because the frequency was being transmitted back and forth to their thing below, and her fillings was the same material, and it was picking up on the frequency. Crazy.
Is that for real? I Love
Yes,
Lucy.
sir. Yes, sir. Lucille Ball, I think one of the ladies, dude. I mean, it's been a little while since I saw the thing on it, but yeah, one of the actor ladies, one of the famous actor ladies, went to get teeth work done, and when she went to the thing, yep, 100% it's true. I'm just not exactly. I think it's Lucille Ball. I think it's her. Might be a different lady, but yeah, same story. Yeah, you just look up the story; it'll tell you.
I just Googled it was Japanese.
Yeah, Japan. Yeah. I said Korean, Japan. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
China. I thought you said
Yeah,
China.
somebody China. Either one. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. One of those motherfuckers was under their recording already. Doesn't really matter to me who, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, now if somebody bet me money like, hey, what was it? I'd say, shit, I'm not sure. Let me go check.
Now, every single one of my results were a video of her claim, but I haven't watched any of the videos, but
who is it? Is it her?
Yeah, I think so.
Then I'm right,
Lucille
yeah.
Ball.
Yeah, good
well,
memory.
that's her claim, but whether or not it's true or actually happened, who knows? Like, if it was actually real, I have no.
Oh, that happens a lot, though. There was a lot of bases, under bases, before motherfuckers thought, hey, dig underneath them.
Dig underneath them.
I'm just saying, like, you put a fence up.
Yeah.
I don't have to go over it. You don't have to see me. I'm always going back and forth. You never fucking know because my hole is 2 miles out of your view that way and 2 miles out of your view that way. So you'll never know I was doing everything I had to do anyway and going to your country, getting all the money I needed and everything anyway. I'm underneath you. All the old tunnels, all the old things. I mean, come on now. Somebody built them for some reason. Because you can go anywhere you want under everybody. You can go under a lake. You can go under a river straight to the bedrock. Nobody would know. Look up the story about the thing. Pretty much the same. Saying you and I are back in caveman days, and we make this thing, or we do something. We're sitting here, and this thing touches this other thing, and we start hearing, "Hey, this something, whatever." Like, what the fuck? Would that not freak you out? Like, there's no other thing that should be sending this signal, because it's not produced anywhere. But that doesn't mean somewhere another group of humans ain't already perfected that, and they're the ones sending you the signal. How would you know? How would you know whether it was another group of humans playing God or AI? I mean, how would you know? Hell yeah, and the XYZ is wrong too. It's missing the W and the V. I only said the W earlier, but it's missing the V also. Because like you can dig into the dirt, right? And that would be one variance of going down a dimension. But then like a ball to be under that and increase and like go around, like, yeah, you'd need more. Now, if you're talking from the center of a ball out, then maybe that would be good. Maybe that would work out cool. But from the top portion of a horizontal section, hell no. XYZ would be a horizontal section only, and not even the thickness of it. Not the depth of the hills and the mountains and the water, the thickness underneath that.
Haven't you ever wanted to dig to China?
Yeah, there's still a hole in the backyard. When I was a little kid, I dug like 5 foot with a spoon. Yes, sir. And my grandma got mad at me and she said, "What the hell are you doing out there? Stop fucking digging."
Yeah, same with me. Except my grandmother said, "You're going to end up in China."
Mine said you're going to make the house flood. I was digging along the brick part of the... They're like, "What are you digging a big hole? Son of... Fill that in, boy." Yeah, they told me I could dig to China before I started digging. Somebody said it, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" First thing I did, went and got a spoon. Say, hell no, I got to see. I started digging. Ain't no way I'm getting to China. I'm going to see what it's like down there when I pop up. That's what they have you think as a child, man. Is this not fucking crazy?
Hey, D-Mug.
Yeah.
I spent this whole time watching Lucille Ball's account of her thing with the Japanese radio station under, and I searched and searched and searched, and I found that Lucille Ball herself recounted this tale in interviews years later.
contributing to its spread. However, she's often told humorous or exaggerated stories, and oh God, she might have been a lying bitch because I haven't found anything.
She could have been, brother. I'm not putting my eggs in her basket. I was just giving you the inference of the signal differential. Yeah, just the idea of that. Yeah.
I'm not trying to debunk you. I'm just saying.
No, hey, no, it's not. You wouldn't be debunking me. You'd be debunking her.
I have a healthy skeptical brain, and I'm like,
no, that's good. Yeah. Shit, you even asked me who and this and that. So, I mean, you at least questioned into it a little bit. I mean, it keeps me on my toes that people do that. I'm glad you do. It at least lets you know I know what I'm talking about when I give you a reference of something, right? Not that the reference is correct. That
I never
what I'm
heard
saying.
of it.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I thought it was
I'm
interesting.
just repeating something that I read about or saw. Yeah, to you. Yeah, it's not really something. Yeah, if you could debunk it all day, it wouldn't bother me none because it's really not my. It's just my bag to bring you guys info I think you might not have heard of yet. That's what I like to do.
I just never trust these. I never trust anything women tell me, but especially Hollywood bitches.
Right. I think that it's a fantastical story, too, of just what they can do, what's possible.
Because if it really happened, it'd be all over the place. Yes, she actually did do this.
Well,
she's just promoting
I don't know,
herself.
though, brother. I don't know. Do you think the military wants it out that they were so dumb that the Japanese recorded them for years?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying I wouldn't want to tell everybody. Would you want to tell everybody on the way home you got beat up by the smaller kid when nobody else seen it? No, you wouldn't want to tell them.
Hell no.
That's right, Democ. You know what?
Nobody would want to tell that.
You know, rat yourself out, man.
So like, I've been in the fights and I didn't want to tell people. People tried to jump me. I didn't even really get beat up. I grabbed the dudes, held on or whatever. They're like, "Let me go, motherfucker," whatever. One dude pulled out a bat, didn't use it, didn't get like they didn't actually do like they'd like stopped before then. And I felt stupid myself, like I got beat up in a way. But then I started thinking, no, there was 3 dudes with a bat. I think I did pretty good because I don't have any marks on me. So I didn't have, but I didn't want to tell nobody because I felt like, hey man, I didn't like come out the victor of like total victor, stepping on their heads and beating them all up out of, I just like came out of there unscathed, really, basically,
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Yeah. So I gave them a little, they gave me a little, but all in all, no bloody lip, no scratches, no bruises, just, a little exchange, a little bit of love.
Yeah. Little exchange of energy, bro. Exchange of energy.
Yeah. Every time. Yeah, but sometimes you feel like not saying something, or sometimes you do. So I think our government's some fucking weirdos. I don't think they'd want to tell everybody.
Well, no. Well, they do, but they do it in a weird way. They kind of tell you what's up, but it's always obscure. It's not like right. Hey, we just can't. No, we lied to you guys. Sorry.
They ain't gonna do that.
We'll give you your money back. I'm sorry, my bad. No, they don't ever do that. But they'll, tell you, yeah, we. Every once in a while, man, they come out and say, yeah, we screwed up. Sorry, my bad.
Declassified information this week.
Our bad. We messed up.
Did you know your government did this? Thank you. See you tomorrow.
That's it, right? Yeah, it's real quick. It's not well publicized. A couple big channels, and then they just go away. You never hear about it again.
So, what do you think's going on with these drones, Flatter, dude?
Dude, man,
are they searching for the cube?
I think it's like a prelim to the whole blue beam bullshit, man. It's like a little test. They're doing a test right now, and they're trying to figure out how people are going to react to this. And it's all over the place, man. Even on my like deep, darkest fucking places I go and get information, it's even in there, man. I'm like, holy shit, man. If it's made it to here, man, fuck. It's
deepest,
everywhere.
Darkest speculation is that they're looking for a dirty bomb, and their time is running out, and it's going to go off.
No. Is this Is this Saturday? Are you?
No, this is on the news, man.
Get the fucking nuke bomb detective. What?
I know.
Now that's ridiculous, man. 100%. That's even like going too far, man.
That's
like,
the worst case.
If they're trying to push that, they're pushing their buttons and see how far they can go with it. That's got to be it. It's my opinion. It's a prelim to something else down the road, man. Because it's a couple of drones here and there. It ain't like swarms of drones, everywhere.
Well, actually, no, dude. There's a fuck ton. There was a cop who claimed he's like, hey man, I just saw 50 of them come off from the ocean towards the land,
right?
And then call from the cops went to the Coast Guard and they corroborated the sighting, and that was just one instance, one night.
They can. I mean, there's companies out there right now you can hire to do a complete drone show over your completely packed football stadium, whatever. And they'll do instead of a fireworks show, they do a drone show, and
I know.
It does the American flag, it does the fucking whatever you want it to do, man, right?
Yeah, I get it, but these things are as big as a car. These are not those.
These are not those?
No.
Okay.
No.
Hey, where's John Wayne when you need him?
All right, here, mate. I don't know.
Aren't you guys supposed to be shooting these fuckers out of the sky?
They're our own. That's why they're not doing that.
I like your thinking, though. Yeah, I mean, a true American should be shooting that shit out of the sky, man. In my opinion.
If the government aren't telling you what they are, just shoot the fuckers. Get rid of them.
No, they say they're safe. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah. They're safe.
There's nothing foreign. It's all right.
Fine, you'll be good. Don't worry.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing.
That sounds like Pfizer.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Hey, I've got a question for you guys.
No.
Did you guys have flat earthers go to Antarctica?
We don't talking about that right now. We're talking about drones.
We can change it.
It's just a question. Flat Earth, dude.
We were just trying to talk about this whole drone thing that's going on, man. Very interesting. It's happening in the sky as well.
Appreciate that.
Where's it at? Let's all meet up. Everybody with the drone. Everybody go down there and just fly your drones down there.
It's New Jersey.
Why
were we asking that question?
I think it's China or something.
Crispy, why were we asking that question? Why are we asking that question?
I don't know, because I've heard people went down there and found out that the sun was not 24H, something like that.
They found out that it wasn't, or it was?
I heard that it wasn't.
Yeah, I think you better check again.
Got a sharp one here.
I mean, is it like some flat earthers went down there and they found out what exactly?
No, I don't think you. The best thing to do right now is go research. Go research the. Yeah, hold on, guys. Go research the topic, Crispy. Because you don't know what it's about. So best thing to do, go research it, and then come back and maybe have a discussion about it. Because you really don't have anything to bring to the table when it comes to this discussion about what it's about.
Just a question. I mean,
I know it's a question, but it's better for you to research. That way we can have a discussion. What I'm saying is not like putting some strain on you, is it? Like, is it really tough for you to look into the internet?
It's something very simple. Is it
right? Well, it's simple enough for you to look out. And just go look at it, man. Go research it.
Tell me though.
I don't need to spoon feed you. You have your own. You have a computer. I know, but you have a computer.
You sound smart as fuck.
Yeah, that's great. Are you drinking? Because it sounds like you are.
I am thinking a bit of wine, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But,
yeah. Usually when people get that, you get too tipsy, dude. You start losing situational awareness, and it starts to become a bother for everybody in here trying to talk.
For real?
So yeah, for real.
Okay.
Best thing to do. Best thing. Just put yourself on mute and listen. Otherwise, you're gonna step on people's toes when they're talking, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys.
No bueno.
You guys have a good one.
Have a good night.
And there we have it, folks.
Top.
Wait, are we live, guys?
Hell yeah.
And we are live.
Where are we live, man? Exactly. Where are we live? Exactly. YouTube.
We got a ton of people in here, man. We got Hawaii in here, some new faces.
Let's go, man.
If anybody wants to talk about the subject, go ahead. We're here for it.
I like Earth. I like to talk about Earth. Let's do it, man. It's a pretty cool place. Pretty cool place, this Earth thing, man. It's good.
It's amazing because, even if they go and see a 24-hour sun, it doesn't take away from the fact that the Earth is still flat. That's the cool part about it.
Hey, Mig, man, it doesn't take away that planes have to fly on a flat stationary plane, no doubt.
Nope. Nobody's accounting for curvature. The Earth's still not rotating. Nothing is happening.
Nothing's changed, bro.
Nope.
Zero has changed. Zero.
I'm just looking at the amount of viewers on all media platforms in relation to Flat Earth. And I would say that this 24-hour sun thing has done the opposite of what they thought it would do.
Hey, I like that. I think that's
we do. Yep. Everybody here really likes that because of the fact that all it's doing is drawing attention. And guess what? They're going to come right into this chat saying, ha ha ha, we proved that the Earth is a globe unequivocally. And then we're going to get to have a conversation with them. Isn't that great?
I think it's fantastic, man. Come on, man. It's fantastic.
And the guy, Will Duffy, is going to be gracious enough for Flat Earthers that he's going to make a big production out of it. Possibly even get a Netflix deal. Who knows? We don't know.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
But if that's the case, if that's the case, if that's the case, then that means that everybody in here is going to get a chance to talk to a whole lot of new people. Just saying.
Hey, I love it, Maggie. I love it, Maggie.
Will Duffy is the biggest Flat Earther in the last 5 years.
Hey, don't let anybody else know that, man.
Shh.
We were going to keep that a secret.
He's working. He's working for us, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because he didn't have to popularize this whole thing, but he made a giant production show out of it. He took Flat Earthers, he blasted it on the internet, and what he wanted to do, okay, this is what his objective was. At least what everybody was hearing, that he wanted to shut down Flat Earth conversations. But that's not what his intentions were. Of course not. He wants to inflame the conversation. So instead of just like turning out the fire, he threw gasoline on that mug. You know what I mean? So now we got ourselves a big blaze. And everybody's like,
"What blaze, people? We got a blaze." I love it.
They're like, "What's this Flat Earth all about? What's going on?" Because a lot of people don't know, but he brought attention to it. So, now we got new faces coming in, asking us stuff. So I think it's a good thing. I don't know what you guys think, but
I love it, man. I'm loving it, man. It's hilarious. I'm in the...
Maybe the final experiment is a psychological experiment.
No doubt. That was something we were talking about for sure. Yeah, it could be. Yep.
Well, there's a lot of talks around it not having to... Even some hardened globers, man, they're like, dude, they didn't prove anything, man. But see, the hardened globers are like, they didn't prove anything that we didn't already know. And for us on Flat Earth, on this side of the fence, we're like, well, they didn't prove anything in regards to the Earth being a globe, or disproving Flat Earth. So it's just a big old show, big old dog and pony show. I mean, and the thing is, though, all of that negative attention, because they're making a big spectacle out of it. It's just going to help us, increase our numbers and get this room popping again. It's going to be good stuff. I mean, you're going to get your occasional globers that are upset about it coming in here and like, their hair's on fire and they're all upset. But I mean, you got people like me, CB, FED, anti-globalist, all the people in here. We're going to get to talk to those guys and just like, look, let's just talk this out. Let's reason. Perhaps we can figure it out.
Is that thing officially over with? Their trip?
No, they got a couple days.
Yeah, they're still flying home, man. But they got out of Antarctica today, man.
Yeah.
And they're heading to Chile, and then they got to go there home. It's They had to fly on a spinning globe, man. It's just kind of weird. There's no chance that they could fly on a spinning globe. I checked it out.
Yeah. I don't think they asked their pilot if they're flying over. They should have, right? Of all the tests that they've done, they should have asked the pilot, "Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you have to negotiate over any specific amount of curvature going from Puentes Arenas to Antarctica, or back from Antarctica?"
Don't forget the spin, Mig, man. You gotta do a little. You gotta calculate for the spin too, bro.
Yeah. Oh, who was it, man? I think Peter or somebody was saying that. Well, imagine it being like an aircraft carrier. And an airplane's trying to land on it. I was like, dude, you can see the aircraft carrier moving. When do you see the Earth moving, dude? Like, that's not analogous.
Yeah,
you have to first know that the thing is moving for you to say it's moving. We know an aircraft carrier is moving. It's not analogous.
It's not moving, man. It's not moving, Pete.
Yeah. But the conversation will continue. It's not gonna go away or die out.
Mig, if that was their goal to like make it go away, I mean, that was okay. I mean, going in, we were like, yeah, okay, you got 20, whatever. Yeah. We're just gonna keep going, man. There's no.
Has anyone posted anything yet?
What about it? Yeah, they're doing little snippets of like what they were doing down there, and everybody's that was on the flat Earth side that was thinking that the Earth was an AE map was saying, no, we were wrong about that thing. But the other thing that the Earth is flat, no, we're not wrong about that. They're still saying they're not conceding the fact that the Earth is flat. They're conceding the fact that AE map was the thing that they were thinking about that's not correct. But it's
so they didn't get a 24-hour sun video.
No, I think they did.
Yeah,
they did.
They did.
They claim.
They did.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, listen, man. There's a lot of people there's two sides of the coin when it comes to flat Earth. There's those who are going to be super conspiratorial and say, nah, bullshit, man. They didn't see a 24-hour sun. But me, I'm like, dude, we got the solar analemma. And that shows that, how you have the small loop at the top and a big loop at the bottom. I mean, you do have something similar that in the north that happens in the south. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. There's going to be the naysayers, the hardened flat Earth skeptics are going to be like, dude, fuck that, man. That's all CGI bullshit. Like, yeah, you're going to have to deal with that. But
if the analemma is the case, it would give you a loop of 24 at this end and a loop of 24 at that end over a flat plane. I don't see no problem with it.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That's what I'm saying. There has never been anything that flat Earth couldn't explain. Like, there's nothing seriously wrong with anything. It's just the fact that those guys want to say that it's a globe. That's all. But they're going to have to provide evidence within the logical form. Like if they say, okay, if it's a globe, logically tell me how it sound. You're going to have to make it sound like an argument for it. You see a 24-hour sun, what does that prove? And then, of course, if it proves geometry, put it in a logical form. Because it doesn't. I mean, all the thing is doing is just going above our heads. It's like I said, on the one hand, the 24-hour sun proves the globe. On the other hand, the setting sun proves the globe. Well, which is it? The sun staying up above the ground or it going over the horizon? You got two things that are contrast. I don't know. It's when they come back, they're gonna have their shows and their tell-alls or whatever you call whatever they're gonna do. And from there, McToon was as happy as pig and shit, though. I'll tell you what, he got on Nathan Oakley's channel and started railing against Oakley and said, "No, you're a liar," and whatnot. Yeah, he got pretty upset about it. That's McToon, though. What are you gonna do? Who's Grish? We got a new person in here, Grish. What's up, Grish?
What up, gang?
Not much, man.
What's up, bro? So I was kind of learning about the trip that happened. Was that like a flat earther?
Yeah, well, it was like 4 flat earthers and I'm not really sure, 11 Globers? Is that what it was? The head count? Somebody might fill you in on that. Something like that, man. They went to Antarctica.
So the 24-hour sun, that's supposed to prove the globe Earth, right?
According to the way they stated was I don't know. Are you familiar with any of the flat Earth arguments, globe Earth arguments? So
some like the local sun thing.
Yeah, the AE map. I don't know if it looks like the disc with the ice ring around the Earth. Okay, they said that map is what they were going down to Antarctica to disprove, because like in the center, they would say that the sun goes around the center, that was central north, right? So it's in the south, it can't go around like in one specific location because it has to go around the whole ice ring. If you've seen that map, that's the argument, anyways. They were saying flat earthers were looking at the AE map as being that's the map of the world. They were saying you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica because of the AE map. The sun would have to go all the way around the Earth. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So and they were having a debate for, it must have been years, dude, because I remember they were debating this since 2017. So it's been a long time coming, right? With that map. And so with the map, a lot of flat earthers were saying this is the true map of the Earth, and it looks like this, like the UN flag, and like the Earth looking like a disc and such with the ice walls. So there was a lot of flat earthers that were defending that specific AE map, or Gleason's map is about the same. They look almost the same, but the map itself was a disc. It was an ice ring around and such. So they were defending that, and so the position was that flat earthers were saying that the 24-hour sun is not going to happen when you go to Antarctica, and the globers were saying, hell yeah, it is. Otherwise, I would become a flat earther, right? If I'm wrong. Do you get it?
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
But guess what they saw?
What they see?
24-hour sun.
Shoot.
Yeah, so what happened was those proponents who were saying that the AE map was a true map of the Earth now cannot claim that because it doesn't go around the whole ice ring. It went around one specific geographic point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, do flat earthers still think like the AE map is like what they claim?
Well, depends who you talk to. How about that? Depends who you talk to.
Yeah, because it's not like a model, right?
Yeah, well, it's sort of. But the map itself.
None of us have
Go ahead.
compared none of us have ever made the whole map of everything. So we can say a lot, right? But at the end of the day, if you and I haven't made a map like you and me, then we don't really know if we haven't confirmed it.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that, the contention was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and of course the globe Earth proponents were saying, yeah, 24-hour sun. So what it looked like in an optics perspective, right? If you were to hear the conversation just from a third party, if you didn't have any dog in the fight, you were listening to two people argue about whether there's going to be a 24-hour sun. On the one hand, flat earthers were saying no, and the other hand, globers were saying yes. So optically, what it looks like to you when you hear the argument or when you see the debates, it looks like the globe earthers, they won. They got a W, man. They predicted the 24-hour sun was going to happen. And the flat earthers were saying, no, it's not going to happen. Do you get what I'm saying? Optically, it looks like they did win an argument. But in reality, if you come into 24/7, none of us were claiming that. Like we weren't saying that the sun doesn't prove anything. Like it's not going to prove the shape of the Earth that you're walking on. So it doesn't matter if the sun does loop-de-loops in the sky. The sun's going to do what it does. It's not doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth in any way.
Yeah.
Is that making sense?
That makes sense, yeah. I mean, I've heard people say you can't really look at the sky to prove what you're on, right?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, exactly. So that's the whole bone of contention with those guys. But they paid a lot of money, right? So this guy, Will Duffy, he pocketed about $500,000 at least when he started this whole thing. And when he started to spend, it was about $500,000. He spent just for everybody to go on this trip. I mean, the logistics cost, everything, all things included. It's quite a bit amount of money. And it's a good sized production that he's done so far, which is what I was talking about. He's done like a nice little videos, editing and stuff. I mean, it's high quality stuff. But it's what you could say, it's like propaganda, right? It's juicing you up, it's gassing you up, it's getting you ready for something that he's going to reveal. It's like hype, basically. So you're all hyped up. You're ready to see this thing. And, well, I mean, according to what he's saying, him and the rest of the people who think the Earth is a globe are proving that the Earth is a globe, but they are really not. It's smoke and mirrors, dude.
An edited version.
You think they're proving something, but they're really, when you ask them the question, okay, what does a 24-hour sun prove? Other than a 24-hour sun. Like, that's the only thing it proves. Like, what else does it prove? Does it prove geometry of the Earth? No. Does it disprove flat Earth? No. Doesn't do any of that.
They could have spent a fraction of that and just went to LIGO and put a level on a couple of spots. as to their claim.
Most of us are happy. Yeah, go ahead.
Like on their trip, like did they also like fly over Antarctica? Is that like a thing that they did?
A part of it. Because Union Glacier, I don't know if you can look it on the map, see where it's at. They did fly over some ice. So yeah, it was there. A lot of people. There was a lot of naysayers, right? See, here's the thing: when people are listening to people do something, they're like, "Nah, bullshit. They're not gonna do it. Bullshit. He can't do it. Bullshit. He's not gonna be able to because there's logistic problems. He can't do this. He can't do that. It's gonna be cloudy. It's gonna be this. It's gonna be that." And then of course, it was a clear day. They did use a plane, like all that stuff, and they covered that in the video. I for one didn't have any problem with anything that they've done. Like they really didn't do anything to prove globe or disprove flat Earth. So I'm like, kudos, man. I'm glad you guys did whatever you felt like you did. Like, so what? Like, at the end of the day, it was a fun trip, I guess. Like for those guys who went.
Dude, those guys are exhausted. They're fucking exhausted, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's been like, you're gonna be up for like 70 hours, in and out. Flying. Yeah, fuck, it's brutal, man. I'm not gonna do that shit. Fuck that, man.
What's weird though is that I think they're coming back, and most of them are gonna come back to get roasted. They're gonna be, and it's kind of hard because the flat earthers are a very ruthless bunch, dude. Like I ain't gonna lie, they're fucking ruthless, dude.
Brutal, bro.
So I was seeing a lot of things happening in the chats, like CGI, this is bullshit, shills, like all kinds of shit was coming out the woodwork. And I'm like, I mean, that's fine. You can feel how you feel like. At the end of the day, it's always about what's been proven, right? And if they didn't prove anything, they didn't hurt anyone. Like nothing's wrong with you, nothing's wrong with them. Like they just didn't prove anything. At the end of the day, like we're good with that. If someone says we prove something that's beyond seeing a 24-hour sun, like if they prove geometry or something, then you can have the argument, okay, go ahead and tell us how you did it. What did you prove? But if they didn't prove anything, I mean, why are we,
there are other
CGI and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I'm just giving you guys a perspective. Like, it doesn't need to be a witch hunt anyway.
Right, and there's other things to pay attention to too. Like, it's just not even that it's the 24-hour sun in general, just the way it moves. So if they explain it that it's supposed to move a certain way, and we notice it to move it different, it would give us a different idea of that. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
There's so many, all we can say is that instead of it being answering a lot of questions, it actually added more questions.
Correct.
It made people think even more like, okay, we've seen this phenomena that now makes things a little bit more complicated to think about, like versus it being something that
Analema. Analema. If you think about the analema above a flat surface, and you have a north and a south, and the sun makes that pattern and has the little wind, and it's fucking awesome, awesomely perfect.
I'm saying that because people never thought about it in that way, because the one-track mind of being on an AE map, and okay, so the sun would have to spiral inward and then outward and then back inward and then back outward, like just corkscrewing.
We used to talk about this very thing for a long time. We covered the analema and the 24-hour sun in both. Flat Earth Dude, do you remember that on Pancho Pizza a long time ago? And I told him I could draw how it could work on the flat Earth, and it works fine. And they kept telling me no at first, but then it was like with me. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they were looking at the AE map very early on, DMOC. They didn't really want to talk about the 24-hour sun looping in both north and south, because to them it would be like, no, because we're giving credence to the globe. And even though that wasn't what you were doing, they would probably think, because you're saying it's possible, that it's not like it's okay. It's not like you were saying it's not possible, because if you were saying it's not possible, then you would have been on the early bandwagon of the AE mappers. You know what I mean? And they would have been like, okay, DMOC agrees with us. That's good. You know, like, but since you didn't agree with them, then they're like, oh, no, fuck that, man. What are you shilling for the globe? Like, what's going on, man? Like, and you're just probably like, no, man. I mean, if you really just look at, I mean, you don't have to go to Antarctica or to the north to actually really see what the sun's doing, because the Analema says it all. It says it all. Like, it's, you don't, in your own geographic location. Anyway, I mean, that just gets people to like realize there's much more than just, you know, what their one track mind for the AE map was. And I guess now that people are, because you know the flack that these guys are gonna get, man, it's gonna be a witch hunt, bros. I'm telling you.
You want to know what else? I'm going to say this too. This is funny, right? It doesn't even mean that AE map's incorrect. Just because the sun did a thing that they can't correlate in their mind with that map, and they think it has to do this on the map, but it doesn't do exactly that. The only thing they have to pay attention to is the attribute of where the fuck they were compared to where it does what it does. Over them versus over there versus over them.
Have you noticed?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that people don't realize that there's actually two AE maps that go together? There's a top and a bottom. Did you know that? Yeah. Some people only look at it to like it's just the top, like where it has Antarctica like at the as an ice ring. But if you look at the other one that they have, Antarctica's in the center, and all the continents are splayed out on the outer rim.
On the outer edge.
Yeah. Have you seen that one?
Yes, I have. I was looking at it just the other day, and I was like, and then Antarctica on the one looks like a brain.
Yeah,
it literally looks like the design of your fucking brain.
It looks like the medulla oblongata. You know that?
Yes,
that
sir.
Thing
Yes, sir. And with the little spinal cord, the bottom. Yeah. Yep. And I was
don't know.
Like, so if you can have it in the center and in the edge at the same time, adverse, obverse, what they always want us to do. I was telling people that you can take the dartboard, right, and take the idea of the equator, where you have all the places that have the hot spots. If you took those and just flipped them upside down, the part that's covered by those three lines still wouldn't change for the area that they cover of the attribute of those lands.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could flip them and it still works.
I guess most of what's happening right now is that people are starting to think a little bit more outside of where they normally were. Like, because when this AE map came out, it was like latched onto with a dome on top of it, as if that was the case. Like everybody was like, okay, no, this is it right here. We got it locked down. Remember, what's his name? Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent had the little a snow globe that he used to carry around.
This guy fashion him one and make him a big one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So it got really popularized on like these like well-known talk shows and whatnot. So it was like people were like, okay, I can get behind this. It's showing that the Earth isn't a globe, and it's got like a little map and whatnot. And it's got like a dome over it, and okay, I mean, it makes sense. So
you could divide the light. It gives a visual representation better than just your fucking computer.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
And so a lot of it has to deal with like what they represented at the very beginning. But I want to say that we can't even talk about like speculation without. Okay, so like let's just say we can say there could be a way that it could work on an AE map, but void of speculation, we can't affirm anything. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't just verify the very thing we're saying. But we could say speculatively, we could say that if you had like a thick layer of some sort of a glass on top, it could reflect the light of the sun to where it would look like it's kind of like rotating in one specific area, but it could be doing something else above that. Anyway. But that's just too speculative to even have a conversation of, because you can't prove something like that. But
even if I said the AE map could be the real map of whatever you disclosed as the flat Earth map, but just saying a goofy thing, right? And then people would say, "What the hell? Are you crazy?" It already debunked that. I say no. It debunked the way you thought it worked with the sun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the most important. It debunked the way you thought about with the sun, but it's not. It's maybe too much to get into right now, because we're not on speculation.
It just is what it is, though, right? I mean,
Yeah, we would have to let all the dust settle from this whole thing, and then we can approach it a bit differently later. Because right now everybody's hair's on fire and they want to rail against. There's going to be witch hunts for Jaren and Witsit and all them guys, and because it's like not outside of like Witsit and Jaren's crew, like they're the followers, but you got a lot of flat earthers who were like on the AE map bandwagon. And when I was looking at the comments when they were going live, and Whitson was saying, well, we were wrong about the AE map and stuff like that, and just people were freaking out, dude. Glovers were saying game over. The other flat earthers were calling CGI. Like there was a bunch of shit. It was bananas, dude. So I'm surprised that there hasn't been a lot more activity in here, railing against those guys and saying it's all just fake and shit. So I don't know, like what. What do you guys think about this, man? Like, it's like a hot topic right now for everybody. Like,
would you say that like a 24-hour sun in Antarctica does match the globe, and that's interesting to say the least?
The 24-hour sun, what? What'd you say?
In Antarctica, it matches the globe prediction.
It matches a globe prediction. No, it matches the celestial sphere prediction, and that doesn't need a globe. The terrestrial sphere is something that it doesn't need. So the celestial sphere is just mapping out what the things do in the sky, and that works perfectly over a flat plane. So it's like what me and DMOC were saying, but I think you don't realize that because you can only think. Okay, so the reason why the Earth as a globe makes any kind of sense to you is because it's actually the celestial sphere is superimposed over it. Okay, so when you see visually across the surface of the Earth and you look up at the sky, everything that you see in the sky is at an angle to your vision. Your vision radially away from your eyes, everything is like in a concentric to you. Do you know what I mean? Like everything's concentric to your vision. You're like the center of the universe. Let's put it that way, so we can make it simplified. Yeah. So you're like the center of the universe. So when you're looking at everything looks like it's like radially moving away from your eyes. Like, so if you see a star at like 45 degrees in the sky, and then you see another star above you like at 80 degrees, you know what I mean? Like everything is in perspective radially to you being the center of the universe. So you could say things look concentric to you, not to the Earth. It's hard to think about, I know, but that's the way we see the world. Everything looks like we're the center. I'll give you one example. Have you seen the sun streak across the water, like when it's setting? You seen that sun that it looks like there's a sunbeam like going across the water?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Like it looks like it's going to your feet, right? Like directly to you. Well, right. Somebody about 10 or 15 miles away from you will see the exact same phenomena. It looks like the sun's beaming straight across the water to their feet. And you could be on a phone, both of you, and both of you will say the same exact thing. No, the sun's beaming across the water straight to my feet. And he's like, no, it's beaming across the water straight to my feet. So concentric, you're like the center of the universe, and everything that you see, it seems like you are the center. And if that makes any sense.
You guys are all flat earthers?
Say again?
You guys all believe in the flat earth?
No. There's people in here that think the Earth's a globe, man.
Oh, okay. But you personally, you think that it's flat?
I know it's flat. How? I don't think. How? Well, it's observed that way. It's measured that way, and it's practically used that way. Yeah, it is. We can talk about it. Yeah, it definitely is. Let's talk about it. So, all right, so if you go outside, right? Let's go to the beach together. You look out to the water. You see a horizon. It looks flat, right? Looks that way.
That's
you agree?
Not a measurement.
I'm not telling you it's a measurement. I want to cover observation. Does it look flat?
No.
Okay, so do you see any curvature?
Yes, you can see curvature, and you can see things disappear.
That's great.
Under the horizon.
All right, so you see curvature. How much curvature is there in your vision?
I don't know.
Well, you should. You see it.
I mean, I also don't have.
Brother, you're the one making the claim.
No, I didn't make the claim. He did. He said he saw curvature.
I'm not saying to you. I'm not saying to you. I'm saying to him.
Oh yeah. He saw curvature. So we're trying to identify.
So if
Go ahead.
you're telling me if you look at like a fucking sphere, you can tell me the exact fucking curvature of the sphere in like.
No. What I'm saying is when we walk outside to the beach, we look across the water and we see the horizon. The horizon is horizontal. It looks flat.
It does not look flat.
Okay, do you see any curvature?
Yes, you see curvature.
Okay, how much curvature do you
From the
think there
naked
is?
eye?
Yeah, I'm trying to. So with your own eyes, you see curvature, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, how much curvature do you think there is
Very
between?
little, but you can still see curvature.
It's very little. Okay, so if you can see curvature, do you think it's possible we can measure curvature?
Yes, of course.
Okay, what method can cover left to right, horizontal curvature?
I don't know what it's called, but I know there is.
Well, if you don't know that there is, then that means you don't have any proof
I
for
said
your
there
claim.
is. I don't know what it's called.
Well, I know.
Let's not mix up
So-
my words.
So here's the thing.
Actually, don't interrupt me. I'll wait for an apology for interrupting me.
What the fuck?
Are you feeling hurt somehow? Did the flat Earth hurt you in some way?
No, you interrupted.
Show me on the graph where
I'll
the
wait
flat
for
Earth
an
hurt you.
apology. I know you won't give me an apology because you have a fat ego and you think you're better than everyone, but I'll wait for my apology.
That's a
I'm
projection.
sorry you're brain damaged.
That's a projection, and if I had
proving my point.
if I had a soundboard right now, I'd
proving my point.
I'd play that soundboard.
Thanks for
Emotional
proving my
damage.
point.
All right, Sal, I got a question for you. Can you see the side chat?
That was good.
Yeah,
not right now, no.
No, we're gonna talk about the reason why you say you don't have a method to measure the thing that you say you saw.
I said there is a method. I don't know what it's called. Let's not construe my words.
Okay, if you don't know what it's called, then how are you going to present evidence for the method?
Because obviously there's a method and it's fucking used.
Well, what is it? Can you find the method? Can you find it?
Like, it's just, of course I can find it. Let me finish my game.
Yeah,
Wait,
go and
so
finish,
do you think
finish
that,
your
like-
game you playing.
Yeah,
Yo,
hold on, guys.
I'm sorry, I'm the
Hold
one
on.
that started
Hold on,
talking to
gentlemen.
you about this. This guy just started
gentlemen.
answering the question.
I know, gentlemen. Just hold on. Let me just tell them. You take your time, finish your game, or you just keep playing your game. It doesn't matter. The only thing you got to remember is when you get off of your game, you got to find the method by which you said you saw curvature, and then we could measure that curvature you saw. That method is important. All right, go ahead, sir. I wanted to talk.
Do you think that when Elon Musk has those missions where he has a camera on the spaceship and we can see it flying next to Earth and we see that Earth is like a sphere, do you think that's fake?
Well,
It's not, right?
if they show you that the Earth is a globe, right? They're showing curvature on it. I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked the other gentleman. Do you think it's possible, if they're showing curvature in any way, that we could measure the curvature that we see? Because, of course, it looks like a globe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it is a globe, and it would stand to reason that, and today, 2024, we have methods of measurement. Do you think any one of the methods that we have, technologically advanced methods, that we could measure the surface of the Earth to be curving?
Yeah, there are methods.
Excellent. Now let's focus on one method. Find me one, and let's see if we can figure this out.
Okay.
Go for
it. Maybe like the shadow maybe might help us.
Well, we're not going to look for maybes. We're going to look for definite evidence of how we can.
Okay, like if you stay, like let's say you got a stick and like you put the stick in the floor, right? A vertical stick, and you mark the shadow length every hour, and then you plot the shadow length against time, and then you note the symmetry.
Okay. Have you done this before?
No, but like,
Okay,
I'm
so how do
thinking
you?
about it right now.
Oh, you're thinking about it. That's great. Do you know if thinking about it is the same as doing the method, or seeing somebody do the method? Whether or not you've done it is not. It's not
Have
relevant.
you done the method?
No, it's not my claim, sir. It's yours. You're telling me a method that you said you've done.
No, I'm
It's
just
not
trying
my
to
claim.
figure out, wait. I'm not like I'm just trying to figure this out. I just came in here
That's
asking
great.
questions.
Yeah, I know. But see, here's the thing. When you're figuring something out and you're giving me an explanation of something that you're not really sure of, do you think that it's a good thing to do that?
I'm just trying to have you give me the answer because I thought you knew the truth.
Yeah, the truth is there isn't a method to measure the curvature of the Earth. There isn't one. That's the truth. But you're trying your attempt at trying to give me a method, I think, is one that is filled
To
with
measure the Earth's curvature,
hold on,
you
sir.
can use a
Sir.
method
You can't
similar-
jump in when I'm talking to this gentleman. Just hold
You
on,
did
just
it
a
to me
minute.
earlier, and you did apologize. So
Yeah.
I'll do the same thing to you.
No, I'm a moderator here, so you can just go on mute if you keep talking. I don't want to mute you. I really don't. Yeah, I will do that, but just relax. So the gentleman wants to know if there's a Okay. The gentleman wants to know if there's a method by which you could measure the curvature, and I told him it wasn't my claim. He thinks that there's a method, and he attempted to give me one, but still he didn't give me a sufficient method, or at least one that he knew that would substantiate his claim. Isn't that right, sir?
Yeah, so maybe when Elon Musk is like showing us those videos, it's all actually made in like a major studio, and in reality, SpaceX is like a production company and not a space exploration company.
Yeah, but I said none of those things, and if you said those things, that's your idea, not mine.
I'm asking you.
No, I'm not making a claim on what Elon Musk is doing. The only thing I want to know, if anybody shows me Earth that's a donut or a globe or whatever it is, there's going to have to be some evidence to substantiate it. So all I'm asking for is the evidence that backs up the claim, sir. That's all I'm asking for.
To measure the Earth's curvature, you can use a
Sir,
method
you jumped
similar
in.
to
You
the one
jumped in.
employed
You
by
jumped. Hold on.
Eratosthenes,
Hold on.
which
Let me
involves
put a.
calculating the Earth's radius
have to
by
pause this guy.
measuring the angle of this.
That's very rude, sir. Let the gentleman finish. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. So like when I see those videos of like NASA or Elon Musk taking pictures from space showing Earth as not a flat surface, or maybe it is like the picture is taken and it's a picture of a flat surface that looks like it's just a circle. Is that what you're saying? It's not actually a sphere; it's just like a flat thing.
Well,
or maybe it's a big picture?
No, we are getting those images that it looks like a globe, right? Like a spheroid. So I would say that they are portraying the Earth that way, at least to the effect of like when you see those images, it's what it looks like, right? I'm not going to deny the fact that those images look that way. But I think what I would say to that is that, okay, that's fine. They can show you whatever they want in video format or images, it doesn't matter. What's up to you and me and everybody else is to test the claim. The veracity of the claim should have its own, it should stand by itself. Like you don't need to defend it. It should defend itself. Like if it was real, right? So if indeed they're showing us, it doesn't even matter if it's SpaceX, it could be NASA, it could be any other space agency, right? European Space Agency or the Indian Space Agency. So whoever puts out those images, then you're going to have a method to test those images to be true or not. If there's no way you can test those things to be true, then you have to just accept them without any evidence. Can you see the problem, Mark? That I'm showing you. That's all I'm telling you, man. It doesn't matter what motive they have to give them to you. It doesn't matter who gave them to you. The only thing that should matter to you is how you can test the information to be true or not. And it doesn't even matter what information it is. They could tell you, the sun is whizzing by, or it's going through the galaxy at like 1,000,000 miles per hour, whatever. If they tell you a story and you can't test it, then it's all you're doing is accepting it on faith. Obviously it's just going to be a belief at the end of the day, but you can't do anything with that to see if it's real or not. You can just believe it. That's all.
It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll be able to like fly to space and like check ourselves,
Well, I mean,
but even then, like we might be able to see curvature with our eyes, but at that point, I can't even prove if what I'm seeing is reality. So then we start questioning everything. We get into kind of a rabbit hole, right?
Yeah, but a lot of people do that, man. They start questioning reality and how it works and all that kind of stuff. I would say this though, Mark, don't you have to ground yourself in truth and what you can test and verify, and kind of separate what you can't. Okay, so you got like two categories, right? Things you can test and verify and things you can't test and verify. Those two categories, you have to put the information that they give you, whether it's images or videos or anything, you have to put it on one side or the other and be honest with yourself. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to twist your arm and convince you that the earth is flat. That you can do on your own, right? So I can only tell you the information. What you do with that information, that's up to you. But I will say, the information that they give us, right, the space agencies and stuff, we cannot do anything with that other than believe those things, because we don't, number one, have the equipment to test like a rocket. We can't just go up there and check it out. So you and me, all we can do is believe what they show us. Or let me put it this way: we can choose to believe. You don't have to believe; it's a choice. You can choose to believe.
Nice.
And, yeah. So that way, yeah. Go ahead. No, I'm just the only thing I'm saying, man, is that there's a lot of confrontation when it comes to this subject, because people feel like you're stepping on their religion, right? It's almost like, have you ever had a discussion with somebody who's very religious? And if you tell them certain things like, oh, well, maybe that didn't happen that way in history, and they're like, no, what are you talking about? Like, I mean, people get upset because when you talk about something that has to deal with their faith, it will motivate them to be upset. And the only thing you're asking for, and you're not being rude or mean about it, you're just like, dude, just all I want you to do is just give me the evidence behind the claim. That's it. If you can do it, that's great. If not, okay, keep believing what you want. Like, but at the end of the day, you didn't prove anything.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And I mean, we'll just leave it at that. So, I mean,
if you can't,
let's open up for other people.
Yeah, I was going to talk to the other guy. Grish, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, if you can't really prove anything, like, how do you go about proving a flat Earth? I guess. I mean, since
yeah. Okay, so I know what you might have heard in the conversation with that gentleman, but it wasn't that I didn't say you can't prove anything. I said the things that they're showing you can't prove. There's things that you can prove. Remember, I gave him the idea. There's two sides: things that you can prove and test and verify, and things that you can't prove and test and verify. There's two categories. Now, whichever category the information they give you fits in, it's going to go in one of those. Did you hear what I said? Remember, I didn't say you can't test and verify some things. I said the things that are not being able to be verified and tested, you have to put it in a different category. You can't say that those things are true. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you can just believe them. Just nothing. I mean, you can believe it. But remember, believing in something is a choice. You don't have to. It's your choice. You want to believe in it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So are
I guess that we have to see. We can only see the flat plane, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay, prospectively, yeah, on the ground, this is the Earth. We see it that way. It looks flat. I'll tell you this way: it looks flat, it measures flat, and it's practically navigated across this flat. So, and believe me, I've been doing this for quite some time, so I know all the things that I'm telling you. I could back them up, each and every one.
Okay, so sometimes we can see as flat, right? But I think there's also some observations where you can see a mountain, for example. Like if it was on a flat plane, it would be this high, and if it's on a curved plane, it would be slightly lower, right? So I think we can see both parts of the argument. Like we can see too far sometimes, and sometimes we can see the expected how we can see a globe,
So yeah, but there's something that you put in your mind to think that it's already a curved surface, but that you're not saying, well, because we can't see something at a far distance, it's curving. You can't say that. You have to prove the curve before you can say that. You can't say, well, because I can't see something, therefore it's curved. What if it's an optical phenomena that's taking place and you calling it curve and it's not curved? What if it's a mirage? What if it's something else? You're making it sound like that's the only thing it can be, and you haven't investigated any other optical phenomena that can occur. So that's the only thing I'm saying is when you say it's only that thing, then you're leaving out all the other things it can be.
Okay, so for the most part, what we see is observations expected on a flat plane for the most part.
Sure.
And the rest like mirages and like.
Well, I mean, it's mostly to deal with how vision works over a distance, over a flat surface. So, if you were able to get into a discussion with us, then it's a lot to unpack. Let's put it that way. A lot of people don't really understand how vision works across the horizontal surface. So you start to insinuate that it's just curvature and nothing more. So the mind can easily go to curvature without having any trouble to think about how it really works. It's not too complicated, but you have to think about it in certain perspectives. Like as in looking across the surface, depending on what the distance is, you will start to see bottom-up disappearance due to the fact that the angle that you are standing off of the ground will restrict the vision at a distance. Now, there's something else that happens. It's called convergence. Convergence starts to happen when your eyes and when you see something off into the distance, it looks like things are coming to a point. Like, have you ever seen railroad tracks off in the distance? It looks like they merge off in the distance to a point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perspective. That's convergence. And not only that, but you start to see things that's above your head. When it moves across horizontally above your head, it looks like it's going down. And it's not. It could be moving horizontally across above your head. But in your vision, as it moves away from you, there's something that looks like it's an angle away from you. So I'll give you an example. Have you ever drove a car at night when you see those street lights?
Yeah.
Okay, so you could point to a street light that's far ahead in front of you, right? And your finger would be at an angle at low to the ground. But as that light gets closer to you when you're driving up to it, your finger starts to point upward. Your angle changes. The angle that the light is from you changes. As you get all the way up to the light, you can point directly above your head. It will be 90 degrees right above you. And as you pass it, again, it would start lowering an angle of degrees as it passes away from you.
Right.
So things can move at an angular distance away from you due to the fact that you see it at angles as well. On top of all that, now this gets kind of confusing for somebody who's never heard this. On top of all that, you have atmospheric conditions that cause distortions in the distance. So we have things like inferior and superior mirages that occur. We have air distortion. I'll give you an example. One called shimmering. It's called heat haze. Heat haze is a very common inferior mirage. Now, this is something that you probably have already seen. On a really hot summer day, you can see the road looks like it has like water on the surface. Like it looks like a mirror, watery surface. And that's called shimmering. It's an inferior mirage. And it occurs on a hot day. And what happens is you can't see beyond that inferior mirage because the air distorts the ground behind it. Like, so behind the mirage, there's a road, right? But you can't see the road because it's blocked by the distortion of that shimmering. So there's effects that occur that you've never thought about or heard of or even contemplated, I should say, that are occurring off into the distance, coupled with the angle that you're standing off the ground. So the elevation that you are above the ground off into the distance, your target distance, right? Whatever target distance you're looking at, there's a lot of things that are occurring that you're not thinking about and that you just say it's strictly just Earth curvature. So every single day varies and all these conditions change. So convergence changes a little bit depending on your distance to something you're seeing. The atmospheric distortions change depending on the distance of the thing you're seeing. Then you have the apparent size change of something. As something moves away from you, it gets smaller in distance. Not really, but it appears that it gets smaller. So when like a car drives away from you, it starts to get smaller and smaller in your vision. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that occur. And at some point, that car will become a tiny little speck of dot. And then at some point, you won't be able to see it anymore. It'll just blend in with the background. There's this opaqueness that happens at a distance that the air between you and the thing you're trying to see causes like a haze. There's like a real, I don't know what to call it. Like it's just a haze. and you can't see past this opaque haze that also causes things to not be able to be seen at a distance. There's so many things, but you can't think of all of that because you'd have to take each day and each hour by hour into perspective as to like what's changing. Is the temperature changing from the surface that's causing distortions in the air? What's the angle at which I'm off the ground to my far distance? There's so much, right? But to get into that, each observation would have to be looked into specifically, and kind of all the data points would have to be gotten to actually see like, okay, so we're at this elevation, we see this much atmospheric distortion is happening today because it's like 90 degrees outside, on and on. There's so many things we got to consider. Convergence is happening, so it's not as easy as some people think. Well, it's just the Earth curve. That's the easy answer without thinking about it. But there's a lot more going on. So anyways, I probably bored you to tears, but like I said, it was going to be it was a huge answer, man. Like it's not as, I wish I could just wrap it up in like a minute, dude, and give it to you that way, but there's so much to talk about, when it comes to actually uncovering what we should be knowing by now. Because we, as people, man, just as people, we never ask these questions because we think it's already figured out, and we kind of scratch our heads. We kind of scratch our heads when people are like, why are we talking about flat Earth? Like it's dumb, So I'm just giving you something to think about because everything that I've said you can actually look up. So
yeah. So like one thing about like the car getting smaller and smaller, like in the distance, could you eventually like see that with a telescope or some sort of technology that we don't even have yet, maybe? But
it depends. It depends. I would say it depends because and some days, have you ever seen something very far away on a really hot day? Do you know how much air distortion like occludes the off into the distance? Like you couldn't see, like you couldn't make out what you're seeing. It looks like a blob that you're seeing in the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the eye or
no, it's the air distorting that, the heat and the hot and the cold mixing. You could see this type of phenomena happen. Like if you were to turn your gas stove on, and the heat that's rising up, you could look through it, and it makes everything look really wavy and distorted. Right. The air above the ground is when the sun's out is absorbing the heat, and then it releases it. So the hot and the cold air are mixing, and it causes this like distortion to happen. All kinds of fun optical phenomena occur. But like I said, things in the distance change day to day, hour to hour, and it's not always going to be like that you see something perfectly where it's at, no distortion, because obviously you can't take away the air between you and the thing you're seeing. So there's always going to be some type of optical phenomena. Believe me, man, like I wish, there would be some easy 1-2 video that you guys can look at, because the topics that we cover here, they span over so many different subjects. So it's hard to cover like everything that I think you're thinking about. Like I can only cover a few things, and then maybe if you ask more questions. And
also, like, I know that you can't say that you can prove the round Earth or the globe Earth by looking at stuff in the sky, right? But like,
of course.
Like, you know how, not the flat Earth model, but I guess what people say is the sun goes around the Earth and the moon kind of follows kind of the same pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Like kind of like a 2D plane kind of thing.
Yep.
Like, so can you, like kind of like a flashlight in the dark, can you see the sun from like when it's nighttime, from like at night in a flat Earth? Like I know you can't, but like, have you guys considered that, or is that also just like distortion stuff?
No, so I'll put it to you this way: there has been some high aerial balloon footage that I've seen that has seen the sun off into the distance before the sun arrived to the location where that balloon was actually above the ground. It was night where the balloon was above, and it could see the sun way off into the distance. I mean, it was hundreds, if not 1,000 miles away or more. So the distance to the balloon where it was looking off into, because what I saw was like, it was particularly interesting because it kind of was talking about what you're just saying right now. Could you see the sun at night? So what happened was when that balloon rose up as high as it did, I want to say it was like 100 and some thousand feet or something. But it was pretty high. And it could, when it looked across the horizontal plane, it saw the sun way off into the distance. And you could see it like shining on the ground, but it just wasn't doing that. The light wasn't reaching to where, you know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't all the way to where the balloon, underneath the balloon. Like underneath the balloon was all nighttime. The gentleman who did this recordings, I think his name is Dwayne Kellum. There's another one, I forget his name, but he did this. There's been a bunch of balloon footage that shows the sun way before it's daytime and the location where the balloon gets sent up. And
this would be like middle of the night.
Well, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. But even then, it's still pitch black. And you know, like where the balloon was going up. But he was trying to do it to where it was closer to morning, so that he knew that he can go recover the balloon when it fell. So he was trying to do it at nighttime at the same time. So he was trying to get a best of both worlds kind of thing.
Yeah.
But he knew that if he did it early enough, he would be able to recover the camera once it fell.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what he saw.
That's pretty interesting.
It is interesting, but a lot of it has to deal with because we're thinking so differently. Like when it comes to this, we have the idea of the globe in our head, and we're trying to portray that. Like how is it possible? But I mean, if I was to give you kind of like what I thought could portray it a little bit better, was like if you have a flashlight, right, and you put it close to a wall, and you back the flashlight up just a little bit, the flashlight will be shining directly over a certain portion of the wall, but it won't light up every single part of the wall, just only a certain portion of it.
Yeah.
So just that same way, the sun kind of does that.
Yeah.
It lights up only a portion.
Okay.
So
that was my question. Yeah.
Cool. But you got to see those videos too, man. Those videos are amazing.
It was Dwayne something?
Dwayne Kellum.
All right. I'll look it up.
Yeah. Let me know if you find him. Then if you want to put him in the text channel, then I'll tell you if that's him or not.
Okay.
He's been doing it for quite some time. I don't know. Brother hasn't been putting out videos ever since it's been a minute. But I know that his earlier videos, if they're still on YouTube, were just, high aerial footage. There was another guy, I can't think of his name. The other one that I wanted to recommend to you that was showing the distinct light and dark. Oh, by the way, where do you live? In North America? Do you live in,
Are you talking
like the UK? Yeah, where do you live?
I live in the US.
Okay, so it'd be wintertime for you then, huh?
Yeah.
Check this out, man. I wanna. Do you have? This is gonna be a tall order. Is there somewhere you can go where it's pretty much like a flat plain, like where there's no like hilly areas or something where you could see like for a long distance? I don't know if there's an area. Not really.
My state's pretty hilly. I mean,
yeah.
Like in the future, yeah.
Because I was trying to tell you, now is the perfect time to go witness this phenomena. So, if you go out in the morning, you could see daylight almost an hour and a half before you see the sunlight. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Mm-hmm. So the daylight will be a long time before you see the sun. Now, that doesn't happen in the summer. The sunlight comes immediately, the sun follows. But in the wintertime, the daylight takes a long time before the sun actually reaches, to where you can see it.
I've seen like a sunrise and like there's light.
But there's no sun.
A lot more light comes after the sun comes up.
Yeah, it takes a bit longer before you see it. Go ahead.
Can I interject real quick? Alpha, check your DMs real quick.
My DMs? Okay.
That's interesting, Miggy. I never really knew that, but I did take a video, a time lapse recently. Maybe I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, I would say go check it out, man, because I don't know. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's only 20 seconds. I'll put it in the chat right now. This should be.
Go to Florida pretty soon. It's pretty flat there, so maybe.
Yeah, are you in Florida? Oh no, you said you were.
Yeah, I'm going soon though.
Oh, you going? Is it gonna be sometime in the winter? No.
Yeah, it's like in a couple days.
Well, shit, dude. Are you gonna go somewhere you can see often for miles and miles, like maybe over water or something?
Yeah, over water.
Right. All right. Do me a favor, because you maybe never come back to this chat again or whatever. Maybe you will, but I want you to go to a place where you can see the sunrise. But it starts like around, I would say, maybe 5:30 ish, like 5:30 to 6. You'll start to see daybreak, like the daylight, and then for at least an hour, dude, you'll see daylight and no sun. It takes a long time before you see the sun. Like, it's so amazing, dude. Because I remember I was like
that. Yeah.
I do some deliveries like in the morning times. So when I'm doing my deliveries, I'm looking off in the distance and I'm seeing, because like the area where I'm at in the Midwest, you can see for miles and miles and miles. And I'm looking at this beautiful, like it's like orange, like blue, and it just looks like something that I don't see in the summer. Because the summertime, you see the sun, the daylight, and then immediately the sun comes out. This one is like, it takes a long time before you see the sun. And it's the coolest thing ever. All right, go ahead.
Peep that video in the chat, bro. It's exactly what you were saying.
Oh, dude.
From like dark to orange, then it clears
out, dude. Did you get this? Did you make this?
This is from my bedroom. This is the view I have every day. It's fucking.
Isn't that like I'm talking about a spectacular light show, dude. It's breathtakingly beautiful. I mean, I don't know how to put it, man. It's like I'm in awe of nature. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
but
same here, bro.
It looks like, because you don't get these are the rare opportunities that you get to take it all in, right? When you go outside, you're just like, this is so amazing. Just being out here. There's no sunlight. There's only daylight for at least an hour. I want to say an hour and a half, but I think I'm being a bit too presumptuous on that one. But it is for sure an hour. I know that.
No, it was a long time. It was a long time because I had left somebody. I didn't even go to sleep. I like left, went to lay down in my bed, and then put the camera on, and then like an hour later the sun came out. So
but you were thinking the same thing, weren't you? Like how beautiful it is. So you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna take a video of this because it looks like. And we don't even talk about this effect a lot in here, but you don't get this opportunity in the summertime because, like I said, this only lasts for like even minutes before you start seeing the daylight happens, and then you see the sun right after. But this is like, it takes a long time before you see the sun. So I thought that was awesome. So I don't know what everybody else thinks about that. I don't know. Maybe I'm making too much of it. Probably am.
No, that is a good point, though. It is something we don't discuss a whole lot.
And that, and being in awe of, like, just the whole beauty of it too. So.
Yeah, I think the Globers like force themselves into a worldview, so they don't get to appreciate almost the mysteries of the reality. They're like forcing themselves to think that instead of that sun is moving across the sky, they're forcing themselves to believe that they're like spinning backwards or whatever, forwards or backwards.
One cool thing I think I would like to see from the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is the comparison between the north and the south, because there should be a tight circle in the north and a longer oblate circle in the south. Like the sun should be like really far on the edges of the of the sky on the horizon on the south, and on the north it should be really tight in the center, because the analemma, the loop on the top is a lot shorter than the loop in the bottom. You get what I'm saying? So to match that, the sun would have to be way on the outer edges of the horizon while it's doing the 24-hour circle. You get what I'm saying, CB? Like,
sorry, bro. To be honest, I was doing something else. My bad.
Oh. Yeah. No, I'm just talking about like the sun making a bigger circle in the south and smaller circle in the north.
Oh yeah, like, that's what causes the analemma, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying if what they've taken images of or video. Like I want to see the sun doing a bigger circle in the south, and of course, when they see it in the north, it's going to be like a smaller, tighter circle. You get what I'm saying? Like it's.
Yeah, I know all about
Is that like when like both the north and the south both experience like the 24-hour sun?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, that could be. Is that saying like the north that's differently shaped? I guess according to the model.
Not differently shaped, but the path of this, like the loop of the sun, like the circular path in the north is a bit closer than it is in the south, or at least what we should see, according to the Analema.
I didn't know that.
The Analema shows that it's a bigger circle in the south than it is in the north. So much tighter circle loop. Who let the dogs out? Woo, woo. What's up, dogs?
Not much, just kicking along. Got lots of work on at the moment.
You got a Kool-Aid smile because of the 24-hour sun, huh?
No, I mean it didn't change anything for me. It's a long line of successful globe observations.
Successful globe. You know how many people? You know how many people I heard say that from the globe side? Exactly what you said. Like most of them.
Yeah, because it's just like all these small channels like Rue here for Jesse or Toon even, they've just done observation after observation of sun angles, like reciprocal angles. And yeah, this is just another one.
You're trying to be Khaled, DJ Khaled? Come on, man.
Yo, I just realized there's a lake near me that runs for 12 miles. I'm gonna see if I can get my fucking Glober friends. Hey, you want to do an experiment?
You should go check out that sunrise, dude. I'm telling you, it's a phenomenal sunrise. Like, have you seen CB's video that's in the chat right now? Like that couldn't put words on it from seeing it like just naturally outside when you go. It might be a little bit cold, but put something warm on, you know.
Wait, did CB make that himself?
Yeah, it's a cool sunrise.
No, I'm saying, yeah. I mean, he took his camera, but okay. So I guess what I'm saying is, you can view it. So the best viewing of this probably would be in a car that's nice and toasty. You know, put on your heater and whatnot, so you could be outside and see it. But you have to go somewhere where you could see off in the distance as flat as you can possibly be. Like, try not to get there's like hills and stuff like getting in the way. That way you could see it. Like, it's, man, it's just beautiful. I was watching it. Like I said, I was doing my deliveries and I was watching it and I was like, dude, this is like, how come I've never thought about it like this? And half of the sky was completely dark. I mean, it was dark, like nighttime. And the other half was daylight. But it wasn't like, of course, the sun was out yet, but you could see the distinct like line where it was cut off. The light was cut off. And the other half looked like it was nighttime. And it boggles the mind to see it like that. Because the thought behind it is like, well, if you see that light, shouldn't the light be, extinguishing the dark? But it doesn't extinguish the dark. It actually attenuates through it to a certain level. Like, it's like so dim, But then you can see like where it's
almost
nighttime.
like that shadow is an object in the way.
It's an object. You want to put in you're putting in as much as you can, man. Go ahead, man. The only problem is though, at the end of the day, dogs, you're gonna have to provide evidence of that ball. Like you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I think that your imagination is probably where the globe Earth is anyway. So I mean, run wild with that thing.
Well, who's running the imagination right now? Because it seems like my imagination comes up with a whole lot of tests, and these tests have been validated again and again and again. And your imagination is just sort of like, yeah, but what if you've got magically this dome of vision above you? What if it's magically that?
Oh wait, you say that dome of vision is? You're saying it like it's not true, dogs. It's absolutely true.
It's magic.
It's not magic. I mean, something that we see, how our vision works is not magic, dude. Obviously, I think maybe you're thinking
it's
about
magic in flat Earth land. Yeah.
no flat Earth land. I think these are the copes that help you feel better at night. Like when you're trying to put yourself to sleep, you know what? It's just as they think it's magic. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell them. Every time I go in there, I'll tell them that they think it's magic, and they'll make me feel better. And I think that's what you're doing. You're coping.
Yeah, explain to me how the light curves in such a way to make it personal for every single person.
Explain to you how the what? You're cutting off again. What?
The light curves, because you need light to curve for this, like personal dome of vision, to curve especially for every single person, such that it's turning a globe observation into a flat observation. So how does that happen without magic? What's the law of light that allows it
What do you mean a globe observation? What are you talking about? Nobody observes a globe, dogs. What's this globe observation about?
So like sunrise, sunset angles, and star angles and stuff. All of that only maps out on a globe unless you change the path of light arbitrarily for each individual observer. So why does it change arbitrarily for every individual observer other than magic?
Because and we talked about this before, dogs. Every individual observer, they see the world concentric to their vision. So observer centric, bro. Like you can't say that everybody's going to see the sunlight the same way. That's not going to work. Even if you think you live on a globe, every observer sees very uniquely, distinctly, their own specific way that they see. Now, for you to negate that, you would be negating all of perspective, all of it. And I know you're not going to do that, dogs. You have to.
Perspective. What you're saying is that perspective, for some reason, has this extra thing of light will bend from Polaris such that it seems like you're walking over the curvature of the Earth, and it goes 1 degree every 69 miles.
No, I never said that. I never said that. What did you?
Like we can observe 2 celestial poles for some reason. That's all magic.
You can't observe 2 celestial poles, dogs. What are you talking about?
You just got to walk like a couple of 100 kilometers, or fly, or use a boat or a car. And you can observe both.
Bro, you right now. I don't know. Maybe you know what I think. Honestly, all these arguments fry your guys' brains.
About me.
Yeah, because what else can I do? It's like you keep saying that, but like the only thing I'm pointing to is that every time you say things, it's always misrepresenting us. It's always getting the argument incorrectly. Like that's all you do.
How? So I see the southern celestial pole, and people in the north see the northern celestial pole. How does that fit in a flat Earth? It doesn't. End of story.
Well, you saying that it's the end of story doesn't mean it's going to be the end of story. You would love nothing more. Yeah, you would. Dude, you would love nothing more from this conversation to just go away, wouldn't you?
No.
Be honest.
Why do you think I turn off? If I wanted to go away, you know what I do? I turn off my phone.
I know, because you love to hate flat Earth, dude. You love to hate it. If you didn't,
you're talking about me again, mate. How does the southern celestial pole and northern
you do love to? You do. Listen,
without magic.
I'm only speaking of the obvious, dogs. Other than that, why would you be here?
Magic?
Why would you be spiraling out of control because you love to hate flat Earth? That's the only reason.
I'm not. You're just talking about me. You're not talking about the argument. Explain
the argument
without magic on flat Earth.
The argument is we don't observe a globe, so there's no globe observation. That's the answer to your question. Unless you say
we observe
you see
a flat Earth?
Absolutely. We absolutely observe a flat Earth. Yeah, go to the beach. Yeah, go to the beach and look off into the horizon.
That doesn't show me a flat Earth. That shows me neither. Do you know what positive evidence versus neutral is?
Yeah, so self-evident, the Earth can be viewed as a flat plane, dogs.
Great. So now we're back at the point where you're just saying it's self-evident, so you can't show anyone. So you're on the exact same footing as we are.
Now, the problem
we have predictions, and we have experiments, and we have measurements, and you've got fuck all.
That's great. You're back in your feelings again, dogs.
Nope, I'm not. I'm talking about things that are out there that are measurable, that are facts. You're the one saying that you think it's flat because it feels like it's flat for you. That's all you've got, your vibe earther.
But here you go with your data.
Bro, are you not a vibe earther? How are you not a vibe earther?
You got nothing but venom this morning, do you?
No, bro. Are you a vibe earther or not? Which one? Are you,
what earther? A vibe earther?
vibe. Yeah, you're just going off your vibes. It kind of looks flat to you. You're vibing that it's flat, but you've got no actual measurements or observation that purely.
Yeah, observations. You covered it, bro. When you go outside,
which one? Which observation shows it's flat?
All right, you're gonna have to take it down. But I don't know if if you just had. Are you okay at home? I mean, what's going on, bro? You can tell Uncle Alpha. What's going on?
You've been talking about me and my feelings instead of the argument the whole time.
Because I think sometimes things aren't going well with you, bro, and you're just looking for somewhere to vent.
You keep whining about me and actually running from the issue like you always do. Because you're a vibe earth and you don't want to talk about
Did somebody cut you off in traffic or something, dude? Come on. Just let me know.
Bro, you're just vibe earthing. I heard you screaming on Discord the other day. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I know. But I'm always having fun, right? Every time. But the thing is with you, I don't think you're having fun.
How are you not just a vibe earther? How are you not just a vibe earther?
Yeah, this doesn't sound like you're having fun, dogs. This sounds like you're in pain.
Can you give me an argument that isn't just your vibes?
Now, perhaps not me, but perhaps somebody can help you. There's certain hotlines you can call, bro. They can deal with this.
Can you give me an argument that isn't just your vibes, mate?
Yeah, obviously we can walk outside, go to the beach, and look upon the earth and see that it doesn't look curved. It's observed as flat.
So all of that is subjective inside of your head based on your feelings and opinions.
Really?
So that's just a vibe. Yeah.
It's out of my head. So when you go to the beach, you see it curving?
I see curve being the necessary antecedent for certain observations.
Here you go. Mental gymnastics 101. Dogs are God.
How is that mental gymnastics? Can you explain?
Yeah, you just want to run away from the thing that I'm saying is completely observable by anybody that can breathe right now.
Show an observation and show how that only indicates flat. Go ahead.
Indicates. We didn't talk about indicates. We're talking about observed. Indication is not what we're saying.
When you observe something, it can indicate a positive proposition, a negative proposition, or a neutral proposition. It doesn't indicate either, or it can indicate both. Show one for flat Earth that only indicates flat Earth.
When you look upon the Earth at the beach, you're saying that you don't see a horizontal horizon.
I'm saying I don't see one that is outside of what the globe says it should be.
So
it's not positively indicative anyway based on my
nothing we could say where you would say that.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna say this to you as plainly as I can, AB. You ready? There is nothing that looking at the beach positively indicates either flat or globe. Do you agree with this?
That positively indicates flat or globe? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What about
no? That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Okay, can you show me something that positively indicates flat?
Yeah, the horizon.
Water.
How?
What do you mean how? There's no curve on the horizon. It's a horizontal line.
How do you know that? What measurement have you done to distinguish that?
Yeah, there's no rate of change of slope. Usually when you have a horizontal line...
How have you measured that?
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you, but you interrupted me. Not unless you want to continue to interrupt me, which I think you're kind of hurt, honestly, dude. Somebody cut you off in traffic.
Yeah, so what measurement have you done to indicate it?
Yeah, well, if you're saying that a horizontal line has any rate of change of slope, that means that when we're looking upon the horizon and we see any deviation from a horizontal line, we would have to figure out if it can be measured, right? So if that means that if I'm detecting in any...
Wait, what you just said doesn't say anything. It's just you saying, if we see something, we should be able to measure something. That's true. But do you think we can see with our eyes the difference between a very subtle slope and no slope?
That's what the whole thing about observing it flat would mean. If we don't observe it flat...
I'm going to say the same thing to you, and it's a yes or no answer. Do you think we can tell the difference between a subtle slope and no slope?
No, that's where measurement comes in.
Great. So what measurement have you done to show there's no slope?
Yeah, the measurement that the Earth is a horizontal plane of reference. So we're talking
amazing. So your measurement is a semantic argument.
Semantic? No, horizontal plane of reference. Yeah. So when you want to get a measurement,
so you're saying instead of measuring it, measurement means to use a tool or device to indicate some empirical.
Flat Earth are so bad, maybe.
Instead of doing that, all you're doing is you're saying we say it's honestly, flat because we say it's flat.
Like us so bad.
I think somebody.
Why do you want to be us so bad, Dave?
I think somebody peed in his Cheerios this morning.
Facts.
Mate, I heard you screaming down Discord the other day. Don't try to act like you're above.
So what, dude?
Yeah, we're better than you. Period.
Yeah, exactly. So what? You think someone pissed in my cereal, but all I'm doing is being assertive. Because I know you guys are going to do the mute game.
Yeah, it's okay. But every time I do it, I'm having fun. You're not, dude. It sounds like you're in pain right now. You need
How
to
do you
see
know I'm
some
not
help.
having fun just because I'm assertive?
You're
You guys
not,
think
dude.
that I'm not different on
You
this.
sound like you need help, dude. Like
This
you
is
need
your
some
way
help.
of running away from the argument. Why are you talking about me? Talk about
I
the
was
argument.
answering you, but you cut me off, so I can't answer you anymore.
Okay, I'll mute up. I'll give you as much time as you want.
I don't think you will. I don't think you will. I honestly don't think you have the, I don't know, fortitude or ability to do that. He's hovering over the unmute button, and the moment I start talking, he's gonna pop in here and say, nah. So, you know.
All right, well, I'll unmute for now. Can I just ask about like how flat Earth can play into religion? Like, do you guys think that it's sort of about being like special, like being on a flat Earth makes us make sure that?
No, actually, flat Earth is pretty boring, dude. Like, it's nothing really special about it. It is what it is. Obviously, the place that we live in is special, but it's not like special in and of itself. Like to say that, wow, look at this. No, it's just what it is. The Earth itself is not curving like the globe. But I mean, it's just basic observations,
That's
man.
what he said. What he's. Because your question, this is a common thing where they'll say, "Oh, flat earthers just want to feel special." Like,
no,
that's
I
not
mean,
why we're here.
I don't know. Maybe he does have ill intent. I didn't pick it up. I didn't pick it up. He sounds a little bit not that guy.
But just so he knows, that's like a common thing. You probably heard that from somewhere.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Let me just speak to dogs.
I believe we live in a globe, and I think
dogs is that's cool.
Go
man.
ahead, AV. Let's do it.
Well, no, I can't because the guy wanted to ask a question, so I'm gonna let him finish, and it'd be rude to kind of cut him off. What'd you say, dude?
I just finished but like I said, I think we live on a globe, and I think we're special.
Okay. But you haven't proved that the Earth is a globe. You can think of it, and you and dogs and everybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe. You can have your belief and go to sleep at night and feel comfy and cozy, and that's all good. But it's still not a globe. It's just your belief. It's like a fantasy.
Yeah. I mean,
like you like Star Trek, or if you like anything that's like Middle Earth and all that, you can be a fanboy of all that stuff. But it just isn't real. It's not real. We live in the real world where stuff can be tested and verified, and the globe cannot.
Well, that's what I'm asking about. Have you tested and verified it?
Absolutely.
I want to be so bad.
He does. I mean, and maybe that's his pain, CB. Maybe that's his pain, dude. Like
how he's behaving is learned behavior from us. Trying to get
so how have you tested and measured?
Yeah. Here,
sure.
Flat Earth.
How have you tested and measured the flat water on the horizon?
Dude just said flat water. Dude, you can't make this shit up. You can't. He said, how'd you test the flat water? Duh. It's in the name. Oopsie.
Yeah, so it's called an internal critique. So I'm taking on your proposition and I'm asking a question about your worldview.
I'm starting to feel
like you're going to talk about me more instead of the argument that I've given.
Well, what can I do, dude? You're in your feels this morning. You're really feeling it, man. I don't know. Like I'm saying, things aren't going your way.
The water
today.
that you say is flat. What empirical measurement do you have of it?
Bro, did you stub your toe this morning when you got up off the bed? Like, I don't know what it is, dude. You're in pain, bro.
Keep dodging.
You know you want to chuckle, dogs. That was pretty fucking funny, dude. You might have stubbed your toe. And you're coming in here like...
So, all right, well, I'm just going to say something. Anytime it's been actually measured, whether there's curvature left or right, whether there's like your hot air balloon measurements, that sort of thing, it shows that there's curves. So you've got nothing. Sucks for you. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Welcome to Globe. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
But when you do it, can you do it like one of those carnies? Come on, step right up. It's only a nickel over here.
What's the last
we got globe evidence.
Globe evidence over here. That was true.
We got the two-headed guy over here, the man eating chicken. Yeah, that's you, dude. You're trying to invite everybody to the sideshow. It's a sideshow, bro. This isn't the real world. What we're talking about
you agree that all of this is just you doing rhetoric right now? Is that
no?
it's all
It's
a sideshow to
me.
you?
It's me deposing of your position because it's
Because I'm
fallacious.
talking about the real world. Are you not talking about the real world?
No,
Is it
you're
like some
not,
fantasy in your
dude.
head?
You want to feel comfy and cozy by thinking the Earth's a globe? Go ahead, dude.
Why does that make
It's
things
not
comfy
real.
and cozy compared to a flat Earth? Because if I'm part of a flat Earth community like yours, I think God is there to make everything better for me, and it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just that you conflate God with the shape of the Earth.
Oh, I mean, God's not always going to make things comfortable for people. I mean, there's hardships that Christians go through, but that's beside the point. Like the thing about
but if you believe in God, you believe there's an afterlife that's going to be comfortable. So it doesn't matter what you're saying now. Your entire belief system is just that you want, at the end of the day, to feel like you're a special little God boy that'll go to special little God places.
We just covered how that's not the case with the other guy who asked the question.
Dogs, you need to have a couple of beers, bro, or something. Just go out and have a barbecue, man.
So for the last 10 minutes, you've been talking about me instead of the arguments. So you're not a flat earther, and I proved this
you're
last
in pain,
time.
bro. When I hear people in pain,
I've proved this every time I talk to you, because do you remember when you falsified flat Earth using the scientific method with me? Was that gentleman?
It's not a scientific subject, so that never happened.
Okay.
And so the time after that, I gave you that video showing like light under the clouds, and you walked away from that and you started talking about me. And now you're doing the same thing where you talk about me instead of giving me a measurement of the flat Earth when all around you is globe Earth measurements.
Dogs, what can I do, man? You're grasping at straws, dude. I mean, light under clouds. What else are you gonna do? Like pigeons in water? Like what's going on, brother?
If you don't understand it, you could ask a question. It would make you smarter instead of what you do, which is ridicule someone who seemingly knows things you don't.
Dude, I have to. Because
do you not understand light under the clouds? Do you not understand it?
Yeah, there's light under clouds, dogs. Yes, light under clouds.
Yeah, okay. So do you understand why that's important?
Yeah, why it doesn't what? You cut off.
Why is it important that there is light under clouds?
Yeah, well, it's not important. Number one, it's just a phenomena that occurs. Like it's light under clouds. Yeah, great.
Oh, so you don't know why it occurs. You've got no opinion of it. It just so happens to be geometrically possible on a globe.
Listen, if the explanation for it happening is something that has to do with the way light works and such, that's good stuff. Now, if you're telling me,
no, it's geometry. That's the reason.
Oh, it's geometry.
It's geometry. That's the reason.
Well, if that's your claim, how are you relating that to geometry? Go on.
Yeah. So the reason it works for geometry is you can't have something reduce in angle to a person unless it physically reduces in elevation compared to the Earth's surface, unless it's on a ball. If it's on a ball, it can reduce in elevation to you as you turn away from it, but it doesn't reduce in actual elevation above the surface of the Earth. So suck shit. That's how it's geometrically.
Dogs, you led with a suggestive way of saying that's the case. You said this can't happen if it doesn't work this way. So yeah, you can't say that. The affirmation needs to be formed in a way where it logically follows that it is like, okay, do this.
It is.
Put it in. Yeah, do this.
This is logical proof because it's tied to mathematics, and mathematics
logical.
Has proofs.
All right, logic.
Suck shit again.
All right, logical proof, dude. I know you want to dunk. That's okay, dogs. You're probably
mathematics is a form of logic where you can have proofs. So if you say 1 + 1 = 2, that's the same as forming a logical syllogism where the propositions end up with the
okay. So, but do 2 rights equal a wrong? I mean, what's going on here? Like, if you're saying
away from it, but
no, I'm gonna address what you're saying. So, if you're gonna use what you said in a logic form, try to formulate it in a logical syllogism with premise, conclusion, right? Try to put it in a logical form. Let's see if it works. Light under clouds. How would that work to affirm that the Earth is a globe?
Geometrically, since light moves in a straight line with small deviation, you will end up with a change in angle to an observer of a light source only being possible without also having a change in elevation if that light source is moving around a sphere or if the sphere is turning away from the light source.
Wait, is that premise 1? I'm trying to put it in the premise 1, premise 2.
It was a logical syllogism.
I know, but is it just complete already? What's the conclusion? Because I wanted to get to where you make 2 premise and then end it with a conclusion. If you can do that.
The conclusion is, since we see the underside of clouds being lit up that indicates the angle to the sun changes over time without the elevation of the sun changing. Therefore, we live on a globe. There's another premise in there as well to do with like multiple people have observations of the sun, and it's a set pattern, which means the sun does not change elevation over time.
All right, dogs. I mean, I know it's you. I don't know. Maybe you're just busy right now, but if you could put it in text form, so I can look at it. I want to see it in text form because you're saying it right now. It sounds a little convoluted, but if you can put it in a text form, then I can see how you formalized it in a.
So you can't understand what I'm saying. Is that what you're telling me right now?
I'm getting what you're saying. I don't listen.
Okay, then why do you need it in a logical syllogism?
I don't want to cast aspersions to what you're saying at the moment because you're not doing it. I don't think you're doing it where you're thinking about it like in a logical sense. So if you do it,
do you believe the truth of an argument hinges on whether I can put it in a propositional form?
Listen, dude, it might sound logically valid right now, but it's not sound to you anyway.
How do you know it's not sound?
Because it doesn't. I'll tell you in a minute. Can you put it in text form? I mean,
okay, so you don't know it's not sound. You're asking
do me a favor.
Into a syllogism so you can check the soundness of it.
Dogs, all it would take is you put your
my name because you understand that I've glued on to trick and I'm just talking past it.
Listen. Just put your paint roller down for 5 seconds. Just put your paint roller down for 5 seconds. Yeah. Yes. I know how it's formed. It would be because you would put it down premise, conclusion. I could see it then. It being stated in a way that it would be either logically valid or sound. I don't know how you're trying to make it sound right now. So if you can state it, premise, conclusion, I would be able to tell you, okay, that sounds valid at least, but it's not sound. Or, if it is sound, then I would be able to tell you because I can't right now because you're not putting it in the text.
Oh, so you said it wasn't sound before though, didn't you?
Well, it didn't sound that way, but I'm giving you a mulligan, dude. Go ahead and try to put it in text form. Maybe it's just the way I hear it, but if you put it in text form, then it would probably make some sense. I don't know, but I'm wanting you to try it out. So I asked you to put your paint roller down for 5 minutes and type it in the text. Then we can all look at it.
Do you think I'm painting?
Well, you are a painter, aren't you?
No.
Yeah, you told me you paint houses for a living. Anyway, but I was saying that. Well, whatever you do, do you I don't know, walk dogs for a living? Who knows? I don't give a shit. Can you take a pause on what you're doing for 5 minutes?
I'm almost done.
Well, yeah, when you're done, do that. That would be great. So it could stand in the text channel and we can maybe talk about it.
All right.
You don't have to do it right now, man.
Yeah, done. P1, geometrically, an angle of light to an observer will change without a change in elevation on a sphere. P2, we have worldwide observations of the sun not changing elevation. P3, the angle of light changes throughout the day to an observer. Conclusion, the Earth is sphere.
Oh, nice. I'm going to save that one right there. Appreciate you.
So can you show me how it's wrong?
Yeah, easy.
Or are you just going to do like, it's some form of formation, which won't change anything.
No.
It's contingent upon geometry, and geometry is a mathematical proof. So if anything in my premises are tied to geometry, then that premise can't be unsound. It has to be a proven premise because it's a mathematical language.
Yeah, what we're doing here is this based on an assumption that the Earth is a sphere?
Nope.
No. Then how do we prove that within P1?
So you prove that by you get a ball and you get a light source and you do the tests and then you describe it mathematically, and that's called geometry.
Starting with ball.
Yeah, but we're talking about a ball. We're not talking about the Earth.
Yes.
I'm talking about the Earth.
Geometry is a known system, isn't it? It's a known mathematical system.
Yeah, that's good for you. Yeah.
The ball is not known.
So in geometry, there's certain rules, like the angle of something can only change without changing elevation if it's going over a curve. Is that true?
Okay. Well, once again, you're talking about
within geometry.
Yeah, you're talking about a sphere, right?
Is that a law in geometry?
You're talking about a sphere, right?
Yeah, but this observation is made all over the Earth, and so if you have enough connecting observations like this, you end up with a sphere. Enough curves together of the same curvature ends up with a sphere.
That's not in the. It's not in the syllogism, bro. You didn't
Why
add.
does that
what
have
you,
to be in the syllogism, AB? That's an extra question you asked.
No. I'm saying in a logical form, how is it possible that you can state that the Earth is a globe? And that's not within the context of what you put in here, because the sphere is void of the Earth. Like it's you're talking about an actual sphere.
It doesn't matter. I've already proven the globe to you. It sucks to be you right now. This is like quibbling over whether you got peanuts or whether you got cashews. Who gives a fuck? You got fed.
Yeah, no, dude.
You're You're full, AV. You're full right now, and you're bitching about like me not giving you enough almonds in your trail mix.
No. Thank you for the
suck shit, mate. I've proven the globe Earth to you again. This is like 5 times, and you're still there desperately talking about it.
Wait, show me the curve.
It's not in the logical form, dude. You've just proven
the curve. You can go to.
Right.
Hey, AV, I'm going to ask you this question, and I'm going to give you a challenge. Can you answer this question truthfully or not? Sorry,
you haven't proven any. You haven't proven anything. How am I going to answer any more questions?
Just wait. It's a simple question. It's a yes or no question. And I just want to see if you can be honest and answer it honestly. Do you think putting an argument into a logical syllogism changes the truth of that argument?
If it's not sound, yeah, because it could be illogical.
All right, suck shit.
It could.
You're
it could
an
be
idiot then.
Well, it could be illogical, dogs. I'm not going to tell you I can't accept it if it's not in a logic form. So I could say something that's illogical that doesn't.
What's illogical about it?
First of all, you're talking about a sphere and not the Earth. I told you that 100 times.
Yeah. So did you see in one of the premises that it says we have the same observation of the non-changing elevation of the sun?
Yeah, we have the observations of the sun not changing elevation. Okay. But you're still not talking
about... So the sun sets, but it doesn't change elevation. We have an observation of that setting sun changing the angle of light without changing elevation. Therefore, if you put all of those different curves together, you end up with a sphere. So I can add that in as an extra premise if you're really too stupid to understand that. Go ahead.
Dogs, I'm gonna ask everybody here to focus in on what you just posted, because I'm gonna tell everybody how many times the word Earth came in that logical syllogism you wrote. How many times can you count the word Earth in that?
There's probably just one in the conclusion. It doesn't matter.
Oh, one in the conclusion. What do you see wrong with that?
Matters?
Yeah, because you're assuming that it's an Earth, that the Earth is a sphere. It wasn't starting.
I'm going off the observation based on Earth. I'm not going off an observation in a classroom.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
I'm going off a video.
You didn't put that in the...
I'm going off a video of the Earth. I'm going off a video of the Earth, not a video of a tennis ball.
Okay, you didn't put that in the logical form, did you?
Why would I need to put that in there? What would that change?
Because that's important. That's the information we want to talk about. Because the Earth is what
we're... And I told you that it's based off a video.
Okay, you done? All right, so the reason why you have to put it in the first statement, right? So premise, conclusion. And the conclusion is Earth is a sphere. But Earth is only a sphere as a conclusion. It wasn't wrote in onto the first premise or the second. You didn't use it in any way.
Because it's on the it's in the observation that this argument's based off.
So you're saying it's assumed?
No, I'm saying it is literally the observation of the Earth and the sunset and the clouds.
Well, how come you only put Earth one time then?
Because the observation is clearly the Earth, and I don't have to baby step.
Is it assumed? Is it assumed? Is it assumed that it's of the Earth, or did you write it in the one of the?
It is a video that is based on the Earth. That is of the Earth.
Okay, that statement you just made. I don't know what context it has to a video. Now you're talking about a video.
You remember that video that you dodged the other day of like someone high up on a hill overlooking the ocean, you see the sun above their head, and then it's a time lapse where the sun ends up illuminating the bottoms of clouds by the end before disappearing bottom up and crossing the eye line of the person taking the video?
The only thing I've seen was I think it was that image of one of those, a volcano or what was it, a mountain. That's the only thing I've seen where it shows light on the bottom of clouds.
I'll pop it in the chat now and you can watch it.
Yeah, go ahead. But still, you didn't mention in the logical syllogism, you didn't mention Earth any time but once in the conclusion.
Yeah, and so what law of logic are you alluding to that would mean I'd have to do that?
It has to be within the premise, dude. You're talking about the Earth,
can you show me that? Do you have a reference for that, a citation, a source?
And in no way did you talk about the Earth except for one time in the conclusion.
No, I talked about it when I told you it was based on an observation of the Earth. Did you forget about that?
You're supposed to come into this forum actually knowing these things, the basics of logic, before you put forward some sort of logical statement. So, I mean...
Yeah, what have I done that's wrong? Do you remember when you tried to say affirmative
Yeah, now you're going to change the subject, dude. You're going to change the subject. Now, if we have to spoon-feed you that much, then you're just inept to be...
What are you spoon-feeding me? Where's the evidence that I need to include what we're talking about in an argument based on what we're talking about? I've given you the context. It's not my fault if you can't remember it, if you have the memory of a goldfish.
That's fine, dogs. I think somebody cut him off this morning in traffic. Dude, I think he's really... Something's bugging him, man.
Talk about me. Don't talk about the argument or the video that I posted in chat.
You came in here like a pistol, dude. You're just like firing off. And it's
I didn't actually. You asked me how I was going. I said I was doing well. I'm very busy at the moment. And then you asked about the shape of the Earth. So I started talking about the shape of the Earth.
No, I think you started to, flame. So there's a big difference.
If you want to have a polite conversation just about how we're feeling, we can do that, buddy, if you're that emotional.
Can I hit him with the ABCD?
He doesn't do that. He's well beyond the ABCD, man. I'm telling you, he's already been hit with that like over the head. I don't know how many times. He's got like lumps.
Really?
Yeah, he's got lumps
so
on his head.
Have you looked at that video yet, AB? Why are the bottom of those clouds illuminated?
Yeah, I don't have to have an explanation because I'm not the one with the burden of proof. You are.
That video.
Right. So I gave you a logical syllogism based on a mathematical proof.
Say again.
Proves the globe.
What did you say?
I gave you a logical argument based off proof, which is mathematical, that it would only work on a globe.
Yeah, I know, because you only used the word Earth once in the conclusion. I told you didn't use it in your premise, in any of the premise.
And you were yet to show me any law of logic that would prohibit that when I'm talking about something prior. So you have the context of what this logic. You have the context. You have the context. You know what context means, AV? Do you need me to spell it out?
The context needs to be within the confines of the logical syllogism, not outside of it.
It doesn't. Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
So if you don't know that I'm talking about a duck, and I'm not giving you any indication that I've shown you a duck, then how would I put that? Well, this thing has feathers and it's moving around, and therefore the thing that I'm looking at is a duck. How would you know that if it's not stated in my premise?
Yeah, you agree with me because I was talking about the Earth. I was talking about an observation of the Earth from the mountain. I was talking about the illumination of clouds on the Earth of an observation of the Earth. And now you're saying, but you didn't say duck in your syllogism, even though you
look how many times dogs. Look how many times you use Earth in that statement that you just said.
It doesn't matter. You haven't given me a good reason. Your own argument just before agreed with me, not you.
Dude, you used it about 4 or 5 times.
You just agreed with me, AV. Welcome to Globe.
You only put it in once in the one that you formed.
You agreed with me. If I tell you before putting out the syllogism that we're talking about a duck, then you understand it's about a fucking duck, don't you, buddy?
Yeah, but you didn't... Okay, go ahead.
Wait. So I did say it was the illumination of clouds by sunlight in a video. I didn't say that to you.
No, the guy wants to come in and say something. That's why I'm going to let him.
Oh, rescue time. It's rescue device time for AV.
Dogs, the video that you posted just proved flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, but you guys say that for no reason because you buy the Earthers. You don't care about, geometry and mathematics and proof.
Neither do you.
Care about, it makes me feel flat.
Yeah, so if you're saying that we don't care about geometry, that's great. That's just you saying that. But what does geometry have to do with the Earth?
Yeah, it's in my argument. Are you stupid?
Yeah, at the very end, you use the word Earth, not in the beginning.
So the context for that argument was
outside of the argument. Outside of it. It's not within the argument.
Which you agreed with. You said if you didn't know we were talking about a duck, and I put forward an argument about a duck with yellow feathers, that you'd be confused about what it was about. Yeah. But I told you we were talking about a duck before putting forward the duck argument. Yeah. So your own analogy agrees with me, not you. Suck shit. Welcome to the globe.
It has to be within the confines of the syllogism, not outside.
Where is your basis for that?
That's how a logical statement is formed, dude. If I'm putting forward a logical statement... If I'm putting forward a logical statement and I don't give you in any premise that I'm talking about the thing that I'm referring to, and then I'm saying, well, I gave you context outside of the statement. That's bullshit. You have to put it within the confines of the statement so that I understand.
Right, so now you're a
okay, you're just going to cut me off.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead,
dogs. Check the video I posted in the side chat. Tell me what you think of that video.
Oh, once this Vibe Logician shows me where I have to include the Earth into my premises.
So you need to go get like a nice, ham and cheese grilled sandwich or something, dude. Drink you like a strawberry
Did you put
soda.
a G in sandwich?
Yeah.
Sandwich.
Go get you a couple of schooners, eh, mate? Or whatever you do.
What the
I don't
fuck
know.
is a sandwich? Where's that G come from? Where do you live in the US that you put a G in sandwich?
Yeah, sandwich. Gotta
I
go
thought you
get one.
said sandwich.
No, I think you're just too upset right now. You're hearing things.
So we have sangers. Sangers are sausages.
Some sort of logical leap, like he hasn't even tied any sort of additional from one statement to the next, and then he's just making a logical leap to a conclusion.
Yeah, he's
That's your
shadowboxing
opinion
right now.
because you're a Vibe Logician. Like, give me your argument why I'm wrong.
He's shadowboxing.
Because so far, all you have is vibes
You
that I
gotta
need to include
establish,
the word
like-
Earth in my premises. And heretic, all you have is vibes that there's nothing connecting any of those statements.
Whatever. Yeah, you do have to have something connecting them. There has to be a logical connection from one statement to the
Yeah,
next.
what's your vibe for that?
I told you, dogs.
You don't
So
think
the
there has to be
connection
a
is-
logical connection from your premise?
Yeah, the connection is in geometry, we can't have a change in angle of an observer without a change in elevation on any surface that isn't curving. With enough of those observations, the only geometric
Let's
shape
read
that
out your
fits that
statement.
is a sphere.
How about that? No, let's read out your statement because I think that's where we need to get. P1, geometrically, an angle of light to an observer will change without a change in elevation on a sphere. P2, we have a worldwide observations of the sun not changing elevation. P3, the angle of the light changes throughout the day to an observer. Conclusion, the Earth is a sphere.
Oh man, I fucking nailed that argument. You guys have nothing against it.
Okay. All right.
Man, I fucking slayed you with that argument. It was so good.
My God. Or do your victory laps.
You know, there was like worldwide. What do you think worldwide is? Do you think worldwide has to do with a tennis ball? Do you know what synonyms are?
Can you guys post it in the chat? Unfortunately, I was doing dishes when you said it, Alpha.
Yeah, I'll post it again for you. I actually copied it. I liked it so much that I saved
AB,
it.
do you know what a synonym is, buddy?
Yeah, I know what a synonym is, dude. Hold on, let me
So
see. where I put this in.
worldwide and Earth, are they synonyms?
No.
All right, Chad. I think we're done here. That was amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're gonna say here on
fucking
Earth,
cooked
or you're
you with
gonna
that one.
just substitute. You're gonna substitute the word Earth if you're gonna say something like, "Man, this is the best place on Earth. This is the best place worldwide. This is the best place on world."
Fuck yeah, they're
They're not synonyms,
They're
dude.
synonyms. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
No, that.
Yeah,
oh, wait,
all around the world.
because you said
The Earth is the world. So if you say something is happening to the Earth, it's happening worldwide.
he's trying to shoehorn.
I fucking cooked you boys.
Okay.
Suck
So
it. Anyway,
wait a
get
minute.
out of
Talk
here.
to God.
That was
Talk to God. You live on the Earth, right?
Yep.
You live on the worldwide.
No, but you don't have to have the word in the exact same sentence.
No, dude, you
If
got
you were to
blown out
say-
of the water, bro. You're blown out of the
If you were
water.
to say
Dogs.
that
Dogs,
an
you gave up the ghost, bro.
an asteroid exists worldwide.
Fuck up,
You can
dude.
say that. You can say that. Yeah.
You gave up the
What?
ghost,
What?
bro. Your spirit left
How?
your body. Your spirit
How?
left your body, dogs.
How? They're
It's
synonyms.
still leaving. I see it rising up out of your corpse. It's going. Bye. See ya, dogs. Dude, he bodied you in that one statement.
So, synonyms for worldwide, global, international,
God.
intercontinental,
Dude, you
world,
can't-
universal, planetary, pandemic.
Dogs, you
Some
can't come
shit.
back, bro. You can't come back.
Here, I'll
dude.
even take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of the Google fucking
listen,
synonyms
you can't-
worldwide, and you can
Dogs.
suck shit.
You can't blame nobody else but yourself, dude. You pursued this to the nth degree and found out like
What? Why are you talking? Why are you talking to me right now instead of dealing with my argument?
we did deal with it. And your conclusion.
Look in the side chat. Look at all these beautiful synonyms for worldwide.
Yeah. Okay. All right, dogs.
Oh, do you want me to Google is Earth a synonym for worldwide?
Do what you want, man. Whatever makes you happy.
Because you seem to be walking away from this.
Hopefully something does, man. Because you're in pain right now, bro. You're in some pain. I don't know, man.
Because it seems like you're running away from the flat Earth, something that you've believed in for a very long time, apparently, and it's the one thing that's consistent about you. Running away from the flat Earth.
So upset.
Yeah, he's upset, dude.
How am I upset, guys? What?
You know
because
what I
I'm
said?
being assertive and not being like some depressed fucking smoker like you
No,
guys?
I think you are depressed, but your way that you're portraying your depression is through anger and emotion.
Look, all you're doing is talking about me. Why don't you tell me how we can have this observation?
What else can we do?
Not mean that the Earth is a sphere.
You're acting like a hysterical woman, dude. What else can I do?
How can we have this observation in the Earth not be a sphere?
First of all, present the Earth as one, maybe.
I don't need to. I just need to prove the observation on the
Bro, shit. There you go. That's your. I don't need to.
Bro. What did I say? What was my
I don't
response?
need to. That's what you said. I don't need to.
What was my response, AV? What did I actually say?
You don't need to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Okay, good.
Nope, that's not what I said. I don't need to show the sphere Earth prior to presenting an argument proving the Earth is a sphere based on observation.
So, no need to present the Earth as a sphere, huh?
Prior to showing that it's a sphere, yes, that's true. There's a first time you show something to be itself or to be a certain shape, and you don't have to prove that it's that thing before it's proven to be that thing.
You know
there
how,
can
like,
be
when
a
you're
first time for proving something. Do you agree with that, AV? Does there need to be a first time for proving something? Yes or no?
Let me just say, dude, when you're at the casino and you're
No, I'm not going to listen to what you're saying. Can there only be a first time for proving things? Is that okay?
I would think you have to leave the poker table at some time.
Oh my God! Stop talking about me and talk about the argument. Is there a first time for proving things? Is that okay?
You're taking so many bad beats, dude. Like I can't.
Can you just have one time for proving things and that's okay? Yes or no?
You said you didn't need the Earth to prove the Earth as a sphere.
Mate, you're so fucking cooked, buddy. You don't need to show it's a sphere prior to showing it's a sphere. You can just show it's a sphere one time and that's enough. Welcome to Globe Earth.
That's not what he told you.
What were you confused about, you fucking lunatic?
Oh my God. I'm not the one who says I could be schizophrenic, dude. That's you.
Yeah, but you could be schizophrenic. Can you give me a reason why you can't be schizophrenic?
Because I'm not. That's the reason why I'm not. Because I'm not.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? What are the symptoms of being schizophrenic?
So one of them would be not being able to recognize your own schizophrenia.
No, I mean, there has to be a clinical way that they approach this and, of course, address it. So it's not just what you're saying over the internet, dude.
Have you ever been tested for schizophrenia?
Say, why do I need to do that for?
Because you're saying that you don't have schizophrenia, so you're making a positive case right now that you don't have it.
Yeah,
I'm saying I could have it, so my case is neutral. I'm not saying I do have it or don't have it. So you need to prove you don't have it with some form of criteria. I don't need to prove shit. Mine is logically consistent. It is the true logic that all logicians will agree to. But yours is just like your opinion, bro, because everything you say is just a vibe, mate. Just a fucking vibe.
You think all logicians in here will say that they could be schizophrenic? You believe that?
There's no logicians in here.
Oh, really? You're the only one.
Every single logician agrees that they could be schizophrenic and not know it. Go on, find one that disagrees.
So how are you having logical conversations with no one that's logical then? How does that make sense in your worldview?
Oh, I didn't say no one was logical. I said no one here's a logician. Do you know what a logician is?
And are you one?
Do you know what a logician is?
Yeah, are you one? I'm just trying to say that you're the only one that's in here, and you're putting yourself in a lofty position to say that you're talking to people that can't address any arguments that are anywhere near your level of articulation. I think that's pretty...
I never said that. I never said that. I just said all the logicians agree. So anyone that studies formal logic, anyone who looks into philosophy, they all agree that you don't actually know whether you're schizophrenic or not.
I know. Are you one? You're not going to answer that, are you?
You're the one making the positive claim. I'm just agreeing with the philosophy.
You didn't answer the thing that you say that you think you are. Are you a logician?
What you could do with dogs...
When did I say I was a logician? When did I say...
No, I'm just asking you. I'm not saying you are one. I'm just asking
we can do with dogs now. He got like a new method. You never have to... The only thing you have to do to push back against anything is just say wrong or liar. He went full Trump. Like the dude's brain was exercised from his head, and they put in some sort of Trump speech pattern.
Yeah, he was just some fun time while I was just, on here. So I decided to unmute him.
Yeah.
He's in pain though, man. That guy's he's hurting. I'm like, dude, come on. Tell me the real reason why you're in here. I'm doing the old Scott Mackey. Come on, man. Tell me the real reason why you're here.
He doesn't know. He really doesn't know what he does at any given time. It's virtually just like a random number generator. He goes another win for the Globe.
Yeah, he was saying that.
What did you win? Doesn't know. Can't explain it. What's the Globe? Doesn't know what that is either.
To prove the globe, you don't have to prove the globe. That's what he's saying. I don't have to show you the Earth that's a globe to prove it. Really? Okay. Oh, look at what he just put in chat. Dude, he gives out so much gold. It's not even funny. Look at he responded to Cyclone. Fucking Cyclone. Correct, because no one can prove they aren't a brain in a vat.
Well, you don't prove negatives anyway, logic, so. I mean.
All right, dogs. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, man. When you feel better. He always goes back to them being schizophrenic. It's kind of crazy.
Well, this is because they probably lost a debate, or the Christians used to call them schizophrenic for like not being able to interact with the rest of humanity. And now they think that's like the big win. That's like the big thing. Just come in here, call people uneducated, and what you said is a sign of being uneducated, and it's completely incoherent word soup babble that no one can make sense of. It's schizophrenia. Okay, which one? Did I say was like wrong? It was scientifically wrong. You can demonstrate this? Or you have no clue what I said? These are direct contradictions. Either you adjudicated or you couldn't adjudicate what I just said.
He tries to say both. It was complete psychobabble nonsense. But here's why you're wrong.
Yeah, I have no clue what you just said. It was like, red flag, dog, moon, falling, pizza. Not today.
Yeah, but now here's why you're wrong about red dog, red flag, blue, falling pizza.
Yeah, this is why it's wrong. And not only are you wrong about red dog, flying big, underground bone pizza, you are also, it highlights that you really have a poor education. Wow, dude, how'd you do that? How'd you put that together? Because he's just using random word generator. He's like, oh, go ahead.
I like when he chases his own tail. That to me is entertaining to me. And when he chases his own tail on here, it's just, man, isn't the best. And then he comes in here like a fucking hot knife through butter, and he's trying to like do what he does, and it's like, dude, something is going on with you, man. Because before he used to just be in here, whatever, trying to bring good arguments or whatever, if that was a thing. Now he's just in here, just his brain is just mush. Maybe it's fried, dude. These guys' brains are fried after so many times they're trying to, come in here and get a W.
Well, speaking of sun and clouds, right? It's 8:32 p.m. here. The sun apparently set at 7:54 p.m. I just went outside and I looked out into the western horizon, and there was it's cloudy right, but there's a break in the clouds near the horizon. You see light blue sky, very light blue, but you can still tell it's blue sky. And then you look out to the east, right? There's shades of pink and orange breaking through the clouds on the eastern horizon. I thought that's a very interesting observation, because it's set like half an hour ago.
Yeah, we were actually talking.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we were talking about CB when he was on. If you're in the north right now and you're seeing the sun rise in the morning, you'll see daylight for at least an hour before you see the sun. Because I was doing deliveries in the morning, I was telling everybody here that while I was doing that, I went to a place where you could see straight across the land. I mean, because where I live, there's a bunch of hills and whatnot. And I went to a position where it was like above all the land, and I could see like real far in the distance, and I saw like, I mean, it was a beautiful orange, like, light blue, way before, and it was like daylight was there before even the sun was anywhere near for like an hour, dude. I don't know. I thought we don't usually talk about that, but I just thought it was an amazing kind of thing to look at. If you haven't seen that phenomena in the north,
it is. But I mean, it's really cloudy, like super cloudy, but there's these tiny little. But the eastern horizon is still like that sunsetty sort of colors, like just really slightly, but it's still there. Like, what's going on there? How is there any light reaching out there now?
Yeah, it demonstrates that light in the sky isn't fully related to the sun. There are other variables there. I did this too with sunset. Because I was curious, because junk government science, when they have people, in Florida, they pass this law that you shall turn your headlights on at a certain time. And they did this through like using supposedly heliocentric model. At this time of day, the sun sets, it becomes too dark to see different signage. So you need to turn your headlights on so your headlights reflect off the sign, you see it. And next thing you know, it's like, well, that's not always the case, because like different times of year have different sunsets. So you're pulling people over broad daylight and then saying they were driving with their headlights off and then escalating it to a DWI or DUI investigation because they say, oh, their eyes were dilated. That's why they could, that's why they forgot to turn their headlights on, because there is a part of an involuntary reaction to controlled substances. And then people are like, well, no, that's stupid as shit, dude. It was broad daylight. Don't you, like, the sun sets at different times throughout the year. So telling people you shall turn your headlights on at like 7 p.m., that's not always the case. And the next thing they go, well, yeah, but just having your headlights on prevents traffic accidents. Then you got cars manufacturing daytime head running lights. This is going to make the roads safer. The roads turned out not to be safer. Traffic accidents increase. Well, what happened? Well, the cell phone happened. It's just always one excuse after another. They have no idea how to think of an experimental model, run all the way through it, get to a conclusion, and then change, vary, manipulate to get a better result. Like, same thing with the taser. They used to call the taser a non-lethal weapon, just a slight escalation of force. Someone's not complying, give them a little stun. They'll do it. This saves police officers from going hands-on and causing, soft tissue injuries and whatnot. And after the body count just started racking up, they start blowing the taser out for people for being, disrespectful to the police. They finally had to say, yes, this is a lethal weapon. But if you only use it for a couple seconds, it's generally safe for someone in a healthy condition. Well, the problem is there's a lot of people who aren't healthy. There's a lot of Americans who are fat. They have heart conditions. They're on drugs. They can't take a stunning. Their heart gives out. They're barely